Chapter 1487. Bang! Fierce magic power gushed out like a shockwave, pushing back Ilya, who was attacking him. Ilya raised the black and white daggers in her hands and blocked the magic power wave that was rushing towards her. Protecting her slender body, she flew back and pulled away from Wu Yin, who had ignited the magic power in his body. She lowered her body slightly, and a vigilant look flashed across her golden eyes. Waving the Nyama no Shana in his hand, Wu Yin raised his eyes and looked at Ilya, who was standing opposite him. Looking at her expressionless face, he frowned slightly. The Ilya in front of him did not look like the Ilya he knew at all. In the original plot, there was also a time when Ilya was fighting against a certain heroic spirit. Due to her own danger, she mutated and did not know how to use Dream Summon, so she used the Archer class card to perform Dream Summon. In the original plot, due to her own crisis, Ilya mutated and transformed into an Archer, heroic spirit. She was exactly the same as this Ilya in front of him. However, why did Ilya mutate like that? Why was she able to use the Archer class card to perform the Dream Summon without knowing how to use the Dream Summon? Wu Yin did not know. What he could be sure of was that the Ilya in front of him was definitely not Ilya herself. After all, it was impossible for Ilya to attack him so fiercely and mercilessly when fighting him. It was also impossible for her to be so cold and taciturn. Either this Ilya in front of him was someone else. Either Ilya has lost her original consciousness and is using some unknown method to fight against me. What Wu Yin cared about the most was the pair of black and white daggers that Ilya had been using since the beginning had been broken who knows how many times. There was also the petal-shaped light shield that Ilya had used not long ago, known as the 7 Blazing Rings. They were all noble artifacts. Not only the black and white daggers and the petal-shaped light shield, even the bow that Ilya used in the beginning and the arrow that was shot out. They were all noble artifacts. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, it was a relic used by the heroic spirit of the Archer that Ilya had transformed into. It looked like they were all replicas. It was a replica of another heroic spirit's relic. Of course, it didn't matter if it was fake or not. Those were all noble phantoms. Even if they were not as good as those genuine noble phantoms, their level and power were definitely inferior. However, they were superior in that they could be discarded at will and copied at will. Before their mana was exhausted, they would be inexhaustible, which was very convenient. In fact, the black and white dual blades that Ilya had been using had been shattered many times, but Ilya was still able to replicate them. After transforming into a heroic spirit, Ilya's strength was indeed extraordinary, to the point where Wu Yin had no choice but to take her seriously. Then, taking a deep breath, Wu Yan's majestic mana burst out from his body. Just a little, let's get serious. As soon as he finished speaking, purple magic arrays appeared around Wu Yin one after another. These magic arrays then took aim at Ilya like turrets. Ilya was secretly shocked. In practically the blink of an eye, from one of the purple magic arrays, a chain glimmering with purple light suddenly turned into a fuzzy black line like a viper. It pierced through space and shot toward Ilya, who was not far away. The tip of the chain was abnormally sharp. Moreover, it was faintly flowing with dense mana. Hearing the sharp sound of the chain piercing through the air as it shot over, it was clear that if one were to be pierced by it, it would be no different from being struck by a sharp sword. One's body would definitely be pierced through. Because of that, Ilya did not dare to be careless with the chain piercing through space. Tracian, projecting. Raising her small palms forward, the black and white dual blades directly dissipated in the air. As if she was holding on to something, Ilya clenched her hand. A ray of light flickered from her palm and turned into a black longbow. At the same time, her other hand also flickered with light and turned into a spiral-like longsword. The spiral-like longsword gradually became thinner and turned into an arrow. Ilya placed it on the bow and aimed at the incoming chain. Boom! Immediately, magic power surged to the tip of the arrow, and as Ilya released her grip, the arrow turned into a beam of fire amidst a gunshot sound. It shot out and collided with the incoming chain head-on. Bang! A deep and muffled explosion sound was heard. A ring of flame-like energy ripples shook and reverberated in the air. As if an explosion had occurred in midair, a wave of fire was set off. However, the wave of fire did not last for long before it completely exploded. That was because, like the chain from before, 3 black silhouettes shot out from the other side of the wave of fire. Like crossbows, they pierced toward Ilya with sharp whistling sounds. Coldly looking at the 3 black silhouettes shooting toward her, Ilya waved her hand, and 3 black long swords rapidly condensed in her hand. Then, they turned into arrows and were placed on the bow by Ilya again. Boom! 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 Amidst a series of muffled gunshots, 3 arrows suddenly shot out like lasers and collided head-on with the 3 chains. Clang! 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 This time, there was no explosion. When the chains and arrows collided, a burst of metallic sounds accompanied by sparks shook the atmosphere. Seeing that the battle seemed to be in a deadlock, Ilya's emotionless golden eyes flashed with inconceivable impatience. Soon after, Ilya extended her hand once again. Projection began. An astonishing burst of magic power burst forth from Ilya's hand. That was magic power more astonishing than any of the treasure artifacts that Ilya had replicated so far. Boundless magic power fluctuated, and dazzling light flashed from Ilya's hand. A short moment later, a sword was condensed. It was a sword that seemed to be completely forged from gold. The sword's edge was golden, the sword's hilt was blue, and the sword's body was flowing with a chilly sharpness. Seeing such a sword, regardless of whether it was Wu Yan who was standing opposite Ilya or the many girls watching from the sidelines, all of their eyes trembled. It was none other than the Excalibur. Ilya had replicated the Excalibur. When she held the Excalibur in her hand, the Excalibur turned into a beam of light and condensed into a beam of light that was only as wide as a finger. Then, Ilya knocked the beam of light that was as wide as a finger on her bow. Beezy, the space around the bow began to tremble violently. A circle of terrifying mana ripples slowly emerged from all directions and converged toward the tip of the arrow formed by the Excalibur. It was like a circle of shrinking ripples that condensed toward the tip of the Excalibur arrow. What a terrifying magic power compression! Rin Inbun, Luvia, and Mio revealed an astonished expression. Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto involuntarily called out. Wu Yan's expression also changed greatly. He leaped and retreated. Of course, Wu Yan did not plan to run away. While retreating, terrifying magic power erupted from Wu Yan's body like a flash flood. A vast amount of magic power rapidly rushed through the space and unceasingly rushed toward the sky like a tide. With a spiral, it turned into a whirlpool like a black hole. The whirlpool gradually rotated. Every time it rotated, it would emit a fiery red luster. Not long after, bright red light filled the entire whirlpool. In the end, it emitted an extremely oppressive aura like a volcanic crater that was about to erupt. Seeing this scene, Ilya's expression fluctuated a few times. Then, her expression suddenly became serious. She focused, aimed, and released the arrow in her hand. Boom! A sound more oppressive than any of the previous arrows released by Ilya resounded through the sky. The many girls on the stairs covered their ears in shock. Soon after, the arrow of light carrying terrifying magic power ripples violently shot out. The speed of the arrow of light was so fast that it could even penetrate the obstruction of space. In a flash, it carried an astonishing amount of magic power and appeared only a few meters away from Wu Yan. Looking at this terrifyingly powerful attack, the faces of Rin Inbin and the others instantly paled. Even if they weren't in the center of the battlefield, they could still feel the terrifying power contained in the arrow of Excalibur. If they were hit by it, they would definitely die. Chapter 1488. Boom! An earth-shattering roar, centered on the Eiderfeldt's mansion, resounded throughout the night sky of Fuyuki City. Like an earth-shattering thunder, many people in Fuyuki City were awakened from their sleep, and they broke out in cold sweat. Even the residents of Fuyuki City had such an impact, let alone the many girls who were still in the mansion of the Eiderfeldts. The deafening noise was even worse. Even though they were prepared, many of the young girls watching from the sidelines were still shaken to the point that their ears buzzed. Even their vision became slightly blurry. At the point where the two extremely ferocious attacks collided, wave after wave of substance like shock waves crazily spread in all directions. Even space itself had become slightly distorted under this frightening shock wave and collision. It was an extremely frightening sight. Makoto, seeing that the shock wave was about to hit them, Chuju quickly shouted. Understood. With a single leap, Makoto arrived in front of all the girls. With a wave of her hand, a wave of black iron sand gushed out from the ground. With a wave, it condensed into a thick wall, protecting all the girls inside. Boom! The oncoming storm mercilessly hit the wall made of iron sand, causing the black iron sand wall, which was at least 10 centimeters thick, to tremble violently. Cracks began to appear on the side of the wall that was directly hit by the storm. Below, Wien, who was at the center of the shock wave, immediately waved his hand, and the space ripple of the gate of Babylon expanded from the ground, and a huge black sword emerged from it, forming a sword wall to block the shock wave. Ilya also raised a hand and used a relic called 7 blazing rings, lawayas. Pink flower petals blossomed and blocked in front of Ilya. Rumble. Unfortunately, the Eiderfeldt mansion wasn't so lucky. Under the impact of the shock wave and the collision of the two attacks, the mansion's walls were shattered. Without any suspense, the walls of the Eiderfeldt mansion collapsed and scattered into rubble. The ceiling exploded in an instant, and the ground cracked inch by inch. It was as if there was an earthquake, and the ground shook violently. Boom! Not long after, the entire mansion exploded under the impact of the shock wave and the shock wave. With a loud explosion, an even more intense wave of fire was set off. The entire mansion was turned into a pile of rubble, under the protection of the iron sand wall. Although the girls were fine, they were still attacked by the shock wave and the shock wave. They screamed and hid behind the wall. They didn't even dare to move. The chains of discipline that bound Rin, Inbin, Mikoto, and Ruvia had disappeared at some point. The 3 girls were hiding behind the black iron sand wall, just like Hinajiku and Mikoto, hugging their heads with their eyes closed. Their minds were blank. The gravel flying in all directions was like bullets, wreaking havoc in the surroundings, and some even shot out explosively. Some moved like tornadoes, some moved back and forth, and some fell from the sky and smashed onto Hinajiku, Mikoto, Rin Inbin, Luvia, Mio, and the others, causing them to cry out in pain. Wu Yin and Ilya, who were at the center of the shock waves, were also engulfed by the shock waves. The other girls couldn't see what happened to the 2 of them. Therefore, no one noticed that the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, lawayas, was being activated. Ilya, who was resisting the storm and waves of fire, suddenly lost focus in her emotionless golden eyes as though they had turned sluggish. At the same time, Ilya felt that her vision became blurry in the next moment. Ilya lost her consciousness for a brief moment. The shockwave and fire that filled the entire Eiderfeldt mansion continued to wreak havoc for an unknown amount of time. Only then did it slowly fade away, the area that was blinded by the shockwave. Gradually, it became clearer and clearer. Behind the iron sand wall, a group of young girls peeked their heads out, their hearts palpitating as they looked ahead. The originally luxurious residence had long since been reduced to charred rubble. Raging flames spread in the surroundings. The entire mansion has been turned into ruins, in the ruins filled with raging flames and scattered rubble. Wien just so happened to walk out from the wall of pitch-black greatswords. He wiped the sweat on his forehead. Although he looked a bit wretched, he didn't receive any injuries. Seeing this, Hinajiku and Mikoto's faces relaxed. Rin Tozaka and Mio also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's great that he's fine. Only Livia was frowning as she looked around the ruins. Just when everyone thought that she was feeling heartache over the destruction of her home, Livia said such a sentence. "Where's Ilya Fischl?" Hearing that, the girls were startled. They finally reacted and hurriedly swept their gazes forward. After searching for a while, not a single one of them discovered Ilya. Ilya! Rin Inbin and Mio couldn't help but stand up and rush out. Chuju, Mikoto, and Livia also hurriedly followed. "Where's Ilya?" The girls all came to Wu Yan's side. Rin Inbin and Mio anxiously asked, "Where's Ilya?" "Ilya." Wu Yan was startled. He frowned and looked around. Indeed, no matter where he looked, he didn't see Ilya's figure. "No, it can't be." Rin Inbin panicked. "It can't be that she's already—" "Impossible," Wu Yan denied. "I saw Ilya using a defensive noble artifact. Moreover, the attack didn't directly affect Ilya's body. It's hard to say whether she's injured or not, but it's definitely not the worst-case scenario that you're imagining." Then, Rin Inbin looked at the ruins in a daze. "Then, where's Ilya?" Mio's eyes were filled with uncontrollable worry. In the end, she called out, "Ilya!" Unexpectedly, this symbolic call received a response. Woo-woo. In a corner piled up by rubble, a sound of shun-in rang out. I'm here, Ilya." Everyone's face lit up. They all ran towards the source of the voice. They turned around and walked into the corner piled up by rubble. However, in the next instant, the scene that appeared in front of everyone's eyes caused everyone to be stunned on the spot. Ilya! Ilya! It's unknown who called out in disbelief, but no one had the time to pay attention to that. Everyone's gaze, attention, and even the ability to think were all taken away by the scene in front of them. There, Ilya is holding her head as if she's having a headache. She sat on the ground and wobbled as if she's dizzy. Of course, that's not the reason why everyone became like this. The reason why everyone, including Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto, were completely frozen on the spot with their eyes wide open is because there are two Ilyas before them. That's right, there are two Ilyas. One of them is wearing ordinary clothes. She has snow-white hair and red eyes. She's the familiar Ilya. The other one was wearing the clothes of Ilya, who had just transformed into a heroic spirit. She had dark skin, silver hair, and golden pupils. She looked exactly the same as Ilya. The two Ilyas with identical appearances but different details are sitting on the ground. They're both holding their heads. It seems like they're in a dizzy state. But the people that saw this scene are actually in a similar state. They're also in a dizzy state. Wu Yin was stunned as he looked at the scene before him. His mind is so chaotic that he's unable to think properly. What's going on here? You. The familiar Ilya held her head and opened one of her eyes. Seeing everyone's stunned expression, she tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong with everyone? Before she could finish her words, Ilya also noticed that something's wrong. As if they've made an agreement, the two Ilyas turned their heads at the same time. Their eyes met. Then, both of them were stunned. Everyone fell into a state of bewilderment, not knowing what to do. The first one to react was the dark-skinned Ilya. Bang! Fiercely stomping on the ground, the black-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped onto a pile of rubble. Her golden pupils swept over everyone present with a glance. There was an extremely complicated expression in her eyes. No one could understand what she was thinking. Then, with another leap, the dark-skinned Ilya leaped up and jumped over the Eiderfeld family's wall. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. They were completely unable to react. After a long time. Chapter 1489. Fuyuki City, the home of Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto. This is where you live? After entering the house, Livia scanned the entire courtyard with a scrutinizing gaze. She only nodded slightly when she arrived at the hall on the top floor. Although it's a bit small, it's not bad. Small? Ilya looked at the hall that was 2 to 3 times bigger than her house and laughed dryly. Then what about my house? Don't compare me to you. I just want to live comfortably. Size is not a factor that I need to consider. Wu Yin rolled his eyes and walked to the sofa. All right, no need to be so polite. Sit down. Hinajiku and Makoto led Rin Dosuka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Makoto to sit on the sofa across from Wuyen. They looked at each other in confusion before sitting down on the sofa. As usual, Hinajiku and Makoto stayed by Wuyen's left and right as if they are leaving everything to Wuyen to handle. One has to say, at this moment, the two of them gave off the feeling of virtuous wife. Since Livia's mansion was turned into ruins by Wu Yin and the heroic spirit Ilya, Wu Yin brought all of them to his house. Of course, the reason why he brought Livia and the others to his house was not because he felt guilty for destroying Livia's mansion and wanted to keep them as his mistress. Instead, with the current situation, if they couldn't find a place to sit down and have a good chat, none of them would be able to sleep tonight. By the way, where's that old but vigorous butler of yours? Wu Yin asked Livia in confusion. I didn't see him today. Ogiest has temporarily returned to the main family. Livia casually replied. Today's battle isn't something that Ogiest can participate in, so I had him leave. Fine. Wu Yin pursed his lips. Then he looked at the main character of the day, Ilya, who was looking very nervous. So, Ilya, don't you have anything you want to say? Say. Ilya tilted her head. Her big watery eyes were filled with confusion. Say what? Don't tell me you don't have any clue about the changes in your body. Rin and Osaka couldn't help but ask. That black Ilya, what's going on? Everyone's gazes gathered on Ilya at the same time, causing her to involuntarily shrink her head. However, her eyes were still filled with confusion and even some grievance. Even if you ask me that, I still have no idea what's going on. According to Ilya herself, when Wu Yin was about to take away her rank card, something came out of her body. She felt as if something was coming out her body. Then, she didn't know anything else. When Ilya regained her consciousness again, it was already after the battle between Wu Yin and the heroic spirit Ilya. Another dark-skinned Ilya appeared. As for what happened in between, Ilya had no recollection at all. It was as if a part of her memory was suddenly missing. She couldn't connect the two at all. In other words, Wu Yin asked with uncertainty, you have no idea what you did. You don't even know that you used dream summoning? I can't remember anything. I only remember Oni-chan wanted to take my class card away from me. Then, my vision started spinning. When I recovered, that black guy appeared. Ilya hugged her head in frustration. She looked at Wu Yin with a pained expression. By the way, what is dream summoning? Dream summoning? Livia suddenly recalled something. Speaking of which, Ilya Field also said the same thing before he turned into a heroic spirit. What is dream summoning? Rin Enbin looked deeply at Wu Yin. You seem to know a lot about it. This time, everyone's attention was focused on Wu Yin. Because of this, no one noticed that Meiyu was looking at Wu Yin with a complicated and serious expression. It was as if this question wasn't a question to her. It was as if she was on a mission. Let me explain. The one who responded to everyone's puzzled gaze was Chuju, who was pouring tea. Hinajiku explained after looking at Rin Tobisaka's group of 4. The so-called dream summoning refers to using the same principle as the limited expansion to use the rank card. It replaces the process of summoning the heroic spirit with the magic attire and uses the person's body as the medium to summon the power of the heroic spirit corresponding to the rank card and cover the person's body with it, which is the so-called heroic spirit you guys are talking about. Makoto looked at Ilya suspiciously. But why do you know how to use dream summoning? When you use the limited expansion, the user provides the rank card and the 2 magic attires with personalities use the rank card to connect to the heroic spirit seed of heroes and make contact with the heroic spirit's body. Wu Yin looked directly at Ilya. But the dream summoning requires the person to be the medium and use the rank card as the pass to the heroic spirit seed of heroes to make contact with the heroic spirit's body and borrow the heroic spirit's power. If you don't know how to use it, you won't be able to use the dream summoning. Ilya, how did you do it? Even if you asked me that. Ilya's little face was bitter. She was in a dilemma. I don't know what's going on either. Hearing this, many people looked at each other helplessly. If that's the case, won't they be unable to solve the problem? Brother Wu Yin, Meiyu, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Why are you so familiar with the usage of the rank card? Hearing this, Rin and Osaka and Livia also realized what was going on. That's right. Why are Wu Yin and the others so familiar with the so-called dream summoning of the rank card? Even a magic association has only analyzed that the rank card can draw out the heroic spirit's power and use the magic attire to materialize the heroic spirit's relic. Other than that, they didn't get any other information. As for this dream summoning class card that could manifest the power of the heroic spirit in one's body, it should be the true way to use the class card, right? Even a magic association couldn't analyze the usage of this card. So how did Wu Yin and the others know about it? The reason we know how to use the cards is because we used a special method to analyze the cards. Wu Yin mused for a bit before he came up with an answer that is somewhat ambiguous, but not without some degree of truth. However, all we've got is the usage of the rank cards and the information about the hero spirits and relics that correspond to each rank card. Apart from that, we don't know who made the rank cards, what they're made of, and how they're made. I see. Rin and Osaka and Livia lowered their heads and pondered. Meiyu, who was staring at Wu Yin, softened her gaze and sighed in relief. According to what you all are saying, Ilya scratched her cheeks and spoke with an uncertain tone. At that time, I didn't know the true usage of the rank card, so I used the dream summoning thing? That's right. Makoto nodded. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. That's why we're all curious about how you did it. Then, Ilya sighed. Could have been that black guy who did it. That's the only explanation for now. Although I don't know what's going on with the black Ilya, she's still in her heroic spirit state. The archer rank card must be with her. Wu Yin pondered and said, no matter what, we should find the black Ilya first. Perhaps we can get the answer. Before that, Chuju's yellow-green eyes shifted to Livia and Meiyu. You don't have a place to stay, right? Why don't you stay here for the night? Stay here. Meiyu was stunned. Livia, on the other hand, frowned. No need. We'll just stay in a hotel. Bringing a kid to a hotel? You're really something. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Livia. It's already so late. I think all of you should stay here tonight. This. Rin, Inbin, and the other three looked out of the window. They looked at each other and nodded. They agreed to it. Chapter 1490. Thus, no matter if it was Livia and Meiyu who lost their residence, or Rin Tozaka and Ilya, the four of them all decided to spend the night outside. Although this house wasn't very luxurious, it was still much better than an ordinary house. Furthermore, it took up quite a lot of space and there were quite a few rooms. At the very least, it was capable of accommodating 10 people. With the addition of Rin Tozaka, Livia, Ilya, and Meiyu, there was no problem at all. Hanajiku, Mikoto, as the hosts, along with Mio, who volunteered to help out as a maid, cleaned up 3 rooms for Rin and Osaka, and Livia to share 1 room each, while Ilya and Mio shared 1 room. Originally, Ilya wanted to return home, but since it was already very late and the sun was about to rise soon, she could only call home to report that she was safe. Then, together with Meiyu, she comfortably fell asleep. It must be said that, from a certain perspective, Ilya's mental state was truly very careless. Another version of himself appeared out of nowhere. He lost consciousness for no apparent reason. He performed a dream summoning for no apparent reason. He got into a heroic spirit form for no apparent reason. He got into a fight with Wu Yin for no apparent reason. He got into a fight with Wu Yin for no apparent reason. With so many things added together, it's enough to mess up a normal person's mental state. But, apart from being a bit concerned at the beginning, Ilya only ate when it was time to eat. She slept when it was time to sleep. Although she would sometimes reveal a confused expression, she wasn't worried at all. It was as if the person involved wasn't herself. As soon as she lay down on her bed, she immediately fell asleep. If this wasn't carelessness, then what was? If this had happened to someone else, it would have been a sleepless night for them. But there were also people who didn't sleep tonight on the balcony. A light breeze lightly blew the curtain of the open glass door. It also blew the black hair fluttering above a pair of wine-red eyes. One of his hands was straddling the white railing that seemed to be made of porcelain. The other hand was holding several cards. Wu Yin was staring at them without blinking. After a long time, he sighed. Saber, swordsman. Lancer, lancer. Rider, rider. Caster, magician. Assassin's assassin. Berserker, berserker. Until now, he had already collected 6 of the 7 class cards required for the second phase of the Demigod Path mission. It was almost done. As long as he could get the final archer job card, the second part of the Demigod quest would be completed, and Wu Yin would be able to take a big step forward on the path of becoming a demigod. It saved him a lot of effort, and all of this should have come to an end tonight. Who would have thought that something like this would happen at the very end? The archer that went missing is nowhere to be found, the second Ilya. The dream summoning that shouldn't have appeared. All of this messed up everything. Wu Yin had no way of predicting what would happen next. As for the original work, Wu Yin only knew that the 7 class cards were retrieved by Rin Enbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio from the Mirror Realm and returned to their normal lives. After that, he didn't continue to learn about it. Therefore, Wu Yin didn't know if the Black Ilya would appear in the original plot. What he was sure of was that the archer job card must be with the Black Ilya. No matter what, if Wu Yin wanted to complete the mission, then it was necessary to find the Black Ilya. As for what to do after finding it, it depends on the situation. Looking at all the class cards in his hand except for the archer, Wu Yin muttered. What do you mean by depends on the situation? The moment Wu Yin finished speaking, a voice came from behind him and entered his ears. Wu Yin paused for a bit before he guessed the other party's identity from the other party's voice. He laughed out loud without turning his head. What? You haven't slept yet? Aren't you the same? With such an answer, the person came to the side of the fence. She put her hand on it and leaned her body on it. Her waist-long black hair fluttered in the wind. Her green eyes were like the surface of a lake, rippling with circles of waves. It was exceptionally beautiful. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Wu Yin couldn't help but look sideways. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. This is the first time I've seen you with your hair down, Miss Rin. I don't know if there are people who tie their hair up when they sleep, but I don't belong to that kind of. Rin Inosaka caressed her black hair lazily. She didn't seem to notice that she was more beautiful than usual. She glanced at Wu Yin. Don't think that seeing my unexpected side will increase your impression. Unfortunately, I don't seem to care about my image in front of you. Don't care about your image? Wu Yin laughed bitterly. So what if she doesn't care about her image? With a good foundation, she would still be a beauty regardless of whether she wore makeup or not. No matter how rough her behavior was, there was a unique charm in her gestures. Rin Osaka was probably this kind of person. Moreover, as the young lady of a prestigious family, Rin Inosaka was very concerned about her image in front of outsiders. Now, she said that she didn't care about her image in front of Wu Yin. Thinking about it, she more or less treated Wu Yin as one of her own. The two of them leaned against the railing of the balcony. They didn't feel sleepy at all. They raised their heads and looked at the night sky of Fuyuki City. They let the breeze caress their bodies and enjoyed the tranquility of the night. Under such circumstances, the two of them seemed to have gotten a lot closer to each other. What are you going to do next? After an unknown amount of time, Rin Tasaka stared at the night sky and spoke. Should I continue to search for the Archer rank card? There's only one left. Of course, we still have to look for it. Wu Yin looked at the 6 class cards in his hand and shook his head. Why don't you tell me what you're going to do? You don't even have a single grade card in your hands anymore, do you? So, we don't have to decide what to do next. We'll report this to the Magic Association and let them decide. Rin Inosaka pursed her lips. Anyway, I'm not going to continue the mission and retrieve the class cards. I'm going to be fired. I'm going back to the Chronometer Tower to be a substitute chairman. I'm going to be a magic apprentice. Is that so? Wu Yin pondered for a moment and said, in other words, you're going to leave Fuyuki City tomorrow, right? I can't deny it. Rin Inosaka stroked her hair. But since we can't report to the higher-ups that we've dragged ordinary people into this mess, I'll only report to the higher-ups that there's another group of people collecting the cards. If we're fired and the people in charge of collecting the cards change, they'll look for trouble with you. Don't look for me. It doesn't matter to me either. Wu Yin shrugged and smiled. No matter who the opponent is, I don't think I'll lose. You're so confident. Rin Inosaka looked at Wu Yin. Wu Yin didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that there was a trace of resentment in her beautiful green eyes. Yeah, it doesn't matter to you who it is. Once I go back, you'll forget about me, right? Oh. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Miss Rin, you can't bear it? Can't bear it? You? Rin Inosaka sneered and turned her head away. Her ears turned red. Do you think it's possible? Who knows? Wu Yin spread his hands and hugged Rin Inosaka. You. Rin Inosaka's eyes widened as she struggled. What are you doing? I'm trying to confirm the feelings of a certain arrogant girl. Wu Yin held Rin Inosaka's waist tightly with one hand and pinched her chin with the other. He lifted her beautiful face up to meet his eyes. Wu Yin looked at Rin Inosaka's confused expression and smiled. Why don't we follow up on that kiss from last time? I'm warning you. Rin Inosaka's face turned red. Her eyes flickered and her voice became coquettish. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because I can't beat you. Then Wu Yin slowly moved his face closer. Just think of it as me messing around. Looking at the face that kept growing bigger and bigger, Rin's pretty face became a mess of panic. Does he really want to follow up on that kiss from last time? Wait. Ugh. Rin Inosaka wanted to say something, but the short distance between them made it impossible for her to finish her sentence. In the end, Rin Inosaka's panicked expression reduced the distance between their lips to 0. Ugh. Rin Inosaka whimpered. Her slender hands kept hitting Wu Yan's chest in an attempt to make him stop. Unfortunately, Rin Inosaka's strength couldn't even kill a mosquito. In this situation, she was only trying to resist. Not long after, not only Rin's lips, but Rin's tongue was also easily subdued by the other party. Gradually, Rin Inosaka lost her strength. Under the moonlight, two silhouettes overlapped, as if they were close, as if they were separated. Chapter 1491. The next day, last night's battle started at midnight. After it ended, everyone went to Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto's house to sleep. It was already 1 o'clock. However, when they woke up, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. It was very early. In other words, they only slept for about 6 hours. There was nothing they could do about it. Ilya and Mio still had to attend classes, and Rintozaka had to report to the Magic Association's chronometer tower. Livia's house had already been reduced to ruins, and it was currently being concealed by cognitive barrier. She also had to go back and deal with the aftermath. Therefore, even though they were a bit tired, the four of them still woke up early. Chuju and Mikoto were the same. They were more or less tired, but the guests were already awake. As the host, they couldn't just keep sleeping. With this thought in mind, the two of them woke up early. As for Wu Yin, he also woke up. It wasn't that he woke up. To be more precise, he hadn't slept since last night. He didn't want to go back to sleep. Instead, he personally prepared breakfast for the girls who woke up early. In the living room, the table that usually only had Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto was now filled with people. This rare lively scene made Hinajiku and Mikoto feel quite happy early in the morning as they sat on the two sides of Wu Yin. They happily enjoyed the breakfast that Wu Yin prepared. On the other hand, Livia, Ilya, and Mayu widened their eyes after tasting the breakfast. Shortly after, they turned into gluttons and wolfed down the sumptuous breakfast on the table without any regard for etiquette. Obviously, the three of them were conquered by Wu Yan's proud cooking skills. As for Rin Tozaka, since she appeared in front of everyone, she kept her head down and didn't take the initiative to say a word. Even when someone tried to talk to her, she was hesitant. Her behavior was very strange. Moreover, most importantly, Rin didn't even look at Wu Yin during the whole process. Even if their eyes met, Rin didn't say anything. She would turn her head away in a panic. This made others suspicious. Now, Rin Tozaka was the same. She sat furthest away from Wu Yin with her head down. Rin silently ate his breakfast. He didn't know if he tasted the flavor of the food. Only after careful observation did he realize that Rin Enbin's eating speed was also very fast. In this harmonious atmosphere, the seven of them finished all the breakfast on the table. You. Ilya leaned back in her chair. Her face was full of happiness. I'm so full. It's still as delicious as ever. Hinajika sighed as she cleaned up the table. It's been a long time since I tasted Yan's cooking, is it? Sitting, Wu Yin was confused. It shouldn't have been long, right? You haven't cooked since you came to Fuyuki City. Makoto helped Hinajiku and showed an expression of reminiscence. I miss it so much. That's too much. Wu Yin couldn't help but complain. I didn't know Wu Yin was so good at cooking. Makoto looked at the plates in front of her that were twice as many as usual. She couldn't help but waver. If you eat this every day, you'll get fat easily, right? Don't worry. Wu Yin waved his hand. I'm careful not to use food with a lot of calories. You won't get fat. You're still young. Is it okay if you don't eat more? We've eaten enough. Ilya and Makoto smiled bitterly. This taste, it's a high-class treat. Livia elegantly wiped her mouth with a napkin. She looked at Wu Yin with eyes full of passion. Hey, do you want to be my personal chef? You can choose your salary. You only need to be responsible for my 3 meals a day. How about it? I'm afraid his wealth is no less than yours, nouveau riche. Rintozaka said coldly. Also, your meals are prepared by Ogiest, aren't they? If he hears you say that, he will definitely cry, right? Ogiest is not as petty as you. Livia curled her lips. I know how to enjoy myself. I'm different from a monkey who only needs to eat bananas. Who are you calling a monkey? Ah la la la. There's a monkey squeaking. Rin in Osaka and Livia glared at each other fiercely. Chuju and Makoto, who witnessed this scene for the first time, couldn't help but exchange glances. Chuju asked in an uncertain tone. Has your relationship always been this good? Huh? Rin in Osaka and Livia pointed at each other with exaggerated expressions. It was a good relationship with this upstart. Monkey? Makoto laughed. Their relationship is really good. This is someone else's house. Please restrain yourselves. Ilya raised her hand weakly. Livia. Makoto also tried to mediate. You still have to deal with the aftermath later. It's not worth it to waste time arguing. Rin in Osaka and Livia glared at each other and turned their heads away. Turning her head, Livia saw Wu Yin, Hinajiku, and Makoto standing together. She changed the topic of conversation and said this to them. Speaking of which, not only do the 3 of you have great power, you even live together and your relationship seems to be really good. What's your relationship? Brother and sister? As soon as the sentence came out, the harmonious atmosphere in the air really began to cool down. The 2 little girls looked over curiously. Rin Tasaka's ponytails also seemed to shake violently. Her ears perked up, and it was almost impossible to notice that she was listening attentively. Since we're living together, our relationship should be obvious, right? Wu Yin, who sensed the atmosphere started to change, was confused. He didn't understand why this happened, but he didn't choose to hide it. Of course, before he could finish, Chuju and Makoto, who were standing on both sides of Wu Yin, immediately slapped Wu Yan's mouth. It almost made Wu Yan's nose bleed. Our relationship should be obvious, right? Hinajika blushed as she laughed dryly. Since we're living together, of course we're siblings. Don't you think so, Makoto? That's right. Makoto explained shyly. We're siblings. We're siblings. It's not the kind of relationship you think it is. Is that so? Livia's face was full of doubt. But you 2 don't look alike at all. Even the color of your hair is different. That's because... Chuju and Makoto looked at each other and answered in unison. We're not born from the same mother. Such a sharp reason made Wu Yin, who had his mouth covered, almost fall to the ground. It's fine if you don't want others to know about your relationship, because you're shy, but who would believe such a sharp reason? To Wu Yan's surprise, Livia actually nodded and expressed her understanding. That's not surprising. With your strength, you 2 should be from a large magic family or faction. It's not strange for a large faction to have a few concubines, I think it's your father's private life that's not clean, right? Rin in Osaka sneered coldly. 100 deaths won't be enough for a fickle person. Hearing this, Wu Yin silently felt sad for his non-existent father who got stabbed in the back for no apparent reason. But that sadness was quickly dispelled by a sharp pain on his back. That's true. Chuju had a fake smile on her face. She continued to cover Wu Yan's mouth with one hand while the other hand moved to Wu Yan's back and pinched a piece of flesh. A fickle person should die 100 deaths. That's what I think too. Makoto put on a fake smile. She and Hinajiku had a tacit understanding of each other as they pinched Wu Yan's back. If it's possible, I'd really like to electrocute those fickle people until they turn into frogs. All the women present, including Ilya and Mayu, nodded in agreement. Wu Yan maintained his posture with his mouth covered. He looked at the girls nodding in agreement while enduring the pain on his back. He was crying in his heart. Chapter 1492. On the way to Suichuan Primary School, Wu Yan, Elia, and Mayu yawned in unison. They looked exhausted. Are the two of you really okay with this? Wu Yan stood behind the two girls like a guardian and asked casually. You haven't slept well recently because of the class cards, right? Why don't you take a day off and have a good rest? No need. Mio shook her head. Her shoulder-length black hair swayed in the wind. We don't have to take back the class cards from today onwards. So, let's just hang in there for today. Me too. Elia rubbed her eyes and answered weakly. My family will definitely make a fuss if I use sleep as a reason for taking a day off. Then forget it. Wu Yin shrugged. You two know what you're doing. Don't tire yourselves out. Big brother, don't you look tired too? Elia asked with concern. Why don't you go back and rest? If you sleep now, you won't be able to sleep at night. Wu Yin waved his hand. Moreover, Livia also said that she usually asked the butler to drive Mayu to school. Now that the butler is not around, Livia also needs to go back to deal with the aftermath. If there is no one to drive Mayu to school, she is a little worried. So, I'm here, right? I can do it myself. Mayu turned her head away unhappily. Why are you treating me like a child? But you're a child, aren't you? Wu Yin patted Mayu's head and smiled. Livia must know that Mayu is a child who lacks love. She wants to make up for the love you lost. Just accept it. Love. What love? Mayu blushed and said in a mosquito's voice. That's not it. A child who lacks love? On the other hand, a question mark appeared in front of Ilya's head. Clearly, Wu Yin and Livia weren't the only ones who didn't know about Mayu's past. Even Ilya, Mayu's best friend, didn't know either. Perhaps it was Ilya who spent the most time with Mayu. He knew even less than Wu Yin and Livia. At least, Wu Yin and Livia both knew that Mayu didn't have a good past, right? Ilya turned around and looked at Wu Yin. Where did Sisterling go? Who knows? Wu Yin pursed his lips. He only said that he needed to report to the Magic Association's time tower. He didn't say anything else. Report? Ilya was a little worried. Is it about the Jabra card? Both Rin in Osaka and Livia came to Fuyuki City to retrieve their cards. Now, almost all of their cards were in Wu Yan's hands. The last card was mysteriously taken away by an unknown black Ilya. This caused Rin, Inbin, and Livia to not have a single class card in their hands, causing them to run into a lot of situations. This situation, it was already beyond Rin in Osaka and Livia's ability. It wasn't hard to understand why they would ask for help from the Magic Association's time tower. However, if Rin in Osaka really reported the situation here to the Magic Association's time tower, then the consequences would be very bad. It wasn't a big deal that the class card wasn't retrieved successfully. It was just a failure of the mission. The Magic Association wasn't some evil organization that would punish anyone who failed a mission. At most, they would fire Rin in Osaka and Livia and send another batch of people to carry out the mission. However, the two wands betrayed their original owners and found two ordinary 10-year-old children to retrieve their cards. That was a different story. Once the second mage, who sent Rin, Inbin, and Livia to retrieve the cards, found out that the two magician girls actually dragged ordinary people into this mess and even lost their magic wands, it would be hard for them to avoid some punishment. There was no way they could be apprenticed to Soren. This wasn't too bad. It wasn't as if Rin, Inbin, and Luvia couldn't continue their magic research without a teacher. What worries her the most is that if the Magic Association finds out that Wu Yin has all the cards, they would send people to cause trouble for Wu Yin, wouldn't they? This was what Ilya was worried about. Don't worry. As though he could see the worry in Ilya's heart, Wu Yin comforted her with a gentle smile. Young Miss Lin said that she will only report some selective situations. She probably won't report the things that involve you all. What about you, big brother? Ilya's face was still filled with worry. If Sister Rin reported your situation to the Magic Association, they would definitely come to trouble you, right? Hearing this, Mayu also turned her head with a worried look on her face. I think you're worried about the wrong thing. Wu Yin chuckled. Do you think I'm someone who can cause trouble for anyone? Ilya and Mayu were stunned. I don't think the Magic Association can cause me much trouble. Wu Yin smirked. Although I'm not strong enough to threaten the entire Magic Association, I'm not someone to be trifled with. With the help of Chuju and Mikoto, I'm afraid the Magic Association will have to pay a price if they really want to trouble us. I don't agree with Brother Wu Yin having a conflict with the Magic Association. Mei looks serious. If that's the case, Brother Wu Yin and Ling and Luvia, who belong to the Magic Association, will become enemies. No one wants to see this happen. That's right. Ilya nodded in realization. If that really happens, Big Brother, Sister Rin, and Sister Luvia will be in a difficult position, right? You're worrying too much. Wu Yin didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he rubbed the heads of the two little girls. No matter what, that's just your guess. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Don't think too much about it. After saying that, he pushed the two magical girls who couldn't let go, and the three of them continued to walk on the road to the Suichuan Academy Primary School. Suddenly, a black shadow rushed from one corner behind Wu Yin, Ilya, and Mayu at lightning speed to another corner. In front, Wu Yin stopped in his tracks. He turned his head and looked behind him. There was nothing there. Everything was as usual. Glancing at every corner behind him, Wu Yin narrowed his eyes. Just now, what's wrong? The two little girls turned around and looked at Wu Yin strangely. Wu Yin opened his mouth slightly and closed it. He shook his head and smiled. It's nothing. Let's continue walking. After glancing at the road behind him, Wu Yin brought Ilya and Mayu and walked forward while chatting and laughing. On the street, at the top of a telephone pole, a figure suddenly appeared and stood there. She raised her eyes and looked at Wu Yin, Ilya, and Mayu, who were chatting and laughing as they walked forward. It was a young girl dressed in strange clothes. She was wearing a tight black short top and a pair of tight black shorts. It looked like a bikini swimsuit. It was very revealing. A red coat that could only cover her shoulders and arms. Her lower body was wrapped in a red cloak-like skirt. On her back, a black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind. Regardless of whether it was the coat, skirt, or cloak, a part of them seemed to have been deliberately torn. However, they did not appear to be in a sorry state. Instead, they appeared to be very coordinated. When paired with the swimsuit-like tight clothes, it gave off a refined feeling and a bit of emotion. Her long silver hair was tied up at the back of her head, and her pupils were in amber-like gold. The little girl's appearance was only about 10 years old, but her skin was quite dark, giving off an exotic feeling. As for the little girl's appearance, she looked exactly the same as Ilya. She was the black Ilya. Big Brother is also here, just like Ilya herself. Her tone leaned toward playfulness. The black Ilya stared at the three people walking together below and revealed a thorny expression. Forget about Mayu. Even Big Brother is also here. It's not easy to make a move. Standing at the top of the telephone pole, the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the end, her face fell as if she had given up. Forget it. I'll find an opportunity to make a move. The dark-skinned Ilya's line of sight followed Ilya as she looked at Ilya, who was chatting and laughing with Wu Yin and Mayu. She clenched her teeth in envy. Just you wait. Soon, that happiness will be mine. After saying those words, The dark-skinned Ilya's body flashed and disappeared. Chapter 1493. Fuyuki City, private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. Groups of primary school students in uniforms were chatting noisily, chatting and laughing with an indescribable peaceful atmosphere. They walked into the private Suichuan Yuan Primary School department, which did not occupy a large area. At the entrance of the school, Wu Yin also brought Ilya and Meiyu to the school. When he saw this peaceful and warm scene, he could not help but dispel the tiredness in his body. A smile appeared on his face. Children are so energetic. With such feelings, Wu Yin patted the two little girls' heads. You two are still children. You should learn from them. Ew. Ilya puffed her cheeks. We can't help it, Brother Wu Yin. Meiyu, on the other hand, closed her eyes and said with some hesitation, If possible, I really hope you don't treat me like a child. Seeing the unconvinced and unwilling expression of the two little girls, Wu Yin more or less could not help but laugh. Ilya, Meiyu. At this moment, several young voices sounded from not far away and attracted the attention of Wu Yan's group. They saw four little girls around the same age as Ilya and Meiyu. They were wearing the same uniform as Ilya and Meiyu. They were carrying school bags and waving their hands at them. They were the four little girls who were in the same class as Ilya and Meiyu. They were called Mimi, Xiaohua, Nai Tortoise, and Ryuko. Good morning. At the same time, when the energetic voice sounded, Ryuko dashed towards Ilya and Ilya. She pounced toward Ilya and Meiyu, but before she could reach them, the other three little girls, as if they were facing an obstacle, ferociously rammed into her and sent her flying. Good morning. Mimi, Xiaohua, and I Tortoise greeted Ilya and Meiyu. Then they looked at the two magical girls and blinked their eyes. You two, Keihua, who had a braid, pushed up her glasses and smiled meaningfully at Ilya and Meiyu. Looks like the trouble from before has been solved. Trouble? Ilya and Meiyu looked at each other. He tilted his head. He revealed a puzzled expression. Don't tell me you've forgotten? The girl with two pink pigtails, Nana Turtle, scratched her cheeks. You guys were in a bad mood the whole day yesterday. Hearing this, Ilya and Meiyu finally remembered. Because he had to fight with Wu Yin. The whole day yesterday. None of them were in high spirits. It wasn't until Wu Yin enlightened him that he started to treat the battle with Wu Yin seriously. Now think carefully. It was only then that Ilya and Meiyu discovered that too many things had happened in a single night, causing them to forget all about it. As it turned out, that was just yesterday. Sorry. Ilya smiled embarrassedly. It's all right now. Everyone, don't worry. No matter what, it's good that you're fine. Mimi patted her chest and noticed Wu Yin standing behind her. Mimi put her little face in front of Ilya and Meiyu, lowered her voice, and asked in confusion. You're Ilya and Meiyu's classmates, right? Without waiting for Ilya and Meiyu to answer, a smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. He squatted down and patted Meiyu's head. Hello, I'm Meiyu's brother. Please take care of me. Meiyu's brother. The three little girls and Ryuko, who was knocked to the ground, were stunned on the spot. Meiyu's brother? Ilya also looked at Wu Yin in surprise. Brother. Meiyu muttered this word in a daze. It was as if she found it hard to believe that this word appeared. Thank you for taking care of my Meiyu. Ignoring the fuss of the little girls, Wu Yin acted as if he was really Meiyu's brother. While patting the head of Meiyu, who was looking at him in a daze, he entered into his role courteously. This child is usually quiet and not very good at expressing herself. I was worried that she would not be able to make friends in school. Now, I can finally rest assured. Please take care of Meiyu in all aspects, and no. The four little girls finally reacted. Looking at the amiable smile on Wu Yan's face, they bowed in a somewhat reserved and shy manner. You're too courteous. Sorry for the trouble. With an unchanging smile, Wu Yin took a step back. Then, I'll go back first. Meiyu and Ilya, remember to get along well with everyone. Why yes. Seeing Wu Yin, who suddenly transformed into the big brother next door, Ilya's reaction was slow by half a beat. Be big brother. Be careful on your way back. Be careful on your way back. Brother Wu Yin. Meiyu also said goodbye to Wu Yin shyly. Seeing the two little girls being caught off guard, Wu Yan's eyes revealed a teasing and mischievous expression. He waved his hand and walked to the other side, leaving the scene. The group of 6 little girls had been staring at Wu Yan's back in a daze. They watched him leave and only returned to their senses after a long time. Is that Meiyo's brother? Meiyo's little hands clasped together in front of her chest, revealing an intoxicated expression. So gentle, so polite, and his eyes are so beautiful, just like His Royal Highness, and he's easy to get along with, just like an adult. Nami could not help but exclaim, Meiyu actually has such a brother? We didn't know. Brother Wu Yan, Meiyu blushed, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. He has always been like that. I don't think so. Long Zi curled her lips. My brothers are definitely stronger than Meiyo's brother. No. Ilya could not help but ridicule. Let's not talk about whether or not we're talking about strength now. Even if we're talking about strength, your brothers are definitely not as strong as Big Brother, even if they're in a group. Are you 2 biological siblings? Meiyu asked doubtfully. It doesn't feel like it. No. Meiyu quickly shook her head. Brother Wu Yan is not my biological brother. He's just an adopted brother, right? Kei-hua snickered mischievously and looked at Meiyu mockingly. Could it be that Meiyu also likes her adopted brother like Ilya? Meiyu's face flushed red. Oh, the 4 little girls looked as though they had seen a new continent. She's wavering. Wait. Ilya could not help but stand out and widen her eyes. What did you mean by like Ilya just now? The 4 little girls looked at Ilya in disbelief. Isn't that the case? No, it's not. The 4 little girls looked at each other and answered in unison. Liar, huh? Ilya was petrified, but Ilya seems to be very familiar with Meiyo's older brother. This time, it was Naimi's turn to snicker mischievously. Ilya, don't tell me that you like someone else's adopted brother. Why you? Ilya's cheeks were so red that blood was about to drip out. She screamed frantically. What nonsense are you all talking about? Oh, the 4 little girls screamed again. Ilya is wavering too. So, she really likes someone else's adopted brother. She's so obsessed with her brother. It's a little scary. Hey, is that adopted brother very strong? Can he make hamburgers? Can he sing? A adopted brother who can't sing isn't a good adopted brother. What kind of logic is that? Ilya. Even Meiyu looked at Ilya suspiciously and spoke hesitantly. Could it be that you really like Brother Wu Yan? Ilya's face was so red that it turned green. Hearing the ridicule from her friends, she was finally unable to bear it anymore and rushed toward the 4 little girls. I already said that I'm not, but at the same time that Ilya rushed out, a sharp sound of something breaking through the air resounded in the surroundings. A black silhouette streaked across space like a bullet, cutting through layers of air currents and explosively shooting toward Ilya's original location. Soon after, it landed on the ground where Ilya was a second ago. Boom! It was as if something had exploded. The ground there suddenly burst open, and a small hole was blasted open. The sudden explosion scared the 4 little girls so much that they screamed. It also scared Ilya and Meiyu. They immediately turned their heads and looked at the ground. There, a black arrow was stuck in the center of the small crater created by the explosion. The tip of the arrow was flickering with cold radiance. Chapter 1494. The sharp end of the pitch-black arrow was inserted into the center of the small crater. Smoke and dust filled the surroundings and dissipated with the wind. Looking at this scene, everyone present was stunned. For a while, they were unable to react. Ilya had a bewildered expression. What's going on here? Arrow. Mei, Xiaohua, Long Zi, and Nai Gue looked at the pitch-black arrow on the ground in a daze. There's an arrow. It's coming. It's an attack. Meiyu instantly deduced. Her small hand reached into her school bag and grabbed the sapphire. She looked at a certain direction with vigilance. Where did the attack come from? From the root of the arrow on the ground. It was very easy to deduce where the arrow came from. However, when Meiyu looked in that direction, there was nothing there. There was only a cat that climbed up to the roof. Seeing this, Meiyu's eyes gradually narrowed. It was impossible for someone to shoot an arrow for no reason. Moreover, the arrow that was shot was so powerful that it could shatter the ground. Just now, someone must have deliberately shot that arrow at Ilya. Moreover, judging from the destructive power of the arrow, that person was not an ordinary person. Magician. Mayu tightly held the sapphire in her school bag. Mayu. Ilya's brain recovered. She came to Mayu's side and asked nervously, What's going on here? I don't know. Mayu looked around and said with a grave expression, However, someone must be trying to attack Ilya. Me? Attack me? Shock appeared on Ilya's face. But I don't have any enmity with anyone. Mayu also became uncertain. She looked at Ilya and then looked at the four girls who were still in a daze. She shook her head. In short, it's too dangerous to continue staying outside. Let's go to the classroom. I understand. Ilya quickly nodded. Pushing the back of the four little girls, Ilya ran into the school building as if she was fleeing. Mayu observed the surroundings and walked at the back. Only when she truly didn't discover anything did she turn around and run into the school building. As if it was timed perfectly, the bells signaling the start of class rang throughout the entire school. Surprisingly, it was time for class. Thanks to this, the scene just now was not witnessed by anyone else. Only a small hole was left at the scene, and the pitch-black arrow landed with a bang in the blink of an eye. It shattered into pieces and disappeared without a trace. In the distance, on the roof where a cat was crawling, a petite figure suddenly appeared out of thin air without any warning. The lazy cat was so scared that it let out a shriek and jumped off the roof. He was holding a black bow with a handle in the middle. The black wing-like cloak and the red skirt around her waist fluttered up and down. Her golden eyes stared intently at the small crater that was blasted open below. The dark-skinned petite girl, who looked exactly like Ilya, sighed. Did I fail? The dark-skinned Ilya released the black bow in her hand, and it disappeared into thin air. The dark-skinned Ilya opened her amber-like eyes and looked at the school building of the private Suechuan Academy Primary School. She muttered to herself. She went to the classroom. It won't be easy to make a move like this. After all, I can't let anyone witness Ilya's death. The dark-skinned Ilya laughed self-deprecatingly. That's true, but I still couldn't help but make a move just now. Mayu and Mei were clearly nearby. So, if you could tell me the reason why you couldn't help but make a move, I think I'll be very happy. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind the dark-skinned Ilya and entered her ears. The dark-skinned Ilya's golden pupils shrunk slightly, and she leaped onto the roof of another house. She distanced herself from that voice. Unfortunately, this action was completely meaningless. How about we stop for a moment? As soon as the dark-skinned Ilya leaped onto the roof of another house, the same voice sounded behind her again. Not only that, but a hand was also placed on her shoulder. Unless you directly jump to the other side of this world, it's useless for you to distance yourself from me who knows how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya's pretty face changed and her expression froze. At the next moment, the space around the dark-skinned Ilya suddenly fluctuated and distorted. Amidst a slightly surprised voice, the dark-skinned Ilya seemed to have blended into the space. In a flash, she disappeared on the spot, and when she reappeared, she was already on the roof of another house. That was also spatial transference. Oh! After the surprised voice, the person let out an unexpected exclamation. So, you also know how to teleport? The dark-skinned Ilya didn't answer. She clenched her slender hand, and a pair of black and white daggers that resembled the yin and yang of Tai Chi appeared in her hand. Lifting her head and staring ahead, the dark-skinned Ilya finally saw the full appearance of the person who came. She was stunned and exclaimed in surprise. Big brother? The person who came was naturally Wu Yan. Good girl. Wu Yan shrugged. However, his eyes were still fixed on the dark-skinned Ilya. That sneaky shadow just now is you, right? You even know how to teleport. How surprising. Because I saw you use it before, big brother. The dark-skinned Ilya concealed the surprise on her face and replaced it with a playful smile. It seemed quite convenient, so I used it too. Are you trying to say that you learned how to teleport after only seeing it once? Wu Yin twitched his brows. Then, you're really a genius. No, I didn't learn how to teleport. The dark-skinned Ilya replied with a sly expression. I don't know how to teleport, nor do I know how to do it. I just wanted to teleport and directly use the effect of teleportation. As for the process, I don't know at all. Hearing that, Wu Yin frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean? The dark-skinned Ilya giggled. Why don't Big Brother take a guess? I can't guess. Wu Yin straightforwardly gave up. Why don't you tell me what you think? Ah, that's too boring. The dark-skinned Ilya spread out her hands holding the black and white daggers and made a helpless expression. More or less, let's make a guess. Maybe Big Brother will really know the answer. Wu Yin didn't say anything else. He stared at the dark-skinned Ilya. After a long time, he chuckled. Looks like I won't be able to get any answers from you. How can that be? What does Big Brother want to know? I'll definitely answer truthfully. The dark-skinned Ilya said half-jokingly. If it's a question that can be answered. Is that so? Wu Yin sighed as if he gave up. Forget it. I'll bring you back first. Oh? You're planning to use force? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled carelessly. However, the expression in her eyes turned serious. Although Big Brother is indeed very strong, aren't you looking down on me a little? I know you're borrowing the power of an archer. Your power is equivalent to a heroic spirit. Wu Yin raised one of his hands. A magical whirlwind appeared on it. It's a pity that I've killed 3 or 4 heroic spirits. Is that so? A sharp glint flashed through the dark-skinned Ilya's eyes. If you can do it, then come and try. After saying that, the dark-skinned Ilya crouched down and instantly disappeared. She suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yin. She raised the black and white daggers in her hands and mercilessly chopped down. Seeing the black and white daggers chopping down with ferocious force, Wu Yin slowly raised his hand that was surging with magical whirlwind. Gulp, just as the two of them were about to collide, a strange sound came from the dark-skinned Ilya. The dark-skinned Ilya's body froze. Wu Yin was stunned. The two of them were petrified on the spot, as if time had stopped. Soon after, they lowered their heads and looked at the source of the sound. It was the stomach of the dark-skinned Ilya. The air froze. Chapter 1495. Fuyuki City, a family restaurant. Sitting at a table, Wu Yin placed one hand on the table and supported his chin. He looked at the opposite side, with a helpless expression on his face. On the other side, the dark-skinned Ilya had already changed out of her strange clothes and put on an ordinary t-shirt and a pair of shorts. Her silver-colored hair draped over her shoulders and behind her head. Only one side of her head was tied up. Coupled with her dark skin, she looked just like a wild child. At this moment, on the dining table in front of the dark-skinned Ilya, messy plates stained with all sorts of sauces were piled up on both sides of her. The plates filled with dishes in front of her were also rapidly decreasing in size as they were swept clean. Without a care for her image, the dark-skinned Ilya wolfed down her food like a hungry ghost. Her actions of sweeping the plates caused the sound of plates colliding with each other to reverberate in the family dining room, attracting the attention of many people. That child can eat so much. How many plates has she eaten? 10 plates? I think it should be 20 plates. She looks so hungry, so pitiful. Is that man the child's father or brother? Don't tell me he doesn't give the child food to eat. What a sin. Along with the sound of such whispers, the surrounding people were all stunned. Gazes of disdain, sympathy, and pity landed on Wu Yin and the dark-skinned Ilya. This caused the corners of Wu Yan's eyes to twitch. The expression on his face became even more helpless. At this moment, Wu Yin thought to himself, out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind, out of mind. He ignored the whispers in the surroundings and looked at the dark-skinned Ilya, who was wolfing down her food. Level 75. When this information was fed back to Wu Yin from the system, Wu Yin frowned. What does mean? Does it mean that even the system can't detect her true identity? Or what does it mean that she doesn't have a name? After an unknown amount of time, the dark-skinned Ilya finally stopped eating. She piled the clean plates on the table to the side. She rubbed her belly and revealed a satisfied smile. I'm full, I'm full. Your appetite is really amazing. Wu Yin suppressed the doubts in his heart and rolled his eyes at the dark-skinned Ilya. Are you that hungry? Of course I'm hungry. The dark-skinned Ilya waved her hand casually. I haven't eaten anything since I was born yesterday. How can I not be hungry? You haven't eaten since yesterday? Wu Yin was slightly surprised. Why? Why? The dark-skinned Ilya's face isn't the reason. She still had that faint smile on her face. However, a trace of sadness appeared in the dark-skinned Ilya's amber eyes. She said such a sentence. Because I have nowhere to go, and I have no money to buy food. Hearing such an answer, Wu Yin felt a sense of oppression in his heart. The expression on his face was completely restrained. In the air, an indescribable sense of heaviness seemed to be pressing on the hearts of the two people present. The two of them stopped talking for a while and became silent. Are you Ilya? After a moment of silence, Wu Yin was the first to speak. Should I call you Ilya? Or should I call you Black Ilya? What Black Ilya? The dark-skinned Ilya's depressed expression collapsed, and she said angrily, I'm Ilya. There's no need to add black. Is that so? Wu Yin curled his lips. But other than your appearance, you're completely different from the Ilya I know. I'm also very glad about this. I'm able to have my own personality and character. The dark-skinned Ilya spread her hands and pondered for a moment before grinning. Chloe? Phone. Einsbellen. Chloe? Phone. Einsbellen. Wu Yin blinked his eyes. He didn't know what's going on. What do you think of this name? The dark-skinned Ilya smiled mischievously. It sounds much better than Black Eliza. Otherwise, Big Brother, you could just call me Little Black. Wu Yin reacted after hearing that. At the same time, the feedback from the system's perception changed. Chloe? Phone. Einsbellen. Level 75. This time, Wu Yin's question was answered. It wasn't that the system couldn't detect the other party's true identity, but that the system had Chloe? Phone. Einsbellen. Blackie didn't have a name in the beginning. Then I'll call you Blackie. Wu Yin looked into Blackie's eyes. I have a lot of questions. Can you please answer them? Well, didn't I tell you from the beginning that I'll answer honestly no matter what Big Brother wants to know? Blackie narrowed her eyes. As long as it's something I can answer. In other words, you won't answer if you don't want to, right? Wu Yin smiled bitterly. You're so cunning. At least Big Brother can be sure that the answer to your question is unknown. Blackie imitated Wu Yin. She placed one hand on the table and held her cheek. Her amber eyes stared straight into Wu Yin's wine-red eyes. She had a meaningful smile on her face. An unknown answer is better than a false answer, right? Yes. Indeed, if Blackie chose to answer but gave a false answer, it would be more troublesome than not answering at all. You're really good at talking. Wu Yin rubbed his forehead and closed his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about the questions he wanted to ask. Well then, let me ask you a question that concerns me the most. Wu Yin slowly opened his eyes, and his emotionless voice echoed in the room. The Archer rank card is in your hands, right? Yes, in my hands. Blackie's smile didn't fade, but the smile in her eyes was gone. Xiaohei raised his hand and placed it on his chest. Xiaohei's voice became ethereal as it slowly entered Wu Yan's ears. To be more precise, it's in my body. In your body? Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. His face darkened as if he thought of something. Could it be? It seems like Big Brother has already guessed it. Blackie tilted her head and said something that made the situation worse. The Archer card is in my body. Because I was attached to the Archer card, I was miraculously born. If Big Brother wants to get the Archer card, then you have to kill me. The atmosphere dropped to the freezing point after Blackie's words. An even heavier and more oppressive feeling than before drilled into the hearts of the two. Wu Yin and Xiaohei looked at each other with uncontrollable ripples in their eyes. It took them a while to calm down. Big Brother, like Rin and Livia, You came to Fuyuki City for the Archer card, right? It was unknown if Blackie was urging something or if it was anxious to know something, but an indescribable look flashed across its eyes. Right now, the Archer card is in my body. If you don't kill me, you won't be able to achieve your goal. Wu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Do you really want me to kill you? No. Blackie smiled calmly. Of course not. I just want to know Big Brother's answer. Wu Yan didn't insist on looking at Blackie. He closed his eyes. Blackie's smile slowly disappeared. She stared at Wu Yan with an inexplicable sadness on her face. It was as if he was preparing to cut something important in half. However, this expression quickly disappeared. I can't do it. Blackie was stunned. She looked at Wu Yan in surprise. What did you say? Sigh. Wu Yan bitterly smiled as he stood up. I said I might not be able to do it. Wu Yan turned around and left without looking back. Blackie sat there in a daze. After a long time, he smiled. Big Brother is really gentle. Chapter 1496. Phew. Once he got home, Wu Yan seemed to have lost all his strength. He leaned all his weight on the sofa and sat down. One of his wrists is facing away from him. He placed it on his forehead and looked at the ceiling quietly. His pupils are not focused at all. It's as if he's lost in thought. His thoughts are drifting away along with his emotions. The situation had really reached a very bad point. Chloe? Phone? Eins Bellen. This little girl who was just born yesterday and only got a name today, she didn't even know what her existence was. Suddenly, she barged into the dispute of the class card. Now, it seemed like she was involved in a very cruel fate. The Archer rank card was inside Xiao Hei's body. On top of that, according to little Blackie, the Archer had become the existence that little Blackie attached itself to. If he wanted to get the Archer rank card, the only way was to kill her. In other words, even if Wu Yan doesn't kill Blackie and take back the Archer class card, those who won the card, such as the Magic Association, will come after Blackie's life. Isn't this fate cruel? Wu Yan didn't know what kind of existence this girl he called Xiao Hei is, why she appeared, why she was born, and why she was born by attaching herself to the Archer class card. However, the Archer rank was stuck in Lil Hei's body, or rather, in her body. There was no mistake about that. This is going to be troublesome. The second phase of the demigod mission requires him to collect all 7 class cards. As of now, except for the Archer class card, the other 6 are in Wu Yan's hands. However, Wu Yan is afraid that he won't be able to get the last one. Logically speaking, Xiao Hei was neither a relative nor a friend of his. They had nothing to do with each other at all. It was only today that Xiao Hei and Xiao Hei were able to talk and meet face to face. Furthermore, he even attempted to kill Ilya. He was such an unstable existence. He shouldn't have said something like, I can't do it. Unfortunately, when Wu Yan found out that the Archer class card was in Blackie's body, the first thought that appeared in his mind was not to kill her to get the class card. Instead, he thought that he won't be able to get the class card anymore. She's just a little girl who is the same age as Ilya and Mayu. Wu Yan can't kill her just to get something he needs. Moreover, Blackie's words, because I have nowhere to go and no money to buy food. Blackie thought she could hide her inner thoughts with a smile on her face when she said that. Unbeknownst to her, the sadness in her eyes were all captured by Wu Yan without leaving a single trace behind. Under these circumstances, why would Wu Yan kill Xiao Hei for the sake of getting the Archer rank card? The answer of, I can't kill her really expressed Wu Yan's inner thoughts. As for the Archer rank card, it seems like I won't be able to get it anymore. The Demigod Path Quest. Wu Yan mumbled like he was sleep-talking with a gloomy look in his eyes. Do I have to give up? At this moment, the glass door of the balcony opened. A girl walked in from the balcony with a sad face while holding her phone. Damn it, it's still like this? Wu Yan, who is sitting on the sofa, turned around when he heard this voice. After confirming the identity of the person who came, he replied. After confirming her identity, he said, Ms. Rin, you seem to be troubled. Wow. Rin in Osaka didn't seem to notice that there was someone in the living room. She was shocked. When she saw Wu Yan sitting on the sofa, Her green eyes widened and her cheeks reddened as she retreated a few steps back. He stuttered and shouted nervously, "WH, why are you here?" "That's an interesting question." Wu Yin chuckled when he saw Rin blushing, shocked, retreating, and nervous. "This is my home. Is it strange that I'm here?" This is your home?" Rin in Osaka looked like he was overheated and couldn't think properly. He looked around blankly and then smiled embarrassedly. "Yes, this is your home. I have something to do. I'll take my leave." After saying that, Rin in Osaka tried to run out of the door in a panic. But as soon as he turned around, he bumped into a familiar, yet unfamiliar embrace. "It looks like you don't want to see me." Wu Yin hugged Rin tightly as he tried to escape. He flashed a radiant smile. "Can you tell me why?" Realizing that he ran into Wu Yan's arms, Rin panicked and shut his eyes. He didn't even dare to look at Wu Yan as he struggled and screamed at the top of his lungs. Let go of me. You don't want to tell me." Wu Yan thought for a moment and smiled. "Then let me guess. Is it because a certain young lady hasn't recovered from last night's kiss? She couldn't help but feel shy and wanted to run away when she saw her first kiss?" Rin in Osaka's body froze and her face turned a few degrees hotter. Her reaction confirmed Wu Yan's guess. "I say, even if you've never been in a relationship, isn't this a little too innocent?" Wu Yan almost laughed out loud. He tightened his grip on Rin in Osaka's waist and pulled her into his embrace. "But you're cute. Who's in a relationship with you?" Rin in Osaka opened her eyes and pressed her hands against Wu Yan's chest. She glared at him, but her face was red, and she didn't look dignified at all. "I'm the head of the in Osaka family, the candidate for chairman of the Chronometer Tower, and one of the top magicians in the Magic Association. How could I run away from Kiss?" "Is that so?" Wu Yin snickered. Just like last night, he grabbed her by the chin and lifted her face up to meet his gaze. His wine-red eyes were burning with passion. "Then, do you want to do it again?" Looking at Wu Yan's fiery red eyes that are so close to his face, Rin in Osaka's head started emitting steam with a bang. Don't be like this." After being defeated by Wu Yan, the prideful Miss Lin couldn't bring herself to be haughty anymore. She could only act coquettishly. Her jade-green eyes rippled like water as she pleaded in a very soft voice. "Someone will see. Someone will see. You don't want to be intimate in the middle of the day, right?" Wu Yan's lips are only 5 centimeters away from Rin's. He breathed out hot air, and he said in a lustful manner, "Then, can you answer a few questions for me?" How could Rin Imbin say no? He quickly nodded his head vigorously. "Tell me, where are Chuju and Mikoto?" They went out to buy ingredients. Then what were you doing outside the balcony?" Call. Why did you call?" "To report the situation to the master, the second magister." Wu Yan inched closer, and he continued in a gentle tone. "Then, what did you report?" Nothing. Rin in Osaka's eyes are already misty. His answer stunned Wu Yan. "Huh?" Wu Yan gasped. "I only said that I haven't collected all the rank cards yet. I didn't say anything else." "You didn't say anything?" Wu Yan looked at Rin in Osaka's misty eyes in surprise. "Including me, Ilya and Mayu, Dream Summoning, and the other Ilya?" "Yes, why yes." Rin in Osaka hesitated. "You didn't say anything, why is that?" Wu Yan's passion turned into confusion. "You didn't tell me about Ilya and Mayu because you dragged them down as ordinary people. You didn't tell me about the other Ilya because she's closely related to Ilya. You didn't tell me about the dream summoning because you couldn't explain the source of the information. But why didn't you tell me about my situation? I'm really interfering with the Magic Association's work, right?" Rin in Osaka didn't answer immediately. He hesitated. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes, and he closed the distance between their lips. Ryu Inbin was shocked, and he yelled out as if he had given up. "I'm afraid the Magic Association will cause trouble for you, so I'm trying to stall for time." "Oh." Wu Yan stopped what he was doing, and he continued with a half-smile. "So you're saying that you didn't report it because you were worried about me?" "That's right. That's it." Rin in Osaka closed his eyes and said with tears in his eyes, "I've told you the truth, let me go." Ugh. Halfway through, Rin and Osaka's eyes suddenly widened. I underestimated the shamelessness of a certain wolf. Rin and Osaka can only be bullied, ugh, ugh. In the hall, the helpless whimpers of the young girl and the teaske hiska sounds of her lips and tongues intertwining could be heard endlessly. Chapter 1497. Nighttime in the dark room. The soft panting and moaning reverberated in the air. The cold night didn't have the slightest bit of chill, only a warm and tender feeling. The moonlight that shone into the room from the window gradually dissipated as time passed, and the sound of panting intensified. Only bits and pieces of starlight were left. It seemed like even the moon and stars were embarrassed by this situation and hid in the clouds. However, the pink moaning continued for a long time without stopping. At a certain moment, a delicate begging sound came from the undulating waves. The panting also became more and more intense. After a long moan, the lingering warmth ended. After a round of lovemaking, Wu Yan laid on the bed. Chuju and Mikoto were lying on Wu Yan's body. Their heads were buried in Wu Yan's chest. Their chests were heaving up and down. Their panting continued. Their faces were flushed red, and their eyes were blurred. Drops of sweat without any odor slowly slid down the two girls' bodies. Wu Yan lowered his head and looked at Chuju and Mikoto's panting appearance. He felt pity for them. His hand lightly stroked Chuju and Mikoto's smooth back covered in sweat. In his mind, the scene from earlier appeared. Wu Yan couldn't help but admit that tonight he was a bit too crazy. He pounced on the two girls for a full 3 hours. Even if Chuju and Mikoto worked together, it was still not enough. It wasn't the first time they did it, but it was still a bit forced. If it wasn't for their good physiques, they would have already fallen asleep from exhaustion. In fact, Chuju and Mikoto already wanted sleep. But seeing that Wu Yan didn't seem to be sleepy at all, the two girls could only try their best to calm their breathing. Forcing themselves to stay awake, they raised their head and looked at Wu Yan's face with watery eyes. Still not sleeping? Chuju took a deep breath. She calmed her panting. The blush on her face also subsided a little. Let's sleep. It's already late. You two sleep first. Wu Yan hugged the two girls and shook his head. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling. We don't have to fight in the middle of the night anymore. We have more free time. It doesn't matter how long we sleep during the day. There's no rush. I don't think that's the only reason. Mikoto looked as if she could see through Wu Yan's thoughts. She stared at Wu Yan's red eyes and wrinkled her nose. Is something troubling you? I can't hide it from you two. Woo. He heaved a sigh. I'm thinking, what should we do next? Chuju and Mikoto hear him. There was nothing he needed to hide from his two partners. Naturally, he was also worried about the completion of the Demigod Path mission. Wu Yan decided not to take the archer card from Xiaohei's body. Chuju and Mikoto are kind-hearted people, even though they're no longer the same as when they were Wu Yan's side. They're not afraid to even see the blood of a dead person. However, they're still unable to do anything that's truly outrageous. Killing a 10-year-old child is something that the two girls wouldn't do either. That's why Chuju and Mikoto didn't object to Wu Yan's decision. In fact, they agreed. However, if they do that, they won't be able to achieve their goal of coming to this world. Should we give up? Mikoto lowered her voice. Demigod Path Quest. You've already completed the first part of the Demigod Path Quest. Even if you don't continue, you'll still be able to ascend to Demigod rank. Chuju rubbed her face against Wu Yan's chest. Even if I can't go further in Demigod rank, it's not like I didn't gain anything. Take it slow, I know. Wu Yan patted the back of the two girls and closed his eyes. I don't regret making this decision. However, I'm not willing to give up on the quest just like that. Then what do you plan to do? Mikoto showed a confused expression. Are you really going to kill that kid called Xiaohei? If he's so disgusting that I can't bear to look at him, I might be able to do it. Wu Yan shook his head in frustration. But other than being a little naughty and having an unknown goal, there's nothing about him that I hate. How can I do it? That's not going to happen. There's nothing you can do about it. Chuju stroked Wu Yan's chest to comfort him. However, I can understand your unwillingness. Do you have any other thoughts? Yes, I've thought about it a lot. Wu Yin reached out his hand and took all the cards from the counter. He raised them in front of him and stared at the pictures on the cards. After thinking about it, I have 3 ideas without giving up on the demigod path quest. 3 ideas? Hinajiku and Mikoto's spirits were lifted and they began to focus. What ideas? First of all, there are 7 ranks that can be held by heroic spirits. However, there are more than 7 heroic spirits who can hold these 7 ranks. As far as I know, there are indeed quite a number of heroic spirits who are capable of holding the rank of archer. Yin tightened his grip on the cards and narrowed his eyes. Rank cards are created using high-level magic theories. It can trigger the power of a heroic spirit that corresponds to the rank card. It's a high-level item. Since it's an item, is it possible that there's another archer card in this world? Another archer card? Hinajiku flinched a bit before asking Wu Yin in a surprised tone. We can't say for sure that there isn't another archer card, but do you really want to look for another archer card? That's why I said it's an idea. Wu Yin scratched his face. Let's not talk about whether or not there's another archer card. Even if there is, I don't know if we can find it with just the 3 of us. Moreover, isn't it a little too far-fetched to place your hopes on a second archer card that we don't even know if it exists? Mikoto pondered for a moment before asking. Then, what about the second idea? It's as far-fetched as the second archer card, Wu Yin said with a headache. Although I don't know how the cards are made, there must be a creator for them to exist. Creator. Mikoto's eyes widened in disbelief as she thought of something. Don't tell me you're thinking of, well, that's how it is. Wu Yin smiled awkwardly. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to help us make a second archer class card. That's pretty far-fetched. Chuju's mouth twitched. Let's talk about the third idea. The third idea is more realistic than the first 2, but it's much more difficult. Wu Yin placed the rank cards in front of the 2 girls, and his eyes flashed with a glint. From now on, I'll analyze the card structure, theory, and design. I'll decipher the existence of the card. Then, I'll create the card myself. You're creating your own class card? Hinajiku and Mikoto were stunned. Since someone can create the card, then I can't do the same, right? Wu Yin shrugged helplessly. The class card is a tool created with a very high level of magic theory, and I have all the knowledge of the tactics in the 103,000 magic books. Let alone magic, I know all the tactics and other aspects, and even magic. In terms of understanding magic, I don't think I'll lose to anyone. Of course, the 103,000 grimoires are the encyclopedia of magic in the world of magical catalog. It's different from the magic in the world of magical girl Elia. But in terms of theory, the magic shouldn't be that different. Wu Yin looked at the 2 girls in his arms. So, I'm thinking that with my ability, the possibility of analyzing and creating the card shouldn't be 0, right? Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and fell into deep thought. Indeed, the possibility can't be 0. Mikoto pouted. But it's still not that much, right? That's why I said it's going to be difficult. Wu Yin looked at the card in his hand again. No matter what. Chapter 1498. Now, if he wanted to continue the Demigod Path mission and complete the second part of the Demigod Path mission, he had to start from 3 aspects. 1. Go and look for another archer class card, but I don't know if it exists. 2. Find the creator of the class card and ask him to create the second archer card. 3. Analyze the class card and find out its existence theory, structure, and design principle. Then, personally create the class card. The first 2 methods were really a little hopeless. The second archer, rank card still didn't exist, and the creator didn't even have a clue. Looking for it was more difficult than looking for a needle in a haystack. Compared to the first 2 methods, the third method was more or less promising. Like Wu Yin said, he has the knowledge of the 103,000 magic tomes in the Forbidden Tome world. The knowledge of magic in the Forbidden Tome world might be different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world, but in terms of theory, it's not that different from the magic in Magical Girl Eliza's world. Therefore, with the magic theory in the 103,000 grimoires, it wasn't impossible to analyze the class card and create the second archer card with his own strength. Actually, In addition to these three methods, there was another one that could work. That was, he had to find a way for Xiao He to survive, even if he took out the Archer class card. It wasn't impossible. Needless to say, wasn't Yui just an artificial intelligence in the beginning? In the end, she still relied on the items in the system to obtain a body and become a complete life. Wu Yin didn't know what kind of existence Xiao He is. He also didn't know how much Xiao He's life and existence depended on the Archer rank card. However, he can't say for sure that there isn't a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, he couldn't say for sure that there was so. Wu Yin didn't mention the fourth method. Besides, even if there was a way to get the best of both worlds, whether Blackie would cooperate or not was another matter. Whether she was willing to choose to believe Wu Yin under the premise of losing her life was another matter. Wu Yan's intuition told him that this might seem careless. She was a very naughty girl, but she was actually quite sensitive. Under such circumstances, Wu Yin decided to study both sides together. He analyzed the class card in his hand and began to think of ways to collect information about Blackie's existence, to see if he could find a way to let Blackie survive without the Archer card. In addition, there was information about the second Archer class card and the Archer class card creator. Wu Yin also began to take the initiative to collect. It was also because he knew that he had to start from 4 aspects at the same time. That was why Wu Yin said that it was difficult no matter which aspect it was. Unfortunately, such an orderly arrangement was disrupted by an accident the next day before it could even begin. Fuyuki City, private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. After being confirmed by the guard, Wu Yin entered the private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. Under the guidance of some teachers and the curious eyes of the students, he ran towards the direction of the health room. Just now, when Wu Yin was preparing to analyze the class card, a phone call suddenly came in. The other party claimed to be Ilya and Meiyu's class teacher. Then, he told them a piece of news. Ilya and Meiyu were injured. Hearing this news, Wu Yin was almost stunned on the spot. Then, under the suggestion of the class teacher, he went to the private Suichuan Gakuin Primary School. On the way to the health room, other than worry, Wu Yin only felt puzzled and vexed. What she was puzzled about was why Ilya and Meiyu were injured, and why their form teacher called her immediately instead of calling their families. Furthermore, how did that class teacher know his phone number? He was vexed because he was not smart enough. Ilya and Meiyu were accompanied by Ruby and Sapphire. They were able to transform into magical girls at any time. Since they were injured, then other than an accident, they could only have been attacked. According to the class teacher, Ilya and Meiyu were not injured because of an accident. In that case, the only possibility was that they were attacked. But would an ordinary person be able to attack 2 magical girls and even injure them? The answer was, of course, impossible. Wu Yin thought about it for a bit, and he understood the situation. The attacker was definitely Little Black. After all, Blackie had just attacked Ilya yesterday. However, Wu Yin forgot about this. This was the reason why he was vexed. However, Wu Yin cannot be blamed. At that time, Wu Yan's mind was already filled with the matter of the class card. He did not have the time to think about other things. Moreover, he was also present yesterday. If Ilya could have been injured, he would have definitely acted. Moreover, in the end, Ilya was not injured at all. Moreover, Little Black still looked as cute and playful as before. Thus, Wu Yin forgot about this episode. Now, thinking about it carefully, Little Black's attack on Ilya must have some hidden reason. Perhaps he could find some information about why Little Black was born. From there, he could find a way to get the best of both worlds. Of course, the most important thing was still Ilya and Meiyu's injuries. Thinking of this, Wu Yin immediately quickened his pace. After passing through a long corridor, he arrived at the health room. Ilya, Meiyu. The door of the health room was not closed. Wu Yin directly barged in. In the health room, Ilya was lying on a bed. She did not have any injuries on her body. Other than her clothes being a bit messy, she was still chatting with Meiyu. As for Meiyu, she moved a chair and sat beside Ilya. She chatted with Ilya intermittently. One of her arms was wrapped in bandages. Presumably, she had suffered some injuries. Big brother, Big Brother Wu Yin. When the two girls heard the voice from the door, they immediately turned around and looked over. Soon after, their eyes lit up. One sat up from the bed, and the other stood up. Seeing that the two girls seemed to be full of energy, Wu Yin secretly sighed in relief and walked over. "How are you?" After pressing Mayu down and Ilya back on the bed, Wu Yin sized them up. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay. It's fine, it's fine." Ilya and Mayu shook their heads. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at them. "You're okay? One is lying on the bed, and the other has bandages on her arm. How can you be okay?" "I'm okay. I'm really okay, big brother." Ilya stretched her body and patted her head. "I only fainted because my head was hit. I didn't suffer any injuries." Mayo's injuries are a bit more serious. "I was only scratched by an arrow. It's just a superficial wound." Mayo also moved her arm. It was rare for her to explain to Wu Yin. "Sapphire already healed that wound. This bandage is just for show." "Big brother Wu Yin, don't worry. You don't seem to have suffered any injuries." Seeing Ilya and Mayu moving their bodies calmly to prove themselves, Wu Yin felt relieved. At the same time, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your teacher spoke so quickly. She didn't even give me a chance to ask before asking me to come here and hang up the phone. I thought you two were seriously injured. Aha." Ilya laughed embarrassedly. "Our teacher is indeed a bit impatient. Her nerves are also a bit big. She didn't let us say anything and forced us to come to the infirmary. We're fine. What I'm more curious about is why she called me instead of your family." Wu Yin asked curiously. "Could it be your idea?" Mayu also felt embarrassed. "It's because it's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Our teacher insisted on informing her family. That's why we asked her to call Big Brother Wu Yin." Wu Yin felt relieved. Chapter 1499. It's not suitable for Ilya's family to know about this. Wu Yin rubbed his chin and was puzzled. "But it's okay to call Livia, right? Aren't we looking for relatives? Even if we don't look for Ilya's relatives, we can look for Mayo's relatives, right?" Mayo's cheeks reddened, and she began to stutter. "Big brother, aren't you Mayo's relative?" Ilya smiled mischievously. "Yesterday at the school gate, big brother, you personally admitted that you're Mayo's brother." Wu Yan's expression became resentful. "All right, but why does her teacher have my phone number?" Hearing this, Mayo's face stiffened. Ilya was also stunned for a moment before she answered. "Teacher got Big Brother's phone number from Mayu." "From Mayu?" Wu Yan looked at Mayu in surprise. "But I didn't ask for my phone number from Mayu." "Then why does Mayu have Big Brother's phone number in her notebook?" Ilya tilted her head. A question mark appeared on her head. "I remember it was written in my most." Ilya. Mayo's little face panicked. She revealed an unprecedented ferocious expression and glared at Ilya. Ilya held her breath and smiled embarrassedly. "My most." Wu Yin became more and more puzzled. His face was filled with confusion. "Yes, that's right, brother Wu Yin." Seeing that Wu Yin seemed to have the intention to continue asking, Mayu quickly changed the topic. "We saw the person who attacked us." Hearing this, Wu Yin suppressed the doubts in his heart and returned to the main topic. "It's Blackie, right?" "Blackie? It's that black Ilya whose skin is very dark. It's very similar to Ilya's heroic spirit transformation." Wu Yin moved a chair and sat next to Mayu. "It's her, right?" "That's her." Ilya puffed up her cheeks, looking angry. "What's going on with that black guy? Why attack me? Tell me about the situation first." Wu Yin waved his hand. "What the hell is going on?" "That was this morning." Mayu was the one who explained. "I went to school with Ilya. On the way to school, an arrow suddenly shot at us from the sky. Yesterday morning, after Big Brother sent us to school, I also encountered the same situation." Ilya hurriedly added. "At that time, I was almost shot by that arrow." "I was there too." Wu Yin nodded. "At that time, I was just about to make a move when you dodged the arrow by yourself. It was also at that time that I discovered Little Black's existence. It seems that you weren't so lucky this morning, just in time to dodge that arrow." "That's right." With an innocent expression, Ilya lowered her shoulders. "At that time, if it wasn't for Mayu discovering that arrow and pushing me away, let alone being in the infirmary, I might not even need to be taken in by the hospital. It was also because of this that my arm was scratched by the arrow. Ilya, who was pushed away by me, also crashed into the pole and fainted. When she reached here, Mayu lowered her head apologetically to Ilya. I'm sorry, Ilya. Mayu didn't do anything wrong. Ilya hurriedly waved her hand and shook her head. If it wasn't for Mayu, I would be dead now. The one who should apologize is me. I caused Mayu to be injured. I'm fine. I was just scratched. The wound isn't deep. Mayu shook her head and looked at Wu Yan. At that time, I looked up and saw the attacker leaving the scene. Then you saw Little Black, right? Wu Yan pursed his lips and muttered. But why would Little Black attack Ilya? Big brother, didn't you say you met that black guy yesterday? Ilya sat up from the bed and grabbed the blanket. Her gem-like eyes were a bit angry and also a bit doubtful. What happened at that time? Ma, we almost got into a fight. Wu Yan shrugged. But later, because she was hungry, she found a family restaurant and chatted for a bit. Big brother, you went to eat with that black guy? Ilya widened her eyes in disbelief. Why? Little Black doesn't have any hostility towards me. Wu Yan awkwardly turned his face away. So unknowingly what? Ilya had a displeased look on her face. That guy wanted to kill me. That's why we almost fought. Wu Yan laughed and patted Ilya's head, who was throwing a tantrum. Later, because of other things, I forgot that she attacked you. I didn't expect that she would attack you again. It was my negligence. Sorry, it has nothing to do with Big Brother. Ilya puffed up her cheeks again. It's all that black guy's fault. Both Wu Yan and Mayu chuckled when they heard Ilya's childish reply. But Mayu showed a confused expression. Why did that Ilya want to kill Ilya? I don't know. I wanted to ask her yesterday, but looking at her, she won't answer me. Wu Yan knocked on the edge of the bed and said in a muffled voice, What I can be sure of is that since Blackie attacked Ilya both yesterday and today, she will definitely come to take Ilya's life again. Ilya jumped in fright. Then won't I be in danger? It's all right, Ilya, Mayu said with a determined expression. I will definitely protect you. I'm just afraid that even if the two of you work together, you won't be Little Black's opponent. Wu Yan put his hand on Mayu's head. He gently stroked her head while his eyes fluctuated slightly. Little Black is currently borrowing the power of the Archer class card and possessing the heroic spirit of the Archer class card. Mayu, you also saw the battle between me and the heroic spirit of the Archer class card that day. Little Black has that kind of power. I don't think the two of you have a high chance of winning against such an opponent. Wu Yan rubbed his forehead. Moreover, Little Black is different from those violent heroic spirits who use class cards to materialize. She has her own rationality and knows how to use her brain to fight. The difficulty of dealing with her is definitely not something those heroic spirits can compare to. It's better for you to treat her as your strongest enemy, the strongest enemy. Ilya and Mayu looked at each other in dismay. Then, what about you, Big Brother? Ilya asked cautiously. Is that black guy stronger than you, Big Brother? I can't really tell. Wu Yan scratched his head. In terms of level, Little Black is the same as Wu Yan, whose power was suppressed by the limiter bracelet. They are both level 75. However, level only represents the surface power. It doesn't represent the true strength. For example, if both of them are level 75 and have the same strength, but one of them has a gold armament while the other is barehanded, then the former will definitely win and it will be an overwhelming victory. For example, if both of them are level 75, but Wu Yan has the infinite armory, 103,000 grimoires, superpowers, familiars, ruby mode, and many other means. If the other person only has the surface power without any means, then the winner will definitely be Wu Yan. Last time when I fought against the heroic spirit Ilya, I still have other means that I didn't use. I also kept my trump card. After some consideration, Wu Yan gave such an answer. Little Black's strength should be the same as Ilya's at that time. Or rather, Ilya might be Little Black at that time. In that case, if she only has the strength that she showed that day and doesn't have any other means, then it won't be hard for me to win against Little Black. Isn't that enough? Ilya clapped her hands happily. With Big Brother here, That black guy can't do anything to me, right? But I can't always stay by your side. Wu Yin poured a bucket of cold water on her without mercy. Little Black will definitely find an opportunity. Then what should we do? Ilya wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Should we just wait for them to come to us? Wu Yin was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. That's right. Let's do that. This time, it was Ilya and Mei Yu's turn to be stunned. Chapter 1500. Late at night, clear and cold air gradually pervaded every space. Darkness slowly swallowed all the sounds, causing all the activities during the day to cease. The lively atmosphere also dissipated with the wind. On the terrifyingly quiet street, Ilya, who was wearing casual clothes with a scarf around her neck, was walking by herself. Cold wind blew past Ilya's frail and slender body, causing her to curl up into a ball. Her desolate back appeared so miserable. As for Ilya herself, her face was covered in tears. She wanted to cry, but had no tears. And here I thought that I would no longer have to sacrifice my sleeping time to wander around late at night. Ilya's large watery eyes were filled with tears. She couldn't help but shout loudly. Why do I have to be so unlucky? Ilya! Ruby was on Ilya's shoulder. She waved her ribbon-made limbs and took joy in Ilya's misfortune. All of this is for your own sake. You must not give yourself away. Whoa! Ilya immediately sobbed. She endured the cold wind and complained with tears in her eyes. Magical girls and whatnot. Sure enough, they can only be so unrestrained on television. I have truly disgraced all magical girls. How can you say that? Ruby retorted. Ilya is already a very qualified magical girl. Is that so? Ilya asked with a lack of interest. Although I don't have much hope, I still want to ask you how you judge me. Is there even a need to ask? Ruby said proudly. Of course it's cute. A magical girl only needs to be cute. Everything else doesn't matter. Ilya, you're very qualified. I knew it. Ilya was like a deflated balloon. She withered. Sure enough, I shouldn't have asked. While chatting with Ruby intermittently, Ilya walked to the other end of the street in a seemingly desolate manner. In a corner not far behind Ilya, several heads popped out. They looked at Ilya, who was shivering in the cold wind. At the same time, sympathy appeared in their eyes. I keep feeling... Chuju turned her head away. She couldn't help but feel sorry for Ilya. It seems bad for us to be here and watch others suffer. Ilya sure is pitiful. Makoto couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Looks like it's very cold. It's fine if it's cold. The ruby is providing magic power to Ilya. Even if it snows, nothing will happen to Ilya. Rin Enbin's eyes twitched. If I had to choose between cold and walking back and forth on foot for 3 hours on a deserted street, I would choose one. I would definitely choose the former. The most important thing is, Sapphire said calmly. Lady Ilya took both of them. Hearing this, the many young ladies hiding in the corner fell silent for a moment. Then, they looked at Ilya with even more sympathy. Speaking of which, after a while, Livia grumbled. Why do we have to stay here and watch over Ilya's fur? Makoto looked at Livia in surprise. Aren't you companions? Shouldn't you step forward when your companions are in trouble? Well, you're right. Livia pouted, unable to let go of the situation. We can capture that black Ilya tomorrow. Why do we have to capture her on the street at this time of the night? Not tomorrow. Makoto, who was hiding at the bottom of the group, stared at Ilya, who was walking in front of her. She answered without hesitation. If we capture her later, she'll be in danger. Ilya will be in more danger. We need to capture that Blackie bro Wu Yinji mentioned as soon as possible. You're all too serious. Livia's face fell. Seriously, I still have to build my new home. Stop complaining. Livia, Rin Enbin glanced at Livia. We're the ones who dragged Ilya and Meiyu, who are ordinary people, into the water. Not only that, we haven't reported the truth to the Magic Association yet. Now, such an abnormal situation has occurred because of the class card. If we don't hurry up and capture that black Ilya and figure out the reason for this matter, once this matter is exposed, both of us will be doomed. This time, Livia was speechless. The child didn't even complain, so you should stop complaining. Makoto looked around Ilya's surroundings. There's no harm in capturing that kid called Little Black, no matter if it's for public or private reasons. So let's be serious. I know. Livia sighed helplessly. But will she really take the bait? As long as the target is still Ilya, she won't let go of any chance. Makoto clenched her fists. Her eyes were burning with flames. It's fine. I'll protect Ilya. Makoto-sama. Sapphire couldn't help but ridicule. I feel that your concern for Lady Ilya has reached an overly heavy degree. In short, Rin Inbin had a meaningful smile on his face. The bait has been thrown. Now, let's see when the fish takes the bait. As soon as he said that, a blue and white light flashed on Makoto's forehead. Makoto was shocked. It's here. At this moment, a black shadow flashed through the air. Like a bat in the night, it left a long afterimage and landed on top of a wall. Then, an unusually loud, air-piercing sound echoed in the silent street. Like a fierce gale, it cut through the darkness of the night and shot toward Ilya, who was walking in front of her. Don't even think about it. In the corner, Makoto was the first to jump out. She spread out her hands, and a weak electric current danced between her fingers before landing on the ground. As if she was pulling something out of the ground, Makoto forcefully raised her hand. A wave of black iron sand rolled back and forth. Like a pitch-black materialized air current, the iron sand was violently flung out in the air. The iron sand transformed into whips and ruthlessly lashed out, colliding with the object shooting toward Ilya. It was a black arrow. Bam! With a muffled sound, the pitch-black arrow and the pitch-black iron sand whips that came from all directions collided in midair, causing a gust of wind to explode. Ilya! The other girls also rushed out and rushed towards Ilya. As expected, it's not that simple. However, just as the young women were about to arrive before Ilya, the black silhouette on the ground suddenly appeared out of thin air and blocked Ilya's path, blocking all the young women from advancing. Good morning, sisters. A mischievous laughter came from the black figure, attracting the attention of all the people in the room. No, it should be good evening now. Her black wing-like cloak fluttered in the wind, and her red skirt undulated in response. The petite girl raised her head, and a pair of dazzling amber-like eyes were imprinted in everyone's vision. At the same time, what was imprinted in everyone's vision was a pair of black and white sabers that flickered with cold arcs and a perverse, smiling face. That face was exactly the same as Ilya's. You bastard! Ilya grabbed the ruby and transformed. She glared angrily at the girl who had the same face as her. You finally appeared. I knew it. With your personality, it's impossible for you to wander around the streets in the middle of the night. Blackie spread her hands that were holding the dual swords and said helplessly, So it's a trap? You're Blackie, right? Chuju took a step forward and aimed White Cherry at Blackie. I've heard Yin mention you before. Has Big Brother mentioned me before? The perverse smile on Blackie's face slowly turned into a genuine smile. That's truly delightful. Unfortunately, Makoto stroked her bangs and looked at Blackie. Yin isn't very happy about what you've done. Well, if it's Big Brother, he'll definitely forgive me. Blackie smiled provocatively. After I kill that eyesore, I'll definitely apologize to Big Brother. Do you think you can do that? Makoto raised her sapphire wand. She didn't hide the hostility in her eyes. Perhaps we're not your match, but with Wu Yin, Nyang's two companions, do you think you have a chance of winning? Although I don't want to bully you with numbers. Rin Inosaka placed one hand on her waist and stared at Blackie. However, I still ask you to surrender without a fight. Oh? Blackie raised her eyebrow and smiled. Her smile was very sarcastic. You seem to have forgotten. My goal isn't to fight with you. After saying that, Blackie turned around and charged forward. She carried her dual swords and pounced at the stunned Ilya. Chapter 1501. Like a ferocious beast that had blended into the night and pounced on its prey, Everyone present could see that Little Black's amber eyes were filled with genuine murderous intent as he charged out. He raised his black and white dual swords that flickered with an icy cold light and slashed down mercilessly at Ilya's head. The black and white dual swords that were slashing down stirred up a frenzied wind, blowing Ilya's snow-like long hair that was below the blades into a mess. It also woke Ilya, who was in a daze. Ilya, seeing that Ilya was about to die under Little Black's blades, Rin and Osaka and the others narrowed their eyes to the size of a needle tip. Got her! Accompanied by a shout that was filled with confidence of victory, the pair of black and white dual swords fell toward Ilya's head. Clang! Unfortunately, Little Black's attack that was filled with confidence of victory was exchanged with an extremely clear clashing sound and intense sparks that shot out in all directions. Little Black's expression turned grave as he looked at the pink-haired girl who had appeared in front of him without any warning. She held a long sword made of crystal in her hand and blocked the black and white dual swords. He could not help but let out a tiss sound. "I'm sorry." Chuju's yellow-green eyes reflected Little Black's vexed expression as the hand that was holding White Cherry continued to exert strength and rubbed against the black and white dual swords even more violently, causing even more intense sparks to shoot out in all directions. Before we figure out the cause of this matter, I won't allow you to continue like this. For the time being, I can't let you touch Ilya. After saying that, Chuju exerted force, and White Cherry in her hand suddenly flicked upwards. Clang! Amidst the sound of metal clashing, the black and white dual swords in Little Black's hand actually shattered under White Cherry's upward flick and exploded into pieces. This allowed White Cherry's momentum to cut through the air and flick up from below, slashing toward Little Black's chin. Little Black quickly leaned back and took a step back. The sharp sword light just grazed the tip of her nose and flicked upwards. What a fast speed! Little Black stomped on the ground. Chuju quickly retreated and put some distance between him and Chuju. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at Chuju, who was protecting Ilya behind her. You actually reacted in such a short time. He even bypassed me. He shielded the coward behind him. You're quite capable, sister. It's a pity. Chuju stared at Xiaohei while holding White Cherry in one hand. He used his other hand to protect Ilya behind him. If you were an enemy, there would be no need for me to go around you. I would have killed you with a single slash. You speak as if you've already won. Blackie revealed a malicious smile. But Blackie's petite figure suddenly turned into a red mist and blended into the night. When he reappeared, he was already behind Chuju and Ilya. If it's just a competition of speed, I have an even better way to cheat. What? Sensing the aura behind her, Chuju's face changed. Teleportation. Correct. Magic whirlpools appeared on Xiaohei's hands and turned into two different colored short blades. She raised them slightly. Presumably, in the next instant, this pair of sharp short blades will once again slash toward Ilya. However, Xiaohei's body suddenly stopped. Her heart tightened. That's because two resplendent gems slid down from Xiaohei's head and entered her field of vision. Private. Mark. Sex. Start. In the next instant, the gems shone with intense light and exploded. Boom! Intense flames instantly enveloped the center of the street. Violent wind and dust engulfed the entire place. The instant the gems exploded, Chuju carried Ilya and arrived beside Mikoto, Rin Inbin, Livia, and Mio in a blink of an eye. They avoided the flames and explosion. Xiaohei really wanted to chase after Ilya, but even she couldn't ignore Rin Inbin and Livia's gem magic. She could only helplessly use teleportation and retreat to the other side of the flames. They actually used such a powerful magic on the street of a residential area. Xiaohei looked around. She frowned when she saw the buildings that didn't even light up despite the commotion. Did they set up a barrier? It's just a magic barrier used for hypnosis. Rin Inbin held a gem and had a fake smile on his face. So, if you go berserk and decide to destroy all the buildings and kill everyone in there, we won't be able to do anything. No matter what, it won't reach that state. Xiaohei narrowed her eyes and pointed her short blade at Ilya. Don't worry, my target is only Ilya. That's the most worrisome thing, Ilya shouted. We don't want to do anything to you. Makoto met Xiaohei's gaze. We just have some questions we want to ask you. So, if possible, can you talk to us? Of course. To everyone's surprise, Xiaohei didn't refuse at all. She agreed without hesitation, causing the girls to show joy. But Xiaohei's next words proved that the girls were too naive. I told you, my target is only Ilya. Xiaohei rested her short blade on her shoulder. She had a smile on her face, but her eyes were very serious. As long as you obediently hand Ilya over to me, I will answer all of your questions. Why do you have to kill me? Ilya couldn't help but shout. Did I do anything to you that's out of line? Excessive? Xiaohei's expression turned cold. I don't know if it's excessive to you, but I know that what I'm about to do is definitely excessive. You. Ilya was so angry that she trembled. It seems like there's no way to talk in this situation. Chuju tightened her grip on White Cherry. You really don't want to return with us? Sorry, Xiaohei smiled faintly. I also want to get along with everyone, but that's after killing Ilya. Then, there's no other way. Rin Haseka's face tensed up. Everyone, capture her. You should have done this long ago. Xiaohei's smile disappeared. She lowered her body and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Blackie arrived in front of the girls from nearly 20 meters away. The black and white swords in his hands glowed in the night. His target was still Ilya, and he slashed at her with a sharp howl. The first one to react was Makoto. Makoto's brown eyes locked onto Blackie's figure. Lightning flashed from her body, and the iron sand around her undulated up and down. The shadow of a whip lashed out at lightning speed, and with a pa sound, it landed on Blackie's body. No, the iron sand whip didn't hit Xiaohei's body. A sword wall formed by giant swords appeared beside Blackie out of nowhere. It was as if it knew that the attack would come from there. It blocked the iron sand whip that was wildly lashing at Blackie. Xiaohei stared at Ilya with her cold eyes. She let out a low growl. She stomped on the ground and leaped over. Although she wasn't as fast as Chuju, she was still faster than anyone else present. Hinajiku, who had been protecting Ilya all this while, used her White Cherry to create a dazzling sword light and slashed towards Blackie, who was charging towards her. Clang! Xiaohei raised her black short blade and swung it at Chuju's White Cherry. Clang! Hinajiku felt a powerful force from Xiaohei's black dagger, along with White Sakura's blade, and actually pushed White Sakura to the side. The white dagger with sharp sword light cut through the air and swung toward Ilya. Activate all physical defenses. Ruby's voice sounded at almost the same time. Clang! Ilya raised her wand horizontally in front of her and blocked Blackie's white dagger. You! With an angry expression on her face, Ilya shouted out loud. Don't look down on me. The wand in Ilya's hand flashed with pink magical light. Cannon fire. A streak of pink light flashed across the entire street like a meteor. It carried with it a powerful force as it suddenly exploded between the many girls and Blackie. Bang flames and dust once again rose in the middle of the street, enveloping everyone in it and spreading to the surroundings. Not long after, wind and waves blew in all directions. Chapter 1502. The chilly night wind whistled through the street that was filled with flames and smoke, taking away everything that obstructed one's vision, revealing the somewhat broken street. Cough, cough, cough. In the evening wind, Hinajiku, Makoto, Rin Inbin, Luvia, Miu, and even Ilya were coughing nonstop as if they were choking on the smoke. However, they didn't seem to have any injuries on their bodies. Ilya. Rin Inbin glared at Ilya while coughing. Don't use the mana cannon at such a close distance. Ilya asked for her. Livia was furious as well. Are you trying to drag us all into this? I am sorry. Ilya also coughed. She had an awkward expression on her face. I forgot, but it's strange. Mayu covered her mouth and nose as she said this with a face full of suspicion. She used such a powerful mana cannon. Why didn't we suffer any damage? Did she go easy on us? Hinajiku was impressed. She wanted to kill you. I didn't expect that as the person involved, you would actually show mercy. Go easy on her? Ilya was stunned. She said something that caused the girls to be stunned. I didn't go easy on her. I used my full strength. You didn't go easy on her? Makoto was surprised. That can't be right. It was clearly much more powerful than the last time they fought in that mansion. Okay? But I really didn't show any mercy. Ilya raised her magic wand. Layers upon layers of magic power surged out from it. It rose into the air. However, even though the mana in Elia's staff was constantly being released, the amount of mana that could be released in one go was pitifully small. If it was the Ilya of the past, the mana she released would be at least 2 or 3 times stronger. Ilya was shocked. Why is it like this? Many of the girls seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Hinajiku and Makoto glanced at each other and activated their system perception to look at Ilya. Ilya's field? Phone? Ainsbaron. Level 62. Level 62? Wasn't Ilya originally level 66? Became weaker? She's become weaker. Ilya, not far away from the girls. Blackie also emerged from the dust carried away by the evening wind. A smile appeared on his face. However, that's only natural. Although my power comes from the class card, the magic capacity is taken away from your body, and your own magic capacity will decrease. That's a very normal thing. This, Rin Inosaka, Luvia, and Mio looked at each other. In other words, Xiaohei grabbed the black and white sabers. He tapped his foot. Then, with a swoosh, it pounced at Ilya again. Attacks that are purely composed of magic power. For a magical girl who doesn't perform magic, her mana capacity will decrease, and her mana output will decrease as well. If her output is insufficient, her attack power will decrease, and her strength will naturally decrease as well. With these words, Blackie rushed into the group of girls in the blink of an eye. It was completely unrestrained and was not afraid of being besieged. Phew! Taking a deep breath, Hinajiku lowered her body and slid, sticking close to the ground. She slid under the belly of Blackie, who was charging at her. White Cherry pierced towards Blackie's belly with a clear whistle. Clang! The crystal sword clashed with Xiaohei's black saber, and sparks exploded. So annoying. Xiaohei's white saber that could cut a person in half tore through the air and slashed at Chuju. The sharp edge of a saber enlarged in Chuju's eyes, but Chuju had an unusual smile on her face. Xiaohei seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flickered. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded above Xiaohei's head. Xiaohei raised his head and looked above him. Then, a pitch-black iron sand sword descended from the sky. The scene of it descending like a stream of light entered Xiaohei's field of vision. Clang! At this moment of imminent peril, Xiaohei used all of his strength to forcibly pull back the white saber that was slashing at Chuju. Then, he collided with the iron sand sword that was descending from the sky. With a sound of collision, the iron sand sword was knocked flying. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, right after the iron sand sword was knocked flying by Xiaohei, a series of sharp piercing sounds mixed together in the sky, and without any rhythm, resounded in the moonlit night. Pitch-black iron sand swords were like a torrential storm, and with great force, they fell toward Xiaohei, whose beautiful face changed abruptly. 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawaias. Xiaohei shouted and abandoned the short saber in one hand. He raised his palm and aimed at the iron sand swords that were descending like a storm. A whirlpool of magic power fluctuated above his palm, and with one expansion, it turned into a blossoming pink flower petal light shield. Clang, 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 clang. Immediately after, the pitch-black iron sandstorm mercilessly fell on the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawaias, violently colliding with each other, setting off an endless series of collision sounds. In Xiaohei's perception, the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, in his hand seemed to have become heavier. Moreover, as the pitch-black sword rain fell, each sword became heavier. A moment later, like a flood bursting out of a dam, a violent force burst out from the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, attacking Xiao Hei's petite body. Oomph. With the 7 blazing heavens overturning rings, Lawayas, his defense, Xiao Hei was not injured, but under the impact of the iron sandsword rain, he still let out a muffled groan. The ground under his feet has already cracked inch by inch, and cracks spread out in all directions. Suddenly, Xiao Hei saw. In the sky above the 7 blazing heavens, overturning rings, Lawayas, and the pitch-black sword rain, a smuff-like girl stood there, holding a magic wand with a rotating ring of runes at the front, gathering a huge magic light ball half the size of a person and aiming it downwards. That is Meiyu. Meiyu, who has not made a move all this time, has been accumulating magic power from the very beginning, waiting for the opportunity to release the accumulated power to surpass the limit of the attack. Now is that opportunity. Xiao Hei's pupils shrank. Snipe! In the next second, Meiyu's cold voice entered Xiao Hei's ears in the sky. A dazzling light flashed, and a beam of light suddenly appeared, like a falling meteor, falling from the sky. Wherever it passed, all of the pitch-black iron sand swords were instantly vaporized by the dazzling blue light. The atmosphere repeatedly shook, and even the space rippled. It directly fell towards the 7 blazing heavens covering 7 rings, Lawayas, below, and heavily fell down. Dong! Like a meteorite crashing into Earth. The blue light beam hit the petal-shaped shield of light, stirring up violent magic ripples that scattered in all directions like sparks. Kacha! After a few minutes of accumulation, the power of Meiyu's magic cannon was now comparable to the power of a noble phantasm from True Name Liberation. The petal-shaped shield 7 blazing heavens overturning 7 rings, Lawayas, cracked without any suspense. The dazzling light beam landed directly on the ground. Boom! A shocking explosion occurred in the middle of the street. On top of a roof far away from the center of the explosion, Xiao Hei stumbled out from a cloud of fog and landed on the ground, his face covered in cold sweat. Isn't this too reckless? Even Xiao Hei couldn't help but curse out loud. Isn't this a residential area? Aren't there people in the surrounding houses? Don't they have any scruples? Don't worry. A voice responded from behind Xiao Hei. The 2 magicians have already set up a defensive magic formation. Not good. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed with horror when he heard the voice behind him. Whoosh! In the sharp sound of something breaking through the air, a pink stream of light flashed behind Xiao Hei and appeared behind him in the blink of an eye. Chuju raised her head and looked at Xiao Hei's back. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. Blackie clenched his teeth and raised his hand as if he wanted to do something. However, a black shadow suddenly shot out from the side and wrapped around Blackie's raised hand. It's the iron sand whip. White Cherry drew a trail of afterglow and slashed down heavily. Poochie! A tearing sound echoed from Xiao Hei's body. Chapter 1503. Poochie, along with the ripping sound, all the other sounds in the arena seemed to have been blocked out, completely disappearing. Down below, Mikoto, Rin Inosuka, Ruvia, Ilya, and Mio all looked up at the ceiling with their mouths slightly agape, revealing a look of surprise. It wasn't just the other girls. Even Hinajiku, who had cut down White Cherry, was slightly surprised. Chuju controlled the direction and strength of her attack. At most, it would only cause a superficial wound to Blackie. However, when the sword slashed down, it was not Xiao Hei's cry of pain or the sound of blood splattering. Instead, it was bits and pieces of clothes that flew around and were blown away by the wind. Xiao Hei gasped for breath, and a ball of mana burst out from his wrist, blowing up the iron sand whip that was wrapped around him. He dodged and retreated, landing under a tree below. However, Blackie's current situation caused many young girls to be stunned on the spot. Her skin is as dark as unmade chocolate, but it has a smooth luster. It's so dazzling that it's hard to look at it directly. A pair of slender legs adorned her delicate body that looks like it's made of glass. With her dark skin tone, she looks like a burning flame, revealing a sense of wildness. However, this body that was filled with wildness was now completely naked. Completely naked. Those clothes are different from normal people's, are only left with a bit of tatters. It's not enough to cover up her embarrassment. When White Cherry was about to cut Blackie's body, Blackie instinctively shrunk her body. In the end, because Inajiku held back on purpose, conserving her strength and deviating from her position, when Blackie shrank back, White Cherry couldn't cut Blackie's body. Instead, her clothes were shredded into pieces. That's how Blackie ended up in this state. The girls didn't expect this to happen and were petrified. They didn't move at all. Their faces were filled with shock. So this big sister likes this kind of development? Blackie was also stunned for a moment. Then, a mischievous smile appeared on her face, and she looked at Chuju playfully. You should have said so earlier. I don't mind letting you have a look. No. Chuju's mind was in a mess. Stuttering, her face flushed red. It's not like that. I didn't mean that. Well, it doesn't matter. Xiaohei generously tore off the remaining pieces of his clothes. She fell into a situation where she was completely naked. Anyway, it's late at night now. No one will see. Aren't there a lot of people here? Ilya shouted in exasperation. Don't say such shameless things with that face of yours. Sigh. Xiaohei patted the dust off his body and covered his chest with his hand. Looking at the many girls who were confronting him, he frowned and muttered. Sure enough, 1 against 6 is still too difficult. Not to mention that they're also the companions of those 2 big brothers. Those 2 people, even if they were to fight me one-on-one, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage, right? Rin in Osaka, Luvia, Ilya, Mio. If Xiaohei only had these 4 enemies, then he wouldn't be afraid at all. Rin in Osaka and the others are all Tier 7, but other than Mio, who is at the peak of Tier 7, Rin in Osaka and Luvia have just reached Tier 7. Their strength is nothing to be afraid of. Ilya's strength has also decreased a lot. Even if the 4 of them work together, Xiaohei is confident he can easily defeat them. After all, Xiaohei has the strength of a Tier 8. Not just any Tier 8. However, it's different if it's Chuju and Mikoto. They are at the same level as Xiaohei. Although Xiaohei is confident that he won't lose to either Chuju or Mikoto in a one-on-one situation. That's only if it's a one-on-one situation. Projection magic. This is the power of the archer's heroic spirit that Xiaohei controls. In this world, projection magic is a magic that isn't very useful. It's known as one of the most useless magic. It's a magic that uses mana to make an equivalent exchange. It uses mana to make a copy of an item and create an imitation of a material. There are 3 reasons why it's said to be useless. First, lack of imagination. Projection is a method that uses one's imagination to recreate the material in one's mind. If one's imagination is flawed, then the projection will have flaws. In other words, if the user of the projection magic thought that the projection was flawed, then it would be flawed. Second, capacity of mana. Because projection consumes mana. If the mana is too little, then the projected item won't have the ability to exceed the mana. In other words, the more powerful the projected item is, the more mana it requires. If the projected item exceeds the limit of the user's mana, then the user may die from excessive mana consumption. Third, instability. The projected item will disappear once it leaves the user's hand. The time it exists is very short. It's not practical and can't be used in any situation. Because of this, in this world, projection magic was only a useless magic trick that could only be used by some novice magic apprentices. Basically, there were many people who knew how to use it, but it could be said that there was no one who could use it. However, the archer rank card that Blackie relied on to survive had a very special projection magic that corresponded to his heroic spirit. It could project a noble phantasm. In other words, it's a replica of a noble phantasm. No, it's not as simple as projecting a noble phantasm. It can also copy the original user's experience and skills of a noble phantasm. As long as it's a projected noble phantasm, one can immediately use it as if they have used it before. Of course, there are limitations. No matter how perfect the projected noble phantasm is, it will be one level lower than the original noble phantasm. Most of the phantasms that can be projected can only be swords. Only a few special ones can be projected. The projection magic itself has limitations. No matter how special the heroic spirit's projection magic is, it can't be avoided. But it's different from normal projection magic. If it's used in a battle, it's a very powerful skill. Because of this projection magic, Xiaohei is confident that she can win against Chuju or Mikoto in a one-on-one situation. After all, she has more powerful noble phantasms that she hasn't projected yet. But it's not a one-on-one, it's not even a one-on-two, it's a one-on-six, there's no other way. Xiaohei took a step back. The situation is not good. We can only retreat. You want to run? Mikoto stood up. Do you think you can run? Ah, Allah. Have you forgotten, sister? Xiaohei smiled slyly. I know how to teleport, I think. Hinajiku's tone changed as she laughed. You're the one who forgot, right? Xiaohei was startled and tilted his head in confusion. What do you mean? Don't you think it's weird? Hinajiku and Mikoto took the rest of the girls and retreated. Where's the big brother that you keep talking about? Hearing this, Xiaohei's expression froze, and he was stunned. Suddenly, with Xiaohei as the center, the space within a 10-meter radius fluctuated and was covered by a layer of yellow light. Xiaohei only felt an amazing gravitational force coming from the ground. His body couldn't help but shrink. Even his blood and heart were affected by the gravitational force at this moment. Xiaohei cried out in pain. Take a nap. The familiar voice reverberated in the yellow space, causing Xiaohei's face to turn slightly pale. In the next moment, an abnormal impact rushed into Xiaohei's mind. Xiaohei's vision blurred. Her head was dizzy and she lost consciousness. Behind Xiaohei, who was slowly falling down, a figure walked out of the void and hugged Xiaohei's smooth and delicate body, holding it in his arms. Phew! Wu Yin let out a long sigh of relief. He shook his head as he watched Xiaohei close his eyes and fall asleep. She really knows how to cause trouble. Hand her over to us. Chuju and Mikoto ran over and grabbed Xiaohei, covering her naked body. Along with the rest of the girls, they looked at Wu Yin with vigilance. Still looking? Turn your head away. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yin felt like he was being treated badly despite being a hero. Chapter 1504. In her hazy state, Xiaohei felt like her body is soaked in water. She doesn't feel like she's on the ground or floating in the air. She only feels like she's in an illusion. My body is a bit strange. That's the only thought in Xiaohei's hazy consciousness. With Xiaohei's hazy consciousness, she can't determine what kind of situation she's in. She only knows that there's a binding feeling around her. It's like something is hanging her in the air. That feeling is heavy, but also light. In this situation, Xiaohei's consciousness slowly recovered. Her brain also regained the ability to operate. She slowly opened her eyes. The faint light began to enter Little Black's vision, causing it to subconsciously close its eyes again. Then, it opened its eyes again, revealing its amber-like eyes. Oh! Almost at the same time, a familiar voice sounded in the surroundings. Finally awake? Xiaohei was startled when she heard the voice. She raised her head and looked in front of her. There, Wu Yin, Chuju Mikoto, Rin Inbin, Luvia, Ilya, and Mio are all gathered together. They're either standing or sitting in groups of 2s and 3s. They're all looking at Xiaohei. Only now did Xiaohei clearly see her current situation. This was a rather spacious hall. Inside the hall, there's a complete set of furniture. There's a sofa, a table, chairs, a counter, and a small kitchen. There's a glass door at the outside and an open balcony. At first glance, it's like a luxurious living room. The only difference between this room and an ordinary living room was the fact that there were palm-sized magic arrays on the surrounding walls. Upon closer inspection, Feng discovered that there were about 4 magic arrays. Meanwhile, inside these 4 intricate magic arrays, there were 4 different kinds of magic arrays. Pitch-black beams of light extended out like ropes towards the center. The front end formed 4 rings, which wrapped around a pair of slender wrists and a pair of soft ankles. Those are Xiaohei's wrists and ankles. Xiaohei's limbs are bound by these 4 black rings. Then he was suspended in the air by a black rope of light that extended from the ring. Realizing its current situation, Blackie finally remembered. During the battle with Chuju, Mikoto, and the others, when he was about to retreat, someone took advantage of the situation and knocked him out. Tisk! Xiaohei gritted his teeth as he recalled everything that happened before he fainted. He began to struggle slightly. It's better not to waste your energy, Xiaohei. Wu Yin, who was sitting on the sofa, shrugged. The 4 things on your limbs will neutralize the power exerted by the person who binds you. Once you use your strength, they will dissolve it. Unless your strength is above mine, you won't be able to break free. Neutralize the power used? Blackie stopped moving. Its amber eyes stared at the 4 precise geometric patterns rotating on the wall and frowned. What kind of magic is that? What kind of tactic was that? Why haven't I seen it? There are plenty of things you haven't seen before, little girl. Wu Yin chuckled. Are you so knowledgeable that you can recognize all the magic tricks in the world? Oomph. Blackie coldly snorted and turned his head away, looking like he was throwing a tantrum. I didn't expect Big Brother to be the kind of person who would attack people from behind. I misjudged you. Oh. Wu Yin raised an eyebrow. He walked in front of Xiaohei and pulled her cheeks. You're just a girl who has been shooting arrows behind Ilya's back. You have no right to criticize me. You. Xiaohei whimpered incoherently, as if she was resisting. Enough. Ren Enbin stepped forward and said with dissatisfaction. If you want to bully her, you can bully her after you figure out the situation. Wu Yin shrugged again and let go of Xiaohei's cheeks. Big Brother's a bad guy. Xiaohei looked over with teary eyes. I thought Big Brother was gentle, but it was all a lie. Even if you look at me like that, it's not going to work. Wu Yin rolled his eyes at Blackie. Who told you to attack Ilya for no reason? It wasn't for no reason. Xiaohei retorted. I did have a reason to attack her. Don't take it for granted. Ilya was furious. Can't you consider the feelings of those who were attacked? You should also consider the feelings of those who are kept in the dark. Ren Enbin crossed his arms and looked at Xiaohei. We have a lot of questions waiting for you to answer for us. Sigh. Xiaohei sighed and turned her head away impatiently. Why does everyone who meets me want to ask me questions? Because everything about you is a mystery. Livia sneered. Including existence. Hearing this, Blackie snorted softly. Then, unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood right now. I won't answer any of your questions. That's not something you can decide. Ren Enbin's expression turned serious. As a prisoner, you have no right to refuse to answer. Is that so? Xiaohei smiled provocatively. Then I don't mind if you ask in a more violent way. Let's see if I'll obediently answer your questions. Ren Enbin stared at Xiaohei. Xiaohei didn't back down and looked at Ren Enbin. The two stared at each other as if they were in the middle of a battle. It didn't take long for Ren Enbin to admit defeat. Seriously, why is it so troublesome to find out something? Ren Enbin rubbed his temples and glanced at Wu Yin. Since you know so many magic tricks that others don't know, isn't there a magic trick that can make people obediently answer your questions? If there's such a convenient magic trick, I want to learn it too. Wu Yin slapped his forehead and pouted. Well, I do know a magic trick that can read someone's memory. Oh? Hearing this, the girls all looked at Wu Yin with sparkling eyes. Read someone's memory? Xiaohei's expression changed, and she glared at Wu Yin with a sharp gaze. Big Brother, if you really do that, I will never forgive you. If I really wanted to do that, I would have done it from the start. Wu Yin looked at Xiaohei seriously. I understand. Everyone has their own difficulties. Little Black, I'm sure you're the same. You don't want your secret to be known by others. But, no matter what, you should tell us why you attacked Ilya, right? We can't just watch Ilya get hurt, right? This time, Xiaohei couldn't refute. Everyone's attention was once again focused on Xiaohei, waiting for his answer. Under everyone's gazes, Little Black lowered his head and said after a long time had passed, "I just feel unbalanced." Unbalanced? Everyone was stunned. That's right. Blackie abruptly raised his head and stared at the stunned Ilya as he yelled, "You think you're right? You're living an ordinary life, and you think you're very happy. You're clearly living a life arranged by someone else, but you still think you're happy with it. I just feel unhappy." What are you talking about? Ilya couldn't help but reply somewhat angrily. Is it wrong to want to live an ordinary life? Yes, it is indeed right to live an ordinary life. But why can't I do it? Unknowingly, Blackie's tone had become emotional, and his expression had also become agitated. Why do I have to bear all of your past, all of your pain? Bear all of my past. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. All of my pain? Ilya had a doubtful look on her face, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. It was as if she had pushed all of her problems to this person who looked exactly like her. This caused Ilya's heart to involuntarily tighten. She clutched her chest tightly and asked with a trembling and perturbed tone, What do you mean?" Xiaohei opened her mouth. She seemed to want to say something, but in the next moment, her expression changed. At the same time, Blackie's body that was suspended from the ground trembled and became blurry. It was like a mirage that could disappear at any time. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. Chapter 1505. As though she was soaking in a bubbling liquid, an orange stream of air rose from Blackie's body. Like steam or mist, it gradually spread to the surroundings. As the steam-like orange gas spread, Blackie's body gradually became illusory. As though her existence was erased by something, her delicate body became transparent. Looking at this sudden scene, everyone present was at a loss of what to do. "What's going on?" Blackie. Wu Yin stood up from the sofa. His expression fluctuated violently. Although he didn't know what was going on, the situation seemed to have taken a turn for the worse. Blackie's tanned face faded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even though her body had become transparent, one could still clearly see that her complexion had become deathly pale. Moreover, she was fiercely struggling. "Let me go! Let me go! What's going on? What's going on?" Ilya was the first to panic. "What's going on?" Blackie. Wu Yin came in front of Blackie and placed his hand on her faintly discernible shoulder. "What's going on? Let me go! Big brother, let me go!" Blackie didn't answer Wu Yan's question. Instead, she continued to struggle while shouting at Wu Yin agitatedly. It was as though she was a child being chased by a ferocious beast. Her eyes were filled with intense fear. Seeing Blackie's appearance, Wu Yin realized that now wasn't the time to ask about the cause of the matter. He raised his hand and immediately wanted to undo the restraints on Blackie's body. "Wait." At this moment, Livia hastily stopped him. "What if she runs away again?" "I won't run away. I won't run away." Blackie shouted with a face full of pleading. "I beg of you, let me go, big brother. I don't care." Seeing this, Wu Yin didn't hesitate anymore. He fiercely clenched his teeth. "If she runs away, I'll catch her again." After saying that, Wu Yin placed his hands on the two pitch-black rings on Blackie's wrists. A ball of impact exploded in his hand. It cut off the flow of magic within the pitch-black ring. Bang! On the wall, the four precise geometric patterns that were rotating suddenly paused, trembled, and then burst apart with a crisp, cracking sound. The pitch-black beams of light that extended from the four precise geometric patterns also dissipated instantly. The four pitch-black rings on Blackie's four limbs also exploded. He released Little Hay from his shackles. However, Xiaohei, who had been freed from his restraints, did something that shocked everyone present at the same time. Orange gas rose from his body. As soon as Little Black landed on the ground, it stomped hard on the floor with its little feet and threw its faintly discernible and somewhat transparent body into the arms of Wu Yin, who was caught off guard and unable to react in time. Wu Yin did not expect Blackie's sudden move. Being pounced on so forcefully, his body immediately fell backwards. With a bang, he sat on the ground. Big brother. Before Wu Yin could cry out in pain, Xiaohe, who jumped into Wu Yan's arms, leaned forward and without hesitation, he kissed Wu Yan on the lips. Mouth to mouth. Wu Yan was stunned. Ilya was stunned. Meiyu was stunned. Chuju and Makoto were also stunned. Rin and Osaka and Livia were also stunned. Even Ruby and Sapphire, who were acting as UFOs by the side, were dumbfounded by what they saw. Other than Blackie, everyone, including Wu Yin, widened their eyes and mouths. They were completely stunned on the spot and did not react for a long time. Ugh. Xiaohe didn't give them time to react. Like a fairy that only appears in a dream, she flashed in and out of existence. She wrapped her hand around Wu Yan's neck and hugged him tightly. She moved her head closer to Wu Yan as if she didn't want to get close enough to Wu Yan. She started moving her lips. Even its little tongue did not hesitate to enter Wu Yan's mouth. It took the initiative to wrap around Wu Yan's tongue, which was a little too big for itself and intertwined with each other. For a moment, the entire hall was deathly silent. The only sound was the incessant tsk from Little Black's passionate kisses and the incessant sucking sound that reverberated in the vast hall. Many girls' minds were blank. They did not move at all. They stood there in a daze, as if they were petrified. Wu Yan didn't know what to do for a while. It took him a while before he came back to his senses. What on earth was Blacka doing? At the same time, Wu Yan reflexively wanted to push away the little girl in his arms. But at this time, he also realized that something was wrong. Xiaohe wasn't just kissing her. She was absorbing his magic power. Wu Yan could clearly feel that the mana in his body was being absorbed by Little Black at an extremely slow rate. The mana that was being drained was only a drop in the ocean for Wu Yan. But after the mana flowed into Little Black's body, its faintly discernible body quickly returned to its original appearance. Seeing this, how could Wu Yan not understand the meaning of Little Black's sudden action? Although he did not know what was going on, Little Black seemed to need enough mana to support its existence. Otherwise, its body would evaporate like just now. Thinking about it, the battle with the girls just now must have consumed a lot of Little Black's mana. Laughing bitterly in his heart, Wu Yan could only maintain his sitting position and be begged by Little Black. On the other side, Little Black was passionately kissing Wu Yan while absorbing the mana that he needed. His heart was full of shock. In just a short while, Little Black had already absorbed all the mana that an ordinary magician possessed. It was enough to satisfy his needs and maintain his body for a long time. However, after absorbing such a large amount of mana, Wu Yan did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. His expression was still as usual. Only now did Little Black feel the mana in Wu Yan's body through the intimate contact with Wu Yan. It was like an ocean, endless magic power. Moreover, it was not ordinary mana. The quality was extremely pure, to the extent that Little Black was shocked. Such pure mana, even if it was just a drop, was enough to match the mana of an ordinary magician. With such pure mana, even if it was just a drop in the ocean, it would be of great use to Little Black. For example, if an ordinary version of the same amount of mana could only sustain Little Black for about 10 days, then the extremely pure mana in Wu Yan's body could sustain Little Black for about a year. The difference was so great. Moreover, the mana in Wu Yan's body was not only pure, but also almost endless. How could this not shock Xiaohe? Little Black did not know that not only was Wu Yan the most suitable true ancestor to cultivate mana, but he also cultivated the highest level of mana cultivation. Whether it was quality or quantity, it was not something that ordinary people could compare to. Not only that, Wu Yan's mana was also purified by the water of the mystical pond. He was also purified by the first blood of the Ivalin Saint Dragon Emperor. Even the other primogenitors couldn't compare to him in terms of mana. Perhaps Wu Yan already stood at the peak of the magic world. Wu Yan had many tricks up his sleeve, but only familiars and the ruby mode could be considered the strongest. If there was anything Wu Yan could surpass these two, it would be Wu Yan's mana, As the pure mana flowed into Little Black's body, the orange gas on Little Black's body slowly disappeared. Little Black's body solidified again, and not long after, it returned to its original state. Phew! As if it was satisfied, their lips parted with a comfortable gasp, drawing a silver line in the air, making the atmosphere a little more lewd. Big brother. Little Black's cheeks were red, her eyes watery and dazed. She panted heavily as she hugged Wu Yin again. I can't live without you. I can't live without you. Her soft and affectionate words made Wu Yan's mouth twitch as he hugged Little Black's tiny body. The other girls also came to their senses. They looked at Wu Yan with anger, disdain, indifference, shyness, and all sorts of other emotions. However, there was only one sentence that came out of his mouth. Lullicon. Wu Yan's face was covered in tears. Chapter 1506. Explain it to me clearly. Seeing Blackie sitting on the sofa beside Wu Yin with a blissful expression and tightly hugging one of his arms, Ilya hugged her head in frustration. You said strange words and did strange things. You strangely chased after me to kill me and strangely kissed Big Brother. What are you trying to do? Didn't I already explain it earlier? Blackie seemed to be in a good mood. She was no longer as excited as she was when she confronted Ilya. She was also not as anxious as she was when her body almost disappeared. Instead, she had a calm smile on her face. I merely absorbed a little bit of Big Brother's magic power. So, why do you need to absorb Big Brother's magic power? Ilya bared her teeth and tried her best to put on a fierce expression. However, when she made such an expression with her delicate face, others would only think that she was making a face. It was very cute. Furthermore, to absorb magic power, must you use that kind of method? You really don't know anything. You're so ordinary that it's frightening. Blackie restrained her smile and curled her lips. Do you think that everyone is like rubies and sapphires, able to provide magic power to others as they wish? Then why is it Big Brother? Ilya closed her eyes. Her face was so red that it was about to drip blood. She had an embarrassed and resentful appearance. You're still using that face that's exactly the same as mine. Oh, Blackie blinked her eyes and smiled proudly. Could it be that you're jealous? Jealous that I can take Big Brother's lips? Whoa, Ilya immediately cried out. Steam rose from her head, and she weakly refuted. No, it's not like that. Seeing Ilya's appearance, the group of girls gathered their gazes on Wu Yin again. It was as if they were looking at a perverted lullicon. Their eyes were filled with coldness and disdain. I'm innocent. Wu Yin really wanted to shout out this sentence, but he knew that he couldn't. However, he knew that it would be useless even if he shouted. The entire process, the group of young ladies were all watching at the scene. Naturally, they knew who was to blame for this situation. But who told Wu Yin to take advantage of him? Since he had taken advantage of her, it didn't matter whether he was wrong or not. All of them had to bear the depression in the hearts of the young girls who had nowhere to vent. Wu Yin could only swallow the bitterness in his heart. Under the disdainful and cold gazes of so many pairs of eyes on the scene. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed all her emotions and glanced at the arm that was hugging her tightly. Little Black was humming happily. Xiaohei, can you tell us what happened just now? Hearing this, Little Black stopped humming. The girls also became more spirited and serious. If I'm not wrong, just now, if you didn't absorb the mana from me, you might have already disappeared, right? Wu Yin frowned. What's going on? Why was it like this? Isn't this a matter of course? Xiaohei is still hugging Wu Yan's arm, but the smile on her face faded into a thin line. She didn't even look at the others as she answered with a nonchalant expression. I don't exist in this world to begin with. Now that I have a body, how can I continue to live without paying a price? Price? Rin Inbin frowned and said with uncertainty. In other words, paying the mana is the price for your continued existence? That's right. Little Black put one of her hands on her chest. Because of the rank card in Ilya's heroic spirit transformation, plus many coincidences, I was born My existence is basically the same as the heroic spirits you've faced in the past. I relied on the power of the rank card in my body to materialize. Little Black's amber eyes trembled slightly. However, the heroic spirits can maintain their form in the mirror realm by absorbing the mana in Fuyuki City's veins, but I can't. So, I can only use other means to obtain the mana I need. That's... Livia lowered her voice. Absorb mana from others? Little Black didn't answer. It was a silent agreement. Wouldn't that be too reckless? Rin Inosaka shot Blackie a sharp look. Although everyone has magic power in their bodies, and even ordinary people more or less have some, if you wantonly absorb other people's magic power like this, the people who can adapt will fall into a state of exhaustion, and the people who have too much magic power sucked will go into shock. What's more, if you absorb it endlessly, it is possible that the life force will be converted into magic power. Do you know that you're harming people? I'm not going to sacrifice people's lives just to maintain my existence. I know what I'm doing. I don't need you to remind me. Little Black glanced at Rin Inbin. What's more, the mana I've been using up until now was taken from Ilya. I haven't absorbed anyone's mana until today. You don't have to worry. Plus, like a sunny day after a storm, Blackie beamed as he buried his head into Wu Yan's arm. He continued with a blissful look on his face. Big Brother has such powerful mana, and it's terrifyingly pure. As long as Big Brother is here, I'll be able to exist forever. Little Black raised his head and looked at Wu Yan with a pitiful expression. I gave you my first kiss, Big Brother. You'll take responsibility for it, right? Wu Yan covered his head and closed his eyes. He couldn't bear to look at Little Black. Even if he used his knees to think, he could imagine how the girls were looking at him right now. Little Black. After a moment of silence, Wu Yan looked up and stared at Little Black. Who are you? Everyone had their hearts in their mouths. This was undoubtedly the question that the relevant personnel wanted to know the most. If it was before, Little Black would definitely not answer Wu Yan's question. But now, Little Black had a vague answer as to why she wanted to kill Ilya. She even revealed her existence. Coupled with the change in her emotions, perhaps Little Black would give an answer. Who knows? Facts have proven that Wu Yan's idea was correct. I've said it before, I'm Ilya. Little Black closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were as calm as an ancient well. It was as if the person she was about to say wasn't herself. To be exact, it should be said that due to certain reasons, another personality was born in Ilya's body. Due to certain reasons. Rin Inbin and Livia's expression turned serious. Born in Ilya's body. Mio couldn't help but look at Ilya. Born. Shuju and Mikoto looked at each other. Another personality. Ilya's expression kept changing. She couldn't help but ask. Then why didn't I know of your existence? Why didn't you appear before me? Didn't I say it already? I was born due to certain reasons. Little Black coldly looked at Ilya. It's because of this certain reasons that my existence was completely denied. I was even sealed. If it wasn't for you displaying extraordinary willpower that day and breaking the seal in my body, I wouldn't have appeared. I wouldn't have obtained my body. You said seal? Rin Inbin was surprised. There's a seal in Ilya's body? Can you speak more clearly? Ilya bit her lips. Then what is this certain reasons? What's with the seal? What did you mean when you said that I wanted you to bear all the pain and suffering in the past? Little Black closely stared at Ilya. After a long time, she spread her hands. Who knows you? Anger appeared on Ilya's face. Since you think it's all my fault, then at least let me know what happened to me. No. However, Blackie revealed a dispirited expression. I knew from the start that you didn't do anything wrong. I was just deceiving myself. Seeing Blackie's gloomy expression, the girls fell silent. Even Ilya's anger had unknowingly disappeared, and she powerlessly lowered her hands. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed. He raised his hand and patted Little Black's head. No matter what, Little Black, since you know that Ilya didn't do anything wrong, then don't hurt her anymore. Don't attack her anymore, okay? But Little Black slightly opened her mouth. She glanced at the silent Ilya, and then at the sighing Wu Yan. In the end, She unwillingly nodded. I understand. Everyone present, including Ilya, heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1507. In the end, this chaotic night came to an end in an inexplicable manner. In terms of results, the harvest can be considered plentiful. At the very least, Blackie promised that she won't attack Ilya in the future. Ilya doesn't have to live in fear anymore. This can be considered as reaching their goal of capturing Blackie. Moreover, everyone had more or less understood Blackie's existence. Using the power of the Archer, rank card to materialize Ilya's other personality. This is Blackie's true identity. Of course, there are still a lot of questions about Blackie's existence. For example, the reason why Blackie was born as Ilya's other personality. The so-called reasons that Blackie mentioned. Also, the seal that originally sealed Blackie in Ilya's body. One question after another still exists in everyone's heart. These questions can't be answered for now. Blackie doesn't seem to want to talk about this matter, so everyone can't get an answer. However, there is one thing that can be confirmed. Whether it's Ilya who has a seal in her body or Blackie who has a deep understanding of magic, their original identities are definitely not ordinary. At the very least, Ilya is definitely not a child from an ordinary family. Regarding this point, Rin in Osaka and Livia said before they left that they will go back and investigate. Ilya also has doubts about her own identity. With a heavy heart, she stepped on the road back home. Even Makoto is a bit concerned. Come to think of it, Little Black's appearance should cause these people to have a hard time, right? No, it's not only Ilya and the others who will have a hard time. Wu Yin and Ko's days aren't going to be any easier. The reason, it's very simple. I'll sleep in the same room as Big Brother. In the living room where only the four of them are left, Blackie sat on the sofa in front of Wu Yin, Hinajiku, and Makoto while puffing out her flat chest. She made such a declaration as if it's natural. The other three's expression froze. They were petrified on the spot. One room. The corner of Makoto's eyes kept twitching. She forced a smile. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Yes. Chuju also put on a fake smile, looking like she was cautiously persuading him. He spoke with a heavy heart. Little Black, you're a girl. Furthermore, she was only a 10-year-old girl. As a 10-year-old girl, how could she sleep in the same room as a lowly of the opposite sex? You were going to say Lila Khan, right? The corners of Wu Yan's mouth twitched involuntarily. Can you be any more tactful with your words? Sisters, there's nothing we can do about it. Faced with Hinajiku and Makoto's kind advice, Blackie started to blush and fidget. I need magic power to survive. I don't even know when I need to replenish my magic power. What if I suddenly run out of magic power while sleeping and can't rush to Big Brother's side in time? What should I do? After saying that, Little Black still had a bitter look on his face, but there was a sly smile in his eyes. Could it be that the two sisters want to see me disappear? No, it's not like that. Chuju and Makoto shook their heads. The smile on their faces was as fake as it could be. But you said you need to replenish your magic power. That means, that's right. Little Black pointed a finger at her lips, her cheeks flushed red. In the future, I'll have to have more intimate interactions with Big Brother. For a moment, Wu Yin, who was hiding to the side to avoid being burned by the flames of war, heard the sound of something breaking. Then, Chuju and Makoto's expression froze. It's all for the sake of survival. Little Black looked as if she had won a battle. A lustful smile hung on her face. Or could it be that the two sisters who have a deep relationship with Big Brother are feeling threatened by a 10-year-old girl like me? Is there even a need to say it? You use such an intense method on your first kiss, and you look so open. Who would dare to overlook your danger just because you're young? Chuju and Makoto roared in their hearts, but they couldn't find the words to refute. After all, Little Black was right. If they suddenly ran out of magic power in the middle of the night and their bodies disappeared, that would be a big problem. With the kind nature of the two girls, they wouldn't let Little Black face the danger of disappearing at any time because of their little thoughts. At that moment, Chuju and Mikoto hesitated. Their faces were full of grievances. The two girls who were completely caught up in the consequences of Blackie's disappearance completely forgot that Blackie could completely replenish all the mana it needed before falling asleep, and then sleep comfortably, no matter how much magic power is needed to maintain Little Black's existence. With Wu Yan's supply, it shouldn't be hard to maintain Little Black's existence for an entire night, right? Besides, Wu Yan isn't the only one who can provide magic power to Little Black. Others can as well. For example, Chuju and Mikoto. The two girls were led by the nose just like that. They hesitated for a long time before sighing helplessly. Forget it. Mikoto gave up on herself and called out, I don't care anymore. Yen. Chuju put on a beautiful smile, but there was no smile in her eyes. She stared at Wu Yan with a warning look. Don't you dare do anything bad at night. Don't forget, Little Black is still a child, I see. Wu Yan clutched his heart, as if he couldn't take it anymore. You two already know what I'll do to Little Black, right? Who knows? Chuju and Mikoto snorted in unison, turned around, and walked back to their rooms. Little Black, who was sitting on the sofa, kicked her legs and schadenfreude. These two sisters are so jealous. Who do you think did this to? Wu Yan resisted the urge to roll his eyes and asked what he was concerned about. Anyway, tell me, how long can you last if I provide you with magic power like I did just now? Who knows? Blackie shook his head gently and stopped kicking his legs. My magic capacity was taken from Ilya, and it's limited, so the amount of magic my body can hold is limited as well. I can't generate my own magic power like normal magicians. I can only absorb from others. Little Black looked at Wu Yan with sparkling eyes. I didn't absorb the full amount of magic power in one go, but with the purity of Big Brother's magic power, it should be enough for me to live for a long time. If it's someone else's magic power, it would be much shorter. You can't generate your own magic power. Wu Yan nodded with a pensive look. Then, the magic power you need to fight is also absorbed from others, right? Little Black nodded. Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, you should be able to last for a long time if you don't fight, right? It's not like that. The smile on Little Black's face disappeared. She lowered her head, and her tone became depressed. My existence is maintained by consuming magic power. Just by living in this world, just by living, my magic power will be consumed little by little. If I don't get replenished one day, it will completely disappear. To be able to live like this, my existence itself is a miracle. The balcony's curtains seemed to respond. It fluttered up and down under the breeze. In the air, an oppressive atmosphere shrouded the entire hall. It made Wu Yan close his eyes, no longer able to speak. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of small arms wrapped around Wu Yan's neck. A playful voice sounded, breaking the oppressive atmosphere. In the past, with that level of magic power, even if I didn't fight, it would be depleted in a few days, but it's different now. Little Black's cheeks were flushed, the corners of her mouth curved up, looking at Wu Yan with eyes full of hope. Big Brother's magic power is incomparably pure. It's almost endless. As long as Big Brother is here, I will definitely be able to live forever. So, Big Brother, Little Black's arms around Wu Yan's neck tightened. She pulled Wu Yan closer, her face slowly inching closer. Don't leave me. After saying that, in the vast hall, lips and tongues intertwined, the sound of breathing and sucking in breath caused by the lips pressed together. It lasted for a long time. Chapter 1508. Fuyuki City, Private Suichuan Gakuin Elementary School. Where do you plan to go today? Let's go to the game hall. Okay. But I still have to clean up after school. It's okay. We'll wait for you. Then there's no problem. During the end of the classroom was filled with this kind of ordinary conversation. It caused the faces of the primary school students in the classroom to be filled with joy. Looking at their restless appearance, they should be looking forward to the moment when school ends. Seeing this scene, Ilya sat on her seat and held her cheeks. Like an old person past her prime, She let out a long sigh. It's good to be young. Hearing Ilya's words, Sparrow Flower, who was chatting at the side, turned around and looked at Ilya. Then, she sneakily said to her companions, "Don't worry, Ilya. Why do I feel like Ilya has matured a lot in just one night?" "She's too mature." Nato couldn't help but ridicule. Mature can no longer describe her appearance. She's just like an uncle. Is she sick? Long Z tilted her head. Do you want to take Ilya to see the goldfish? See goldfish? Mei Mei was stunned. Shouldn't she go see a doctor? But Ilya has been a bit strange recently. Xiao Hua crossed her arms. She pushed up her glasses. A while ago, she was also depressed. Now, she has become like this again. The Ilya in the past would not be like this. Indeed, Nato nodded in agreement. The current Ilya is just like my older sister. Every month, she would have a sad face for a period of time. My older sister said that this is the proof of a girl growing up. Could it be that Ilya is also growing up? No, impossible. Xiao Huang muttered to herself. Then, the corner of her mouth twitched. A while ago, Ilya seemed to be addicted to magical girl anime and was unable to extricate herself. I don't think that people who like magical girls will grow up. Grow up. Longzi suddenly spoke like this. How about we send Ilya some anime to watch? What did you say? Xiao Hua, Nanai, and Mei Mei widened their eyes. He looked at Long Z in disbelief. You actually have that kind of movie? There's still a lot. Long Z gave him a thumbs up and grinned. His teeth shone brightly. Every time my brothers were unhappy, I would give them that. They will be in a better mood. Hearing this, the three girls almost fell to the ground. You're giving it to your brother? It's useless to buy it anyway. Long Z curled his lips. The strange thing was that the owner of the movie store always looked at me with a strange expression after I bought the movie. Why was that? Which shop owner is he? Keihua couldn't help but yell. He actually sold that kind of film to elementary school students. You should really take him to the police station. And then, Nai Gue said with a righteous expression. Where's the store that's willing to sell movies to elementary school students? Long Z showed an expression of disbelief. Do you want to buy it too? Of course not. X3 on the side. Ilya glanced at Finch Flower, Nana Tortoise, Mimi, and Dragon Sunhorn a mess and sighed again. It's good to be young, Ilya. Mei, who was sitting behind Ilya, hesitated for a moment and said comfortingly, Are you thinking about Xiaohei? Of course not. Ilya turned her head away in a fit of pique. I'm just thinking about my own matter. Your own matter? Mei tilted her head in confusion. Not only is there some kind of seal on my body, there's also another personality. Right now, not only has this personality become another me, it has also been chasing after me. Ilya put her hand on the desk and rested her chin on it. A layer of ripples appeared in her beautiful, gem-like eyes. If that black fellow didn't appear, I wouldn't even know that my body was hiding such a secret. It's really, really unbelievable. Ilya. Mei looked at Ilya's back and lowered her head. She lowered her voice and asked softly, You don't tell me you have no clue about this at all? Ilya turned around. Her eyes were filled with suspicion. What clue? The matter of having a seal in your body. Mei pondered over her words. She seemed to be looking for a way to say it that would not provoke others. She hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, For example, is it possible for your parents to know about this matter? Actually, I thought about this problem last night. Ilya rubbed her head and smiled helplessly. Unfortunately, my parents are not at home. Even if I want to ask, I can't find anyone to ask. Then, what do you plan to do next? Mio looked straight at Ilya. How do you plan to face Xiaohei? To be honest, I don't understand what's going on with that fellow. Ilya stretched out a hand and clutched her chest tightly. Her eyes fluctuated and were filled with unprecedented bewilderment. But my intuition tells me if I know everything about that fellow, my view of the world will definitely be greatly changed. Ilya, seeing Ilya's confusion and anxiety about her future, Mei couldn't help but clench her hand. An unbearable expression appeared on her face. It was not only because Ilya was Mayu's best friend. It was also because Mayu seemed to see her past self in the current Ilya. In fact, even now, she might still be like this. Just like this, the two of them had their own thoughts. They fell into silence and faced Wu Yan. At this moment, the four little girls who were fooling around by the side transmitted such a conversation. Hey, everyone! Mei Mei clapped her hands and gathered the attention of Xiao Hua, Nai Gue, and Longzi. I heard that there will be a transfer student coming today. Transfer student? Unsurprisingly, such a topic was more than enough to attract the interest of elementary school students. Or rather, it could be said that even Ilya and Mei Yu's attention were attracted. Their eyes secretly looked over here. There will be a transfer student coming at this time? Gore's flower rubbed her chin. How strange, yeah. Nai Gue also spread her hands. Mei Yu just transferred here not long ago. I didn't expect that there would be a transfer student coming. That's not the only coincidence. Mei Mei explained with interest. I heard that the transfer student this time is the same as Mei Yu. They're all from abroad. The class they're transferring to is also our class. They're all from abroad? Or our class? Longzi laughed out loud. Don't tell me that this transfer student is someone Mei Yu knows? According to the plot of the manga, Nai Gue said with a serious expression. That's definitely the case. Longzi also puffed out his chest. It will definitely become a triangle. It will definitely be very interesting. Xiao Hua giggled. Then, her smile froze, and she scratched her head. Did something strange sneak in just now? By the way, Mei Mei, Longzi, who is the amalgamation of strange things, looked at Mei Mei curiously. What's that transfer student like? I didn't see anything. Mei Mei stretched out a finger and tapped on her cheek. I heard that he's a very cheerful person with very dark skin, silver hair, and golden eyes. The four girls who were chatting happily did not notice that every time Mei Mei described a characteristic, a drop of sweat would drip down Ilya's face. In the end, she was already sweating profusely. Ilya, Mei was also unable to calm down. Don't tell me, aha! Ilya laughed dryly and wiped the sweat on her forehead. I have a bad feeling. As it turned out, Ilya's premonition was completely correct. Hello, everyone. On the podium, Blackie was wearing a uniform and carrying a backpack. She had a lively and cheerful smile on her face. She tilted her head and greeted everyone energetically. I'm Chloe. Phone. Eins Bellen. Everyone can just call me Blackie. In the classroom, all the children looked at Blackie in a daze. Then, all of their gazes gathered on Ilya. Ilya. Mei Yu's pretty face stiffened. She looked at Ilya, who was sitting in front of her. There, Ilya was already lying on the table, on the verge of death. Chapter 1509. What the hell is going on here? On the rooftop of the private Suichuan primary school, Ilya seemed to have endured for a long time. She shouted at Blackie, who was licking his popsicle leisurely while leaning on the fence. Why are you here? Ilya. Mei Yu, who was standing by the side, quickly grabbed Ilya, who seemed like she would pounce at any moment, and tried to persuade her. Calm down first. Calm down. That's right, that's right. Blackie waved his hand casually. Can't you learn from Mei Yu and calm down a little before you speak? How can I calm down? Ilya shouted furiously. The person who wanted to take my life until yesterday suddenly came to the same school as me, the same class as me, and became my classmate. How can I calm down? Well, that's true. Blackie opened one of his eyes and glanced at Ilya. But is there a need for you to be so agitated? Didn't I promise Big Brother that I won't attack you again? Even if you don't believe me, you should believe Big Brother, right? It's not that I don't believe Big Brother. Ilya clenched her teeth and lowered her shoulders dejectedly. It's just that after you came, everyone looked at me with strange gazes. How can I stand it? That's something that can't be helped. Mei Yu played the role of a peacemaker and tried to reason with her. She tried to reason with her. Ilya looks exactly the same as Blackie. Even her name is similar. It's natural for people to feel strange. However, they definitely don't have any malicious intent. Besides, didn't I already explain it to everyone? Blackie shrugged his shoulders. I'm only your cousin. That's why my name and appearance are similar. There shouldn't be a problem, right? It's not that there's no problem. Ilya had tears in her eyes. Since you're the same person as me, you should know that Sparrow Flower and the others' thoughts are different from normal people. They'll definitely think that you're the illegitimate child of one of my parents. That's true. Blackie blushed with shame. Then, he refuted unwillingly. I just want to live the life of an ordinary child. Am I wrong? It's not a question of whether it's wrong or not, but it's too strange, isn't it? Ilya had a look of disbelief on her face. In the end, how did you manage to transfer over? This. Xiaohei smiled calmly. I mentioned it to Big Brother in the morning. Big Brother helped me with the paperwork. Brother Wu Yin handled the procedures. Mei was taken aback. He asked with uncertainty. In other words, did Big Bro Wu Yin approve of your transfer? It can't be. Ilya widened her eyes in shock. Was it Big Brother who let you out? Hey, I'm not a pet. What do you mean by release? Xiaohei pouted unhappily. Big Brother is different from you. He's very gentle. As long as you mention it to him, he'll definitely agree to it. How could this be? Ilya's face was filled with dejection. Isn't Big Brother afraid that you'll go back on your words and continue to attack me? Since I promised Big Brother that I wouldn't attack you, I definitely won't attack you. Seeing Ilya's disapproval of her from the beginning, Xiaohei's mood instantly turned bad. Her tone also turned nasty. Do you think that everyone is like you, only knowing how to cause trouble for others? The person who's causing trouble has always been you. Ilya retorted with no trace of politeness. You're an unstable factor to begin with. Even if you don't attack me, who knows if you won't attack other students in order to replenish your mana. You don't have to worry about this. Xiaohei snorted coldly. Immediately, she revealed a delicate expression. She pointed her finger at her lips. Even her tone became erotic. It's precisely to prevent this kind of thing from happening. From last night until this morning, I've been very, very satisfied from Big Brother. As satisfied? Ilya and Mei were puzzled at first. Then, they understood the meaning of satisfied. Their faces instantly flushed red. They looked at the delicate Xiaohei in disbelief. With trembling lips, they spoke with difficulty. You mean, humph? Xiaohei slyly chuckled. She seemed to be implying something. That's what I mean. Mei immediately covered her mouth with one hand. With a red face, she muttered. From last night until now. That's right. Xiaohei held her face as if she was reminiscing. In order to ensure my survival, Big Brother has never rejected me even once. When I think about the close contact with Big Brother, the feeling of our tongues intertwining, under Xiaohei's live broadcast like commentary, Meiyu's face became redder and redder. Ilya's face was so red that it almost exploded. Unable to bear it anymore, she shouted. Impure. Too impure. What impure? We're both willing. Please call it the embodiment of love, okay? Xiaohei raised the corner of her mouth. Malice appeared in her eyes as she looked at Ilya and Meiyu. Could it be that the two of you are jealous? 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 Ilya was petrified. And no, it's not like that. Meiyu was so ashamed that she wanted to die. She subconsciously took a step back and almost fell to the ground. She attracted Xiaohei's meaningful gaze. Xiaohei laughed without concealing anything. It seems that the person Meiyu likes is Big Brother. But it's no wonder. Even Meiyu can only fall for Big Brother's gentle attack. Oh. Meiyu immediately lowered her head. Steam began to emerge from her head. She looked like she wanted nothing more than to find a hole to hide in. The wavering of her heart was completely exposed. Meiyu. Seeing Meiyu's incomparably wavering appearance, Ilya also began to waver. But soon, she closed her eyes and continued to shout at Xiaohei. I don't care. You just have to restrain yourself a bit. Don't forget that you're using my face. What if someone else sees it and misunderstands it? Misunderstand? Xiaohei blinked. Isn't that better? Ilya was unable to keep up with Xiaohei's rhythm. I don't dare to be so certain about Meiyu's words. But I know your feeling's the best. Xiaohei had a meaningful expression on his face. His eyes narrowed. Even though you've been obsessed with your brother since you were a child, ever since you were saved by your big brother from the berserker's hands, you were comforted by your big brother when you fell into the fear of death. Later on, you were even enlightened by your big brother. Then you started to... Whoa! Before Xiaohei could finish his words, Ilya shouted with the loudest voice she had ever shouted before. She angrily interrupted Xiaohei's words. What nonsense are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Xiaohei laughed happily. You can deceive others, but can you deceive yourself? If that's the case. Ilya was unwilling to be outdone and fought back. Then, aren't you the same? Maybe. Xiaohei did not refute nor admit it. Instead, he smiled calmly. After all, I really can't leave Big Brother now. Seeing Xiaohei's half-hearted manner without refuting, not to mention Ilya, even Mei Yu revealed an unreconciled expression. Aya. Xiaohei spread his hands helplessly. You bewitched 3 primary school students. Big Brother is truly sinful. No matter what. Ilya suppressed all of her emotions. As if changing the topic, she said to Xiaohei in a serious manner, This is the school. It's not a place for you to mess around. Don't do anything that will easily cause a commotion and ruin my school life. Otherwise? Xiaohei raised his eyebrows. Otherwise, what can you do? Whoa. Ilya puffed up her cheeks resentfully. In terms of strength, it was impossible for Ilya, who was only around the 7th stage, to be a match for Xiaohei, who was able to use the archer's power and had reached the 8th stage. In terms of understanding, as Ilya's other personality, Xiaohei understood Ilya even better than herself. However, Ilya did not know anything about Xiaohei. Just like what Xiaohei said, Ilya could not do anything to Xiaohei. There's nothing I can do. Ilya had a sullen expression. I can only watch her closely. Chapter 15:10. On the other side, under Blackie's request, he helped her transfer to the Suechuan primary school so that she could go to school. Wu Yan, who had no idea that he had become the sinner mentioned by the 3 primary school students, had also returned home. Now, the dispute between Ilya and Little Black could be considered to have been temporarily resolved. Little Black shouldn't attack Ilya anymore. Moreover, with Mei Yu watching from the side, there was no need to worry about the 3 little girls for the time being. Rin and Osaka and Livia should be investigating Ilya and Blackie's identity. Moreover, they should be more or less paying attention to the information about the class cards. Nothing should happen over there anymore. As for Hinajiku and Mikoto, since they have nothing to do, they held hands and went out for a stroll. In other words, Wu Yan was the only one who was idle at home. He had nothing else to do. He could finally do the work that he didn't have time to do because of Ilya and Blackie's matter. Analyze the class cards, find a method to make the class cards, and create the archer card himself to complete the second part of his demigod path mission. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Wu Yan took out all the class cards in his hand and spread them on the glass table in front of him. Wearing heavy armor, holding a knight's sword, and performing a knight's salute, Saber, a lancer who wears gorgeous clothes and holds a long spear in his hand. Riding on a chariot, the Japanese cavalry that looked like soldiers wearing a long robe, holding a staff in one hand and a book in the other. Castor, an assassin wearing a skull mask and holding a pair of curved daggers in her hands. There was also a berserker who was holding a thick greatsword and looked like a crazy berserker. Other than the archer card, the rest of the class cards were spread on the glass table in front of Wu Yan. Who would have thought that these seemingly ordinary cards could not only draw out the power of the legendary heroic spirits, but they could also turn the holder into a heroic spirit? Basically, as long as he had enough magic power to support the use of the rank card and the method of using the rank card, then, even if it was an ordinary person, he could rely on these few mediocre cards to instantly surpass the power of more than 90% of the magicians in the world who had painstakingly studied magic all their lives. From this perspective, even Wu Yan couldn't help but admire the creator of the class card. It was an item that could instantly grant an ordinary person the power of a heroic spirit. No matter who it was, they would more or less covet it, right? It was no wonder that the Magic Association wanted to take it back. I'm afraid that it wasn't just because the heroic spirits were absorbing the magic of the veins in Fuyuki City, thus disrupting the operation of the veins. It was not only because he was afraid that the rank card would fall into the hands of criminals. Originally, the Magic Association was an organization established by a group of magicians who studied magic. In order to better manage and develop magic, the Magic Association had more than once taken extreme measures to eliminate anything that would threaten them. They were not good people. Under such circumstances, it was forbidden to expose magic to human society in order to better protect the concealment of magic. They also managed and controlled some magic mediums, holy relics, magic books, and ley lines. However, all of this was built on the premise that they were dedicated to magic research. It could be said that this was an organization that prioritized the interests in magic research as the premise of everything. The rank card could draw out the power of the heroic spirits, and it was made with extremely advanced magic theory. The Magic Association should be more interested in it because it was more selfish. Preventing the disaster caused by it was just a matter of convenience. The Magic Association was in order to study the rank card made with extremely advanced magic theory, and they were also eyeing the power of the rank card. Wu Yin wanted to complete the second part of his Demigod's Path mission. He didn't care about the power of the rank card itself. At most, he was interested in the treasure of the heroic spirits. In fact, Rin and Osaka and Luvia were also trying to get the second mage to accept them as his disciples through the mission of retrieving their rank cards. Although he didn't know who the creator of the class card was, the class card he created did attract a lot of attention and covetousness within the magic community. If he could really create such a card at will, then his ability must be quite impressive. That also meant that it wouldn't be easy to imitate the creator of the class card, to completely analyze the class card and find out how to make it. Even a Magic Association still hasn't been able to analyze the composition of the rank card. They only know how to use the card, limited expansion. You can imagine how difficult it is to analyze the rank card. Wu Yin wanted to take on this difficult task. Unlike the Magic Association, Wu Yin had the knowledge of magic from the 103,000 magic books and the tools in the system to help him. Analyzing the rank card should be easier than the Magic Association. Let's see what kind of materials are used to make the cards. After that, Wu Yin opened the system list. His eyes quickly moved across the list and stopped after a while. At the same time, ripples appeared in the air in front of Wu Yin. Like a stone thrown into the water, ripples spread out in all directions. Shortly after, a thick and heavy book slowly emerged from the center of the ripples and fell on the table next to the rank card. Of course, it wasn't a real book. Wu Yin picked up the book on the table and opened it. The book was at least 10 centimeters thick. There were no pages inside, only a groove. It was completely empty. Wu Yin placed the book with the groove on the table and picked up the saber, swordsman, card and put it in the groove. In an instant, the book was like a rainbow illuminated by sunlight. The surface of the book was flowing with colorful light like the surface of a lake. Within the groove, the dazzling multicolored lights gradually condensed together like rays of light, projecting onto the saber, sword soldier, job grade card. They moved without any pattern, as though they were infrared rays, constantly scanning the interior of the groove. Along with the colorful light scanning, the surface of the saber, swordsman, card also flowed with colorful light. At this time, Wu Yin didn't pay attention to the saber, swordsman, card in the groove. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the other side of the book. This book has the ability to analyze matter. As long as an item is put in the groove, this tool will automatically scan and analyze the item in the groove. It will obtain the elements of the item and the nature of the item. Then, all the information obtained will be presented on the other side of the book. Although the more powerful the ability and the more complex the elements of the item, the more time it will take to analyze it. However, with the help of this tool, He believed that he should be able to smoothly obtain the information about the materials used to make the card. After obtaining the composition of the card, Wu Yin could focus on the theory and design of magic and conduct research. If he could obtain information about the theory and design of the card, in addition to the analysis of the composition of the card, then creating a card would not be an impossible task. Under Wu Yan's gaze, the saber, swordsman, card in the notch continued to circulate with a rainbow-like glow. Being scanned by the colorful rays, the other side of the book also started to show signs of activity. One by one, words appeared on the other side of the book without any warning. It was as if these words were there from the beginning, and now they were just showing their original form. It was extremely magical. These words were the result of the tool's analysis of the saber, swordsman, card. That was only the beginning. The composition of the class cards still wasn't that easy to analyze. The first information that appeared was only some of the properties of the materials used to make the class cards. It would take a long time to figure out what those materials were. However, looking at the analyzed properties of the materials used to make the card, Wu Yan was startled. He frowned in surprise. Chapter 15:11. In just a short amount of time, the properties of the materials that made up the class card were analyzed. It was amazing how magical the items in the system were. Of course, it was only the properties of the materials that made up the class card. It wasn't that easy to find out what the class card was made of. But when he saw the properties of the materials that made up the class card, Wu Yan's heart skipped a beat. From the other side of the book, the properties of the materials that made up the class card weren't that complicated. Instead, it was very simple. Basically, there was only one thing. The materials that made up the class card all had the properties of carrying magic. In other words, the materials used to create the class cards were basically the same as the gems used by Rin, Enbin, and Luvia when they used the gem magic. They could all be injected with a certain type of spell, and by triggering the spell inside, they could create a magic spell. Other than being able to carry magic, the properties of the other materials that made up the class card were mostly able to circulate magic. It was that simple. It didn't have the properties that only existed in legends, nor did it have the effects of those rare materials that had long gone extinct and could no longer be found. If the materials that made up the class card were really only able to carry magic or circulate magic, then they would be the most common materials used in magic. That's because the materials used to make magic attire, all kinds of magic items, and items that were used to perform large-scale magic rituals, and so on and so forth. Basically, all of these materials were able to carry magic and circulate magic. The class card that could trigger the legendary power of the heroic spirits was actually made of such common materials? Could it be? Wu Yan had such a thought in his mind. The basis of a class card is actually to use magic to summon the heroic spirit's power and infuse it into the card for people to use. It wasn't impossible. In the 103,000 book of witchcraft, there were some magic tricks. They could be used to summon angels from the magic catalog world and allow angels to descend to this world. There were also some angelic spells that could borrow the angel's power. In that case, in this world, there was a magic trick that could borrow the heroic spirit's power. It could even be summoned. There was nothing strange about that, right? However, fundamentally speaking, the heroic spirits had been summoned. It was impossible for them to serve him. After all, they were all famous heroes in myths, legends, and history. They were existences that surpassed the realm of humans by obtaining the faith of humans. Their existence could be said to be miracles just like Little Black. Even if such a famous hero could be summoned by a certain magic, how could he obediently listen to the orders of the summoner and be dominated and used by an existence weaker than himself? It's also because of this that the class cards were born, right? Through this, one can borrow the power of the heroic spirit or summon the heroic spirit. Then, through some means, one can abandon the original personality and consciousness of the heroic spirit and forcefully summon its power. This, perhaps, was the true face of a class card. In other words, the materials that made up the class card itself were just magic materials that could be found everywhere. and were not the key to forming the class card. The real key was the magic that could borrow or summon the power of the heroic spirits. If he could get the method to use this magic and inject it into a card that could bear the magic, then the class card would most likely be successfully created. It's not that easy. After pondering for a while, Wu Yin laughed bitterly. First of all, he didn't know if this magic could forcefully summon the power of the heroic spirit. Perhaps it wouldn't directly summon the power of the heroic spirit, but it would summon a clone of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroes. That might not be the case. If it was a clone of the heroic spirit that was summoned, then to create a class card, one would have to think of a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and even body of the heroic spirit, leaving only the power of the heroic spirit to be used in the creation of the class card. If it was the former, creating a class card would be much easier. But if it was the latter, in addition to the magic, he would have to find a way to erase the original personality, consciousness, and body of the heroic spirit, and leave only the power behind to create a class card. Moreover, the idea that the class card could summon the power of the heroic spirit with some kind of magic was just a guess, because the materials that made up the class card mostly had the properties of carrying magic and circulating magic. Whether that was true or not, he would have to work on the analysis further. Well, Wu Yin patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. The analysis work has just started, and I already have a preliminary theory on the design and theory of the class card. In terms of progress, it's a huge gain. With that thought in mind, Wu Yin picked up another class card. While waiting for the analysis result of the Saber, Sword Soldier, class card, he started to study the theory of magic. On the other hand, Rin Inosaka and Luvia were in trouble. Hey, in the courtyard of Luvia's house, Rin Inosaka held his phone to his ear and exclaimed when he heard the voice from the other side. They're going to send someone else to retrieve the card. No way. Luvia's heart was in her mouth. She couldn't help but put her ear to the phone and said anxiously, "But aren't we supposed to be the ones to retrieve the card?" As soon as she said that, an old voice came from the other side of the phone. "But you still haven't retrieved all the cards yet, right?" That's true. Rin Inosaka stuttered and laughed. "But Master, you don't have to send someone else, right? Do you think the card retrieval test is only for you to become a disciple?" The person Rin Inosaka called Great Master, who is also the legendary second magic envoy, Kixiu, Zerich, Shubi and Ogu's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. "Don't forget, the Rancor will cause chaos in the earth veins of Fuyuki City. If something goes wrong, it may cause the earth veins to dry up and even affect the area above the earth veins, which is Fuyuki City. Are you okay with that?" Before the class card was retrieved, the heroic spirits in the mirror realm would absorb mana from the veins to maintain their existence. Like Blackie, they were existences that relied on class cards as attachments. If they lost the support of magic, they could only vanish from this world and return to their main bodies on the Sea of Heroes. The difference was that in a fictional world like the Mirror Realm, which was also the imaginary domain, the heroic spirits could directly absorb the magic power in the veins. They did not have to worry about not being able to replenish their magic power, unlike Little Black, who needed to absorb from others. The unrestrained absorption of mana from the ley lines, the existence of the class card had also caused the ley lines to become chaotic. If something goes wrong and the veins of the veins are too chaotic, Fuyuki City will suffer. But that shouldn't be a problem for them to worry about. Out of the 7 cards, although one of them became Xiaohei's possession and the other 6 are in Wu Yan's possession, he has already retrieved all of them. The chaos in the veins of the veins should have been solved. "Master, maybe it's not appropriate for me to say this," Rin Inosaka said tentatively after pondering over the words in his heart. "There are some developments in my work here. Although it hasn't been resolved yet, the chaos in the earth veins may not happen again. So, there's no need to be so anxious, right? The earth veins won't become chaotic." However, the next sentence from the other side of the phone made Rin Hasaka and Ruvia tremble. Their pupils instantly shrank. "We have been investigating the situation of Fuyuki City's underground veins until an hour ago. The result is that the underground veins are still in a state of chaos, and the situation is getting worse and worse. Maybe the underground veins chaos will not happen again? The ley lines are still in chaos. Both Rin Inbin and Luvia couldn't help but exclaim. The reason for the chaos in the ley lines was the 7 grade cards. Hadn't all of them been retrieved? Why hadn't the earth veins returned to normal? Chapter 15:12. Impossible. Almost subconsciously, Luvia replied. The rank cards are all ready. Luvia. Rin Inbin hurriedly covered Luvia's mouth and stopped her from saying anything. What? No, it's nothing. Rin in Osaka glared at Luvia and asked suspiciously, Is the ley line still not back to normal? Zelrich's voice turned unfriendly. Are you saying that I would lie to you? No, it's not like that. Rin in Osaka's mouth opened and closed. Of course, Zelrich didn't know that the 7 class cards had all been retrieved, and the passage to the mirror world in the imaginary domain should have been closed. It would no longer absorb mana from the ley lines and cause chaos in the ley lines. If he knew about this, he would understand why Rin in Osaka and Luvia were shocked. Unfortunately, Rin and Aka didn't plan on letting all the cards fall into the hands of another group of people. The remaining card even became an existence that possessed a personality. He reported all of this to Zelrich. Ilya and Mio were dragged into this mess by Rin in Osaka and Luvia. Blackie was a persona separated from Ilya's body. Therefore, Rin in Osaka and Luvia couldn't report this to their superiors. As for Wu Yin, it was Rin in Osaka's own selfish decision. Under these circumstances, Rin in Osaka couldn't explain the current situation to Zelrich and tell him the real reason why the earth veins wouldn't be chaotic. Forget it. Zelrich didn't want to pursue the matter and continued with the topic. Considering that you haven't completed the mission and the ley line is still in chaos, it's hard to determine if there will be any changes. You also reported that retrieving the rank cards is more difficult than expected. Therefore, I would like to send you some reinforcements. Is that okay with you? Hearing this, Rin in Osaka felt a little helpless. If he really sent reinforcements, then, if he lost the wand and dragged the ordinary people down with him, the existence of Xiao Hei and the class card would be exposed to the public. No matter what, Rin in Osaka didn't want to see this happen. He gritted his teeth. Immediately, Rin in Osaka gave such an answer. Great master, can you leave this matter to me for the time being? Leave it to you? Zelrich didn't expect such an answer from Rin Farasaka. He paused for a moment. What is the meaning of this? What is the specific situation? It's hard to explain it to you here. Rin in Osaka rubbed his forehead and replied. However, something did happen on my side. The ley lines shouldn't be in chaos anymore, but now it's still in chaos. I have some doubts myself. Anyway, only the Yu Osaka clan, who is responsible for the jurisdiction of Fuyuki City's ley lines, can conduct a comprehensive inspection. The association can only conduct a subtle detection. It's better to leave this matter to me first and let me confirm the reason. Hearing this, Zelrich fell silent. As Zelrich fell silent, Rin Inbin and Luvia's heartbeats involuntarily quickened as well. They felt as if time itself was unbearable. After a long time, Zelrich finally spoke in a deep voice. Forget it, do whatever you want. Rin in Osaka heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly apologized. Sorry for the trouble, great master. You've caused a lot of trouble, and since you don't want me to deal with it, then I won't. Zelrich warned. However, as you know, the people in the Magic Association aren't on the same side. They're all devoted to magic research, and there are many who are crazy about it. There are also many who covet power, and both of them can be satisfied with a rank card. I understand, great master. Rin Inbin and Luvia exchange a glance. I will be careful. Solve the ley lines problem as soon as possible. After saying that, Zelrich didn't say anything else and directly hung up the phone, causing a busy tone to come out from Rin Osaka's phone. What's going on? Luvia couldn't wait to voice out all the questions in her heart. Why is the ley lines still in chaos? Who knows? Who knows? Rin and Osaka put away his phone with an uncertain expression. The 7 class card have already been retrieved from the mirror world, and the passage to the imaginary region has also been closed. Logically speaking, the ley lines should have returned to normal by now. Could it be because of Blackie? Livia furrowed her brows. She said it herself. Her existence is similar to the heroic spirits. Could it be because of her that the ley lines are in chaos? No, no. Rin and Osaka pondered for a moment before shaking his head in denial. The heroic spirits rely on the passage to the null realm to absorb mana from the ley lines. Blackie exists in this world, so there's no way she can connect to the ley lines and absorb mana from the ley lines. Maybe she's absorbing mana from the ley lines? Livia reminded him. Maybe Blackie knows the center of the ley lines in Fuyuki City, which is the location of the underground cavern. If she's there, then she can absorb mana from the ley lines. But she doesn't have to do that. For some reason, Rin and Osaka's tone sounded annoyed. Since that guy is providing her mana, Blackie doesn't have to worry about the lack of mana. Why would she do that? Then what's going on? Livia gnashed her teeth in anger. Is it because of that guy? Hey, why do you keep thinking about other people? Rin and Osaka held his head in his hands. Haven't you thought about the possibility that it's because of us? Livia was startled. Are you kidding me? We haven't even touched the ley lines. How could? Halfway through her words, Livia's pretty face stiffened. Do you remember now? Rin and Osaka sighed. That's right. In the last card battle, in order to seal Makoto's power and Hinajika's weapon, we used the ley lines to construct a large-scale magic array. Maybe it caused the ley lines to become chaotic at that time. Who knows? It can't be. Livia's face was covered in cold sweat. We only used our mana. How could it cause the ley lines to be in chaos? But we can't be sure that it's not because of us, right? Rin Inbin pursed his lips. If that's the case, the master's backup will be exposed. What should we do? Livia took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. Do you have a solution? The Inbin clan has a way to adjust the ley lines. Rin Inbin glanced at Livia. If it's because of the magic formation we created last time, I can adjust it with some time. I'm just worried that there might be other reasons. Other reasons? Livia said doubtfully. What reasons? For example, the flow of mana is obstructed. The ley lines are too narrow. There might be something blocking the flow of mana. Rin Inbin lowered his head and pondered. If that's the case, we'll have to find another solution. Seriously, why am I so unlucky? Livia grumbled as she turned around and looked at her mansion that was gradually taking shape. I thought I could relax a little after my mansion was completed. I didn't expect something like this to happen. I'm the one investigating the ley lines, not you. I haven't even complained yet. So why are you complaining? Rin Inbin couldn't help but look at Livia. Also, don't forget, we need to investigate Ilya's identity. Then, I'll be in charge of investigating Ilya Jasful's case. Livia tapped her hand. You'll investigate the ley lines. How about it? I guess that's the only way. Rin in Osaka lowered her head as if she had accepted her fate. Even her ponytails were hanging down. She looked lifeless. Why do I feel like everything is going wrong after coming to Fuyuki City? Who did I offend? Livia laughed provocatively. Why is it that everything is not going according to plan? Didn't you find your ideal husband? Ideal husband? Rin Inbin's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock. How is that possible? How is that not possible? You've already done this kind of thing, that kind of thing. Don't make it sound like that. There's nothing going on. Is that so? Shut up. Nouveau riche. Aha! Chapter 15:13. I'm back. The door to the hall was pushed open along with a cheerful voice. Xiao He, who was carrying a backpack, had a satisfied smile on his face as he skipped into the hall. Big brother. My 2 sisters. I'm back. You're back. Hinajiku, who was chatting with Makoto, turned around and smiled when she saw Blackie walking in. How you feel on your first day of school? Not bad. Although Xiao Hei said so, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. He threw his bag on the cabinet outside the kitchen, sat down, and kicked his legs. Even though I can feel how Ilya felt when she went to school before I was separated from her, it's still more interesting to do it myself. Is that so? Hinajiku tilted her head and nodded in agreement. It's been a long time since I went to school. Seeing you like this, I can't help but recall the time when I was in White Emperor College. White Emperor College? Sasuke blinked her eyes in confusion. Is there such a college? It's in a place far, far away. Hinajiku smiled as if she was reminiscing. It's normal that Sasuke doesn't know about it. Seeing you two like this, I also remember the time when I was in Tokuwadai Middle School. Mikoto, who was sitting not far from Sasuke, chuckled. By the way, why do you two sound like mother and daughter? Mother and daughter? Hinajiku and Inoki looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions were as strange as it could get. Although Little Black and Ilya were both only 10 years old, Hinajiku was only 16 or 17 years old. For a girl of this age to have a child, it couldn't be said that they didn't exist, but even if they did, their daughter definitely wouldn't be 10 years old. Of course, Asuna was only 17 years old, and Yui looked like she was 10 years old. The two of them were mother and daughter. This was an exception. After being reminded by Mikoto, Chuju and Sasuke felt like their conversation was too much like mother and daughter. They turned their faces away awkwardly. Right? Blackie looked at Mikoto. Where is Big Brother? Mikoto didn't say anything. Instead, she pursed her lips in another direction. He signaled Little Hay to look over. Blackie looked over in confusion. Then, he saw Wu Yin sitting on the sofa. However, Wu Yin, on the other hand, is doing something weird. There was a thick book on the glass table in front of him, but there were no pages inside, only a groove. There was a dazzling rainbow-like light flowing on it. Beside the book were a few cards. There was also a card in the book's groove. Then, there was another card floating above Wu Yan's palm. Taking a closer look, Xiao Hei could see clearly that on Wu Yan's palm, there was a small and precise geometric pattern that was spinning. It was emitting a strange fluctuation that was surging into the card that was suspended above. Following the influx of the strange fluctuations, the suspended card also began to rotate. The pattern on the surface seemed to move like a painting that was quickly flipping, giving people a feeling that it had a life of its own. As for Wu Yin, his eyes were closed. His face was expressionless, as if he was asleep. His expression revealed a sense of serenity. That's a class card? Looking at this scene, Little Hay reflexively put her hand on her chest. In here, there was a last class card, and that was also Wu Yan's goal. Thinking of this, the smile on Blackie's face disappeared, and the look in his eyes became uncertain. Big Brother, what is he doing? Not sure if Mikoto noticed the change in Little Hay's expression. She stared at Wu Yin, who had his eyes closed, and replied, He's analyzing the class card. Analyzing the class card? Hinajika nodded vigorously, glancing at Blackie as she replied. Yin wants to obtain all the class cards. Little Hay's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Is she hinting at me? Is she hinting that Big Brother wants to retrieve the archer in my body? Little Hay's worries were unfounded. But now, there's no way to obtain the archer card. Chuju smiled as if she saw through Little Hay's thoughts. That's why he wants to fully analyze the class card and obtain the method to create the second archer card. These words seemed to have dispelled the haze in Xiao Hei's heart, causing Xiao Hei's amber eyes to brighten. His usual calm smile hung on his face once again. Big Brother is really amazing. Even the Magic Association couldn't decipher the class card, and Big Brother wants to find the method to create it. This isn't just difficult. Difficult is one thing. As long as we succeed, time isn't a problem for us. Mikoto shook her head and raised her eyebrows. I'm just worried that we won't get anything out of it no matter how much time we spend. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Wu Yin, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes and smiled. Well, I did get quite a lot today. With that, the geometric pattern on Wu Yan's palm shattered into pieces. The class card floating above his palm fell to the ground and was placed on the table by Wu Yan. Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto both stood up. Big Brother, Xiaohei also got up and ran over to sit on the sofa. He hugged Wu Yan's arm and grinned from ear to ear. Did Big Brother really decipher the class card? No, it's still too early to talk about it. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. Currently, I only have a rough idea of the longer. Speaking of which, Little Hay. Chuju walked over and looked at Little Hay. You look like you know everything, and you even relied on the Archer rank card to obtain a body. Don't you know anything else? To be honest, I don't know much about the existence of the class card. Little Hay shrugged. Even though it's in my body, I don't know anything about it. Whether it's the design theory or the composition of the class card, I don't know anything about it. You don't know anything? Makoto put one hand on her waist and the other hand scratched her cheek. You don't know anything and you can use Dream Summon. That's really, well, Xiaohei said with a sigh. I can use the Archer's power, but you guys better not think of me as someone who can use Dream Summon. Don't think of you as someone who can use Dream Summon. Wu Yan, Chuju, and Makoto looked at Little Hay. What do you mean? In other words, you can't say that I know how to use Dream Summoning. You can only say that I can use Dream Summoning. Xiaohei hesitated for a moment before turning his head away. As for me, I actually have a very special ability. Special ability? You can say it's a cheating ability, Little Hay explained with a smile. For example, let's take Dream Summoning as an example. I didn't know how to use it at the beginning, but when an enemy that I can't deal with appears in front of me, and I think that I need strength, the method of Dream Summoning with a class card automatically pops up in my head. I don't know anything about rank cards, but I can still get the method to use the rank card Dream Summoning. This is my special ability. Blackie spread out his hands. By omitting all the necessary processes and only taking the results that I want, I'll get the answer to the problem. That's how I learned a method of Dream Summoning. Omitting the process, getting the result, getting the answer. Hinajiku and Makoto were both shocked beyond words. This. Wu Yan looked like he had something to say, but he couldn't. Isn't that what you want? It can only be to a certain extent. Little Hayes smiled mischievously. Just like the first time I met you, Big Brother. At that time, I also thought I need to be faster. Then, the method to use space transfer appeared in my mind. So, even though I know Dream Summoning, I don't know much about class card compared to you guys. That's true. Wu Yan sighed. Looks like Little Hay didn't get anything, oh? Little Hay raised an eyebrow. That's not necessarily true. Chapter 15:14. That's not necessarily true. Just as the three of them were about to give up on Xiaohei's information, Xiaohei said something else. I don't know how the rank cards are made, but I do have an idea as to why they are made. What's the purpose of a class card? Wu Yan, Chuju, and Makoto perked up. That's right. Xiaohei's eyes gradually narrowed, revealing a solemn and heavy atmosphere. He glanced at the three people present and said word by word. Have you heard of the Holy Grail War? Holy Grail War. Chuju and Makoto were at a loss when they heard this unfamiliar term. Only Wu Yan's pupils shrunk. The Holy Grail War. As the name suggests, it's a war that revolves around the Holy Grail. To be more precise, it's a ritual, a very large ritual. The ritual's basic purpose is to summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. In other words, the Holy Grail War is actually a ritual to summon the Holy Grail War. There's a huge vein under Fuyuki City that's connected to an endless source of magic. The foundation of the Holy Grail War is to construct a spell to summon the Holy Grail and use the vein to accumulate a certain amount of magic every 60 years. To summon the Holy Grail that can fulfill all people's wishes. Of course, the summoning of the Holy Grail doesn't only require magic and a summoning spell, it also requires a key to summon the Holy Grail. This key is the ritual to summon the Holy Grail War's Holy Grail War. Through the power of the Holy Grail, he would connect to the heroic spirit thrones where the heroic spirits were and summon 7 heroic spirits. Then he would bestow each heroic spirit with a job rank and have them kill each other in a small-scale war. When the remaining 6 heroic spirits are killed, and there's only 1 heroic spirit left, the Holy Grail will be formed. Then it will be summoned. This is the Holy Grail War. The ranks of the 7 heroic spirits were as follows: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Day Rider, Caster, Magician, Assassin, Berserker. It was exactly the same as what was shown on the 7 job rank cards. The rank card could draw out the power of a heroic spirit corresponding to one of the 7 ranks. Who would believe that class cards had nothing to do with the Holy Grail War or even the Holy Grail? But the Holy Grail War should be a war ritual that only exists in the original world of Magical Girl Ilia, the world of fate. Could it be this world also had the Holy Grail War? Actually, if you think about it carefully, you'll understand. Blackie's voice was slightly suppressed. Summoning a heroic spirit requires a very complicated magic ritual. Not only does it require the summoner to have a certain degree of spiritual and physical compatibility with the heroic spirit, but it also requires the summoner to have a deep affinity with the heroic spirit to act as a catalyst during the summoning. It's just wishful thinking to summon a heroic spirit with one's own power. Only with the help of the Holy Grail can it be possible, even if it's just a little bit of the heroic spirit's power. Since class cards can draw out the power of the heroic spirit, it's definitely impossible to create it with one's own power. Blackie raised its head and stared at the class cards on the table. But if there's the power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst, then it's a different story. The power of the Holy Grail as a catalyst? Wu Yin looked at Blackie as if he realized something. You mean, that's it? Blackie picked up a class card on the table and raised it above its head. The Holy Grail War that was supposed to have 7 heroic spirits fighting each other has changed. The summoner no longer summons the original heroic spirit, but the summoned heroic spirit's power to create a card. With the card as a medium and dream summoning as a method, the magician who participated in the Holy Grail War will personally fight each other. Blackie placed the class card back on the table and looked at Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto. That's what I'm thinking. The whole place was silent, although I don't understand what the Holy Grail War is. Mikoto crossed her arms and lowered her head. But I think I understand what Blackie is trying to say. In other words, Chuju said with uncertainty, to create a class card, we have to rely on the help of the Holy Grail, right? To be exact, we have to rely on the Holy Grail summoning ritual in Fuyuki City that is activated once every 60 years. Wu Yin smiled helplessly. That's what Blackie means, right? Once every 60 years. Chuju exclaimed. Makoto's eyes widened. How long do we have to wait? That's just my guess. It might not be correct. Blackie shook its head. Ever since the Holy Grail War was brought up, even the smile on its face became forced. Maybe, in this world, there's someone who can extract the power of the heroic spirit from the throne of heroic spirits and use it to create a card. Who knows, Blackie? Chuju looked at the forced smile on Blackie's face. She hesitated for a moment before asking, does the Holy Grail War have anything to do with you? The smile on Xiao Hei's face completely disappeared as soon as he heard this. Does it have anything to do with me? With a self-deprecating expression, Blackie clenched its fist. How can it have nothing to do with me? I was born to become the Holy Grail. Wah! Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. It's ridiculous, isn't it? The self-deprecating expression on Blackie's face became more and more intense. It has already become a magic tool before it was born. A few months after it was born, it was forcefully instilled with all the knowledge and language through magic, so that it could become the Holy Grail in the Holy Grail War and become a wishing instrument. How can this be? Chuju couldn't believe it. Using me as a tool, a sacrificial lamb? Mikoto's expression turned cold. Looks like the Holy Grail War isn't a good thing after all. Magic is such a dark and bloody world. Becoming a tool is my fate that was decided before I was born. Xiao Hei clenched his teeth, and a resentful expression appeared on his face. Yet, I wasn't even useful as a tool. Wu Yin, who had been silent all this time, raised his head and revealed Blackie's biggest secret. You're sealed, aren't you? Sealed? Hinajiku and Makoto were both stunned. Yes, Blackie nodded expressionlessly, as if she wasn't talking about herself. My birth mother sealed everything. She sealed my abilities, my knowledge, my memories. She erased everything. So an ordinary child, Ilya was born. Wuyin finally understood everything. So that's how it is. Ilya's sealed memories and knowledge settled in her body and gradually grew stronger. In the end, she turned into another personality with consciousness. Then, that personality even obtained a body. Xiaohei seemed to have lost all her strength as she collapsed on the back of the sofa. She buried her eyes under her bangs so that no one could see her expression clearly. In the end, she became the current me, Blackie. Shuju and Makoto were silent. She was born as a tool, but she wasn't even able to perform as a tool before she was sealed. When she obtained a body again and became a real existence, she became a fake. Her existence was a miracle. Without mana, she would disappear. Even the foundation of her existence, the class card in her body, could be targeted by others and taken away. Her family, friends, they all became the things that Ilya was born later on. These things that should have belonged to Blackie were all gone. In the end, everything about Xiaohei had been denied. No wonder Blackie had the ability to fulfill her wishes to a certain extent. That was because she was born as a wish-granting tool. It's all right. Amidst the deathly silence in the hall, such a voice abruptly rang out. Blackie was stunned. Just as she was about to look at the source of the voice, a hand covered her head and gently stroked it. Since you were born, there must be a reason why you were born. I believe that. We believe that as well. Shuju and Makoto nodded. Blackie's eyes rippled with light. In the end, it turned into hope. Chapter 1515. Fuyuki City, Yuanzong Mountain. This is a famous mountain in Fuyuki City. There's a temple on the mountain called Ludong Temple. It's not that famous in Fuyuki City, but it's still well known. Although not many people come here to visit, it's enough to be a tourist attraction in Fuyuki City. Early in the morning, there's a beautiful morning glow in the east of Yuanzong Mountain. The air is filled with a thin veil of mist and fresh air, accompanied by strands of golden light, dispelling the chill of the night. Looking up from the foot of Yuanzong Mountain, the gate of Ludong Temple is located at the top, like a dragon gate, reflecting the morning sun. A long stone staircase connected the foot of the mountain to the entrance of the Ludong Temple. On both sides of the staircase were rows of trees and flowers. At this time, some of the buds were still sparkling with bright dewdrops, appearing to be full of vitality. Usually at this time, even if it's the peak time to welcome guests, generally no one will come here to visit. But today, early in the morning, a person appeared at the bottom of the staircase at the foot of Yuanzong Mountain, and he appeared out of thin air. Yuanzong Mountain, Ludong Temple. Looking up, Wuyin took out a map and looked at the long stone staircase. It should be here, right? For the people of Fuyuki City, Yuanzong Mountain's Ludong Temple is not a strange place. But for an outsider like Wu Yin, although this place is not difficult to find, it's definitely not familiar. What's more, he's never been here before. It's inevitable that he needs the help of a map. Originally, Wu Yin wanted to ask Blackie to bring him here, but after thinking about it, he had to give up the idea. After all, this place, for Blackie, it's definitely not a place that can make people happy. Because as the foundation of the Holy Grail War, the magic necessary for the Holy Grail War ritual is absorbed and stored here. It takes about 60 years to store enough magic. A Holy Grail War ritual is held. The ritual that supports the descent of the Holy Grail is directly below Yuanzong Mountain's Ludong Temple. It was because of the existence of this ritual that the Holy Grail could descend. Only then could the Holy Grail War be carried out. Only then could the magicians who participated in the Holy Grail War rely on their own strength to summon heroic spirits with the help of ritual magic arrays. Therefore, Wu Yan's purpose in coming here was very obvious. He wanted to see if he could find some information about the creation of class cards from the ritual magic circle that supported the Holy Grail War. Xiaohei was right. Summoning heroic spirits was a major task that no one could accomplish. It couldn't be said that there was absolutely no one who could connect to the seat of heroic spirits with their own strength and seize the power of the heroic spirits. However, compared to this, it was more likely that someone had used the help of the Holy Grail, or in other words, the ritual magic array to extract the power of the heroic spirits and used it to create cards. If that was the case, the possibility of obtaining the method to create class cards would be a little higher from this ritual tactic magic array. In any case, there was nothing wrong with coming here to check out the ritual magic formation. Folding the map in his hand, Wu Yin was just about to lift his foot and walk up when a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Why are you here?" A voice full of shock, surprise, panic, and other emotions echoed on the quiet mountain path without any warning and entered Wu Yan's ears. Then, a series of messy footsteps sounded from near to far away, as if they were gradually going away in a panic. Wu Yin stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at the source of the sound. The first thing that entered his sight was a pair of black ponytails. They were swaying up and down at a fast and urgent frequency, gradually moving away into the distance. Seeing this, Wu Yin didn't even need to think to know who the owner of the two ponytails is. Thus, he calmly uttered this sentence. He calmly said, "If you really ran away, next time it won't be a forced kiss, but a stripping of your clothes." This light sentence turned into a clear echo on the quiet mountain path and spread out. In the next second, the pair of ponytails that were swaying up and down at a fast and rapid frequency, gradually moving further and further away, suddenly stopped. Wu Yin wasn't in a hurry. He turned around and continued to look at the stairs leading to Ludong Temple. This time, however, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stood in place and waited quietly with a calm expression, even a trace of a smile on his face. Not long after, a series of hesitant footsteps slowly approached, followed by an indignant voice. Using this kind of method to force people to stay. How lame. Wu Yin curled the corner of his mouth and turned around to look behind him. In the next moment, the person's full appearance was revealed to him. She wore a red checkered shirt, a white knitted sweater, and a black pleated skirt. Tall stockings covered her smooth and seductive thighs, and a pair of heelless boots. Her outfit was neither luxurious nor ordinary. It was just the right outfit. But now, its owner was glaring at Wu Yin with a pair of beautiful green eyes, angry and embarrassed. Her face was a little pink, looking very cute. It was Rin in Osaka. That's not right. Wu Yin looked at Rin, who was glaring at him angrily, and shrugged teasingly. No matter how you look at it, it's the guy who saw her first, but didn't even greet her and ran away without thinking. That's rude, right? That's because you're shameless. The anger in Yusaka's green eyes became even more intense, and the pink on his cheeks also became more intense, with a feeling of shame and anger. Who told you to what did I do to you? Wu Yin looked at Rin in Osaka's blushing face and stuttering. Why don't you tell me? Yes to me. Rin in Osaka bit his lips and stared at Wu Yin. He looked like he was about to cry at any moment. It was very cute. After stuttering for a while, he screamed like a madman. In any case, he did something outrageous to me. Is it something that's too much? Wu Yin laughed maliciously. Rin in Osaka instinctively took a step back. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Wu Yin cautiously. I'm warning you. I'm here to do something important. I don't have time to play with you. Oh? Wu Yin was surprised for a moment before he laughed. So, you're saying that when you're not doing something important, you can play to your heart's content? You? Rin in Osaka's eyes widened in anger. I'm serious. I'm serious too. Wu Yin crossed his arms and looked at Rin in Osaka with a smile. You don't believe me? Do you need me to prove it? Forget it. Rin Osaka raised her bag to block her front. She looked at Wu Yin like he's a pervert. She's looking at Wu Yin like he's going to devour her if she doesn't keep her eyes on him. I'm here to do something important. If you mess around, I won't go easy on you. Then, Wu Yin turned his eyes and he pointed at his own cheeks. Kiss me and I'll forget about it. How about that? Kiss you. Rin and Osaka blushed and glared at Wu Yan. You wish, don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Wu Yan interrupted Rin and Osaka. He looked at Rin and Osaka with a half-smile. Now come over and kiss me yourself, or let me take the opportunity to bully you. Which choice is better? You're shameless. Rin and Osaka's eyes were filled with tears. She hesitated for a moment before biting her lips and walking towards Wu Yan. Okay, I'll kiss you now, but you're not allowed to kiss me again. That won't do. Wu Yan rejected her without hesitation. Only after you finish your business. Damn it. Rin Inbin looked furious as he glared at Wu Yan. Wu Yan is like a dead pig that isn't afraid of boiling water. Rin Inbin had no choice but to stand on his tiptoes and give Wu Yan a peck on the cheek. Just as she was about to kiss him, Wu Yan turned his head and Rin and Osaka's kiss landed on Wu Yan's lips. Rin and Osaka jumped away like she was electrocuted. Wu Yan laughed out loud again. He didn't expect Rin and Osaka to have such a cute side. Chapter 15-16. The ley lines are in chaos. Wu Yan exclaimed as he walked on a mountain path in the forest of Yuzo Mountain. But didn't we retrieve the 7 grade cards that disturbed the ley lines? Why would the ley lines be in chaos? I would like to know the answer to that as well. Rin Tozaka, who was leading the way, replied, If I knew why the ley lines were in chaos, I wouldn't have come here to investigate and I wouldn't have met you. That's true. The Tozaka household is the owner of this land, after all. Wu Yan ignored the second half of Rin's sentence and scratched his face. However, could it be that the reason for the chaos in the earth veins is because you used the mana of the earth veins to construct a magic array the last time? How is that possible? Rin Tozaka's expression was somewhat guilty when he said this. The Tozaka household is the owner of the ley lines, and I am the current head of the household. If borrowing a bit of the ley lines mana would cause the ley lines to be in chaos, why would I do it? Well, you're right. Wu Yan glanced at Rin's guilty expression. He didn't say anything, and he shrugged. I hope you messed up the ley lines last time. That way it would be easier to deal with. You're so noisy. Rin Tozaka quickened his pace without looking back. You don't have to tell me that. Don't walk so fast. Wu Yan hurried to catch up. I don't know the way. I might get lost later. What if I lose my temper and destroy the ley lines along with the ley lines? Don't you dare use such a casual tone with me. Rin Inbin turned around, and he glared at Wu Yan with a fiery glare. By the way, what are you doing here so early in the morning? As for the reason, it's a long story. Let me get straight to the point. Wu Yan casually said something that made Rin's heart skip a beat. There might be a way to create a grade card here. The way to create a class card. Rin Osaka stopped in shock, causing Wu Yan, who was walking behind her, to bump into her. His hands subconsciously grabbed onto a pair of soft breasts. Wah! Rin and Osaka cried out in surprise when his weakness was attacked. Then, his expression turned ruthless. She grabbed her bag and slapped it behind her. Let go of me, you pervert. Wah! This time, it was Wu Yan's turn to scream and lean back. She avoided the bag that was coming at her. You despicable bastard. Rin and Osaka covered his chest with one hand. He shouted in exasperation. Didn't I tell you not to mess around after kissing you? Hey. No matter how I look at it, it's impossible. Wu Yan took a step back. He shook his head and waved his hand. It's because you suddenly stopped for no reason. It's because you suddenly said something that couldn't be ignored. Rin and Osaka glared at Wu Yan fiercely. Tell me what's going on. I already said it's impossible. Who's asking you that? Rin and Osaka was furious. I asked you how you found the way to create a grade card. I already told you that, right? Wu Yan said innocently. It's a long story, so I'll just tell you what I'm here for. We'll talk about the reason when we get back. Rin Inbin was angry and helpless at the same time. He snorted coldly, turned his head, and continued walking. Whatever. Do whatever you want. Seeing Rin and Osaka walk away in a huff, Wu Yan smiled like a child who succeeded in his prank. For some reason, Wu Yin couldn't help but want to tease this arrogant and barbaric young lady. Seeing her make all kinds of expressions makes him feel satisfied. Next time, I'll think of a way to get young Lady Rin to kiss me, but this time it's a kiss. With that, Wu Yin put his hands behind his head and leisurely followed behind Rin in Osaka. There's a barrier at the beginning of the mountain path that they're walking on. It's a measure to prevent normal people from entering. Because of this barrier, no one knew how long it had been since anyone had approached this mountain path. There were messy branches and leaves everywhere, and the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. Not even the shadow of a bird could be seen. It was quite a frightening feeling. Walking on this mountain path, Wu Yin and Rin Inbin's footsteps are unusually loud. Their footsteps even turned into echoes that reverberated in the air. The sound of their feet stepping on tree leaves and branches reverberated in the air. After walking for who knows how long, a rock wall appeared at the end of the mountain path. At the bottom of the rock wall, there's a gap that can only allow one person to pass through. It's pitch black inside. It's not hard to imagine how dim the light is. We're here, looking at the gap in the rock wall that only allowed one person to pass through, Rin reminded him. That's the tunnel that connects to the underground cavern inside Yuzo Mountain. The underground cavern. That's where the main vein of Fuyuki City gathers. It's also the center of the Holy Grail War's ritual formation. House in Osaka is in charge of managing the land veins. They're there to directly investigate, manage, and monitor the land veins. It's also the place where the land veins are closest to the surface. Wu Yin and Rin in Osaka's destination is the underground cavern. Let's go in. Under the lead of the host, Rin Inbin, the two of them entered a crack in the wall and walked into the tunnel that led to the underground cavern. The tunnel is very narrow at the beginning. It can only allow one person to pass through. The light inside is also very dim. Therefore, Yua, you bastard, where are you touching this time? In nothing, I'm just touching the rock wall. Why did you put your hand in front of you when you're touching the rock wall? Yo, wow, it's so soft. What is it again? You, I'm gonna get mad if you touch it again. Don't say that after you've taken out the gemstone, okay? After a while, the tunnel became wider and wider. After a while, it's wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side. After walking for a while, they found themselves in a huge cavern. Looking around, Wu Yin was speechless. It's the size of 2 soccer fields and the height of a mountain. What a huge cavern. No wonder it's called the underground cavern. All right. Rin in Osaka glanced at Wu Yin. Since we're here, why don't you tell me where we can find the method to create a rank card? How would I know where to find it? Wu Yin rolled his eyes. Also, I only said that it's possible to find it. Whether or not we can find the method to create a rank card, we'll have to wait and see. With that, Wu Yin jumped onto a stone platform at the front of the cavern. He knelt down on one knee and touched the ground that was covered in dust, gravel, and dirt. According to Blackie, he should be able to reach the center of the ritual from here. Wu Yin closed his eyes. His hand on the ground began to emit a magical heat like smoke. It rose from his palm and between his fingers. Not long after, an intricate geometric pattern about twice the size of Wu Yan's palm appeared with his palm at the center. It started to vibrate with a faint radiance and started to rotate. So, we can find a method to create a rank card just like that. Rin in Osaka tilted his head in confusion. Could it be that the method to create a rank card is still hidden in the ley line? Only the in Osaka clan would be able to find the ley line. Rin in Osaka couldn't figure it out and gave up. He walked to the center of the platform and took out a stand from his bag. Holding the frame, Rin Hasaka set it up on the ground, creating a simple 4-legged platform. There were 4 iron pipes on the platform, and an ancient-looking piece of paper was tied in the middle. After setting up the brackets, Rin Inbin took out a thick book from his bag. He flipped through it and placed it on his wrist, holding it flat beside him. His other hand took out a gemstone that was connected to a pendant. Phew! Standing in front of the support, Rin Inbin took a deep breath. Let's begin. Rin in Osaka held the book with one hand and the pendant with the other. He held it above the ancient paper and closed his eyes. He began to chant an incantation. After chanting the incantation, a green light flashed on the book in Rin in Osaka's hand. Soon after, the gemstone hanging above the ancient paper also emitted a light. Chapter 1517. Enfant begin. Beantworten Private Edie Ford Milk and Desib Jordan. Request for a response in the name of the one. Boden. Zerstromung. Flow from the earth. Stramung. Zumblet. Flow of blood. Blood. Zumpergament. Blood on skin. Absk Day. Blessing. In the gloomy underground cavern, lines of German incantations seemed to have turned into the syllables of a song, reverberating in the vast space. As the last syllable fell, the gem on Rin Enbin's pendant glowed like a crystal. It lit up the entire cavern. Rin Enbin was completely unaffected by this. His eyes were still closed as he repeatedly chanted an incomprehensible incantation. Not far away, Wu Yin is kneeling on one knee. He used magic to send his consciousness into the ground to investigate the Holy Grail War ritual formation. He didn't seem to be affected at all. He continued with his work. Inky was right. It was relatively easy to investigate the ritual magic circle of the Holy Grail War in the underground cave in the center of Fuyuki City. He was using magic to do it. Wu Yan's consciousness went deep into the underground cavern. In his mind, a huge, complex, and compact magic circle slowly appeared. That was the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle under Yuanzong Mountain's Willow Cave Temple. It was the foundation that supported the Holy Grail War. Now, this magic formation that can absorb mana from the ley lines to support the Holy Grail's descent and assist the magicians in the Holy Grail War in summoning their heroic spirits was exposed to Wu Yan's eyes without any reservations. If he could analyze it thoroughly, then as long as he has enough mana to support the Holy Grail's descent and the heroic spirit summoning, Wu Yan could do it alone. He could start the Holy Grail War ritual. Of course, it's only limited to those worlds where heroic spirits exist. It's a pity that even though the true ancestor's mana was strong, Wu Yan's demonic power is boundless after being cleansed several times. However, it's still too early to start the Holy Grail War ritual. After all, this ceremonial magic formation required 60 years of absorbing mana from the earth veins, which were known to have an endless supply of mana. Wu Yan's ability alone was not enough to start the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle. Because of this, Inky's view on the class card was more realistic. Otherwise, it's hard to imagine that someone could connect to the throne of heroic spirits and use its power to create a card. Compared to this possibility, the theory that the creator of the class card used the power of the Holy Grail to create the card was more convincing. And now, Wu Yan could sense that the ritual magic circle under the Yuanzong Mountain's Willow Cave Temple was still emitting strange waves. It was constantly absorbing mana from the underground cavern and storing it. Wu Yan didn't know if the ritual magic circle had absorbed enough mana to start the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle. Even if it had, he wouldn't start it. The Holy Grail that could fulfill all wishes was very attractive. However, Wu Yan didn't need it. He didn't think that the Holy Grail could fulfill all wishes. Moreover, every Holy Grail War ritual magic circle would drag many people into a disaster and misfortune. No one had ever heard of a Holy Grail War ritual magic circle bringing happiness to anyone. In the end, the Holy Grail War ritual magic circle was nothing more than an ugly battle for the Holy Grail. Therefore, Wu Yan was already kind enough to not destroy the ritual magic circle, let alone start it. If it was really activated, Blackie, who was born to become the Holy Grail, would have a tragic end, right? When he thought of this, Wu Yan couldn't help but have the urge to destroy the ritual magic circle. It took him a lot of effort to restrain himself and focus on the ritual magic circle. No matter what, he had to first memorize this huge and complicated ritual magic circle. Perhaps it would be of some help in crafting rank cards. With this thought in mind, Wu Yan used the knowledge of the 103,000 grimoires to memorize the ritual magic circle and engraved it into his mind one by one. With the ability of complete memory, even if the ritual magic circle was very complicated, it wasn't difficult for Wu Yin to just memorize it. Just like this, time passed quietly as Wu Yin memorized the ritual magic circle and Rin Enbin kept chanting the incomprehensible incantation. At a certain moment, Wu Yin, who had his eyes closed, the mana in his hand that was pressed on the ground began to weaken. The rippling, complex pattern also slowly dissipated. Wu Yin opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He clapped his hands and stood up from the ground. "I've memorized the ritual. I'll study the rest when I get home." Wu Yin looked up and was about to look at Rin Enbin when he suddenly exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Hearing Rin Enbin's shocked and incredulous voice, Wu Yin had the same thought. Things seemed to be developing in an unexpected way again. "What's wrong?" With a heavy expression, Wu Yin came to Rin Enbin's side and asked, "What happened?" Rin in Osaka didn't even reply. Instead, he looked at the ancient paper in front of him with a shaken expression. His pupils fluctuated violently, and his eyes were filled with shock. Wu Yin ignored Rin Enbin and looked at the ancient paper in front of Rin Enbin. On the ancient piece of paper, traces of burnt marks spread across it like a spider web. It wasn't complicated, but it didn't look like a pattern drawn by humans. "This is Fuyuki City's ley line map?" Wu Yin furrowed his brows as he looked at Rin in Osaka. "What's going on? Is there a problem with the ley line?" Rin Enbin didn't answer. He clenched his teeth and pointed at the bottom left corner of the ley line map in front of him. Over there was an extremely small but well-defined square block blocking one of the earth veins like a strange object. "That's a blockage?" Wu Yin paused for a bit before he exclaimed, "It's the one that caused the landform to be chaotic? Have you ever seen a blockage in an earth vein that looks like a cube?" Rin in Osaka forced a smile on his face. "That's a lot more troublesome than a blockage." Wu Yin furrowed his brows. "What's going on? That's not a real blockage. It's a fictional space." Rin Enbin took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. "It absorbs mana from the ley line. It's located in the imaginary realm. It's a reflection of this world, absorbing the land's mana, the void domain, this world's inverted space." Wu Yin mumbled. Then a possibility flashed through his mind. His expression changed as he exclaimed in shock, "Mirror realm, do you understand?" Rin in Osaka's bitter smile deepened. "The cube in the ley line. It's the mirror realm. That's impossible." Wu Yin took out his rank card. "I have all the rank cards. The last one is in Blackie's body. The mirror realm shouldn't exist anymore, right?" Then, Rin in Osaka stared at the square on the map. "Who told you that the mirror realm doesn't exist without the 7 rank cards? Isn't it obvious?" Wu Yin answered without thinking. "The mirror realm exists because of the rank cards." Wu Yin's words got stuck in his throat before he could finish his sentence. "Do you understand now?" Rin Enbin clenched his fist. "The existence of the mirror realm naturally proves its existence, doesn't it? The 8th rank card." Chapter 1518. The 8th tier card. Inside the living room of Wu Yin, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Little Black's house, gasps of surprise, astonishment, and shock resounded in this small space. The 8th class card. Mayuka could not hide the wavering in his eyes as he muttered in a daze. "There's an 8th tier card? That thing." Xiaohei looked at Wu Yin in shock. After Wu Yin nodded in agreement with Rin Enbin, Xiaohei sat back on her chair and shook her head in disbelief. "The 8th tier card? How is that even possible?" Wu Yin sighed when he saw Xiaohei's reaction. Just like Xiaohei, he couldn't believe the existence of the 8th tier card. After all, there were only 7 tiers in the Holy Grail War: Saber, Lancer, Archer, Rider, Caster, Assassin, and Berserker. There was no 8th tier card. In Wu Yin's memory, the original world of this world, which is Fate's world, there was a battle in the Holy Grail War where there was another job class other than the above 7. Could there be one in this world as well? The 8th tier card. Could it be the heroic spirit of another class that appeared once during the Holy Grail War in the World of Fate? If that's the case, it'll cause a lot of trouble. It's going to be a lot of trouble. I know you're all surprised. I'm surprised too. Rin Inbin spread the map on the table. He pointed at the square on the bottom left of the map and looked at everyone. But the map of the Earth veins has shown it clearly. In other words, the recycling of the cards hasn't ended yet. Livia sighed. No wonder the ley line hasn't returned to normal. There's still another tier card. It's still absorbing the mana of the ley line in the mirrored realm. How can the ley line return to normal? Is there really an 8th tier card? At the side, Ilya raised her hand. Didn't Sister Rin say that the Magic Association detected a distorted mana source in Fuyuki City? That's why they knew there's a tier card. But now, there's no longer a distorted mana source in Fuyuki City. The location of the tier card this time is different from before. Rin Inbin shook his head. It's not just deep underground. It's located on the main branch of the ley line. Even the Magic Association can't detect it. Only the House of Inbin, who has direct jurisdiction over the ley line, can detect it. It's not surprising that they missed it. The Magic Association detected the distorted mana source and discovered the existence of a tier card. It's been about a month. Livia bit on her fingernail. Not only is the 8th card located on the main trunk of the ley lines, but it has also been absorbing magic power for a whole month. To be able to absorb such an astonishing amount of magic power, Blackie revealed a troubled expression. What a terrifying monster that is. The amount of mana the 8th tier card absorbs is far more than the previous tier cards. The amount of mana it absorbs is so much that it's making the ley line chaotic. Rin Inbin placed his hands on the table. His expression was unprecedentedly serious. So, it's very likely that the enemy is even stronger than the Saber and Berserker of the past. Stronger than Saber and Berserker? Ilya couldn't help but reveal a fearful expression. Although it wasn't Ilya, Mio, Rin Inbin, and Livia who fought the Saber, it was still a battle between the Saber and Berserker. Ilya saw it with her own eyes. Ilya was sure that if they were the ones facing Saber instead, then even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might still be defeated by Saber in the end. They might not even be able to keep their lives. It couldn't be helped. Saber was really powerful, and Excalibur's true name was even more terrifying. How could the 4 of them possibly defeat him? Unless Blackie and Ilya's body broke the seal and joined the battle. Otherwise, they would never be able to defeat the Saber with the Excalibur. As for the Berserker, it was even more terrifying. Berserker's strength was on par with Saber. Saber had Excalibur, while Berserker had 12 trials. Berserker was even more difficult to deal with than Saber. Furthermore, Berserker was able to become stronger as the battle went on. It was extremely difficult to deal with. This could be seen from the fact that Wu Yin defeated the Saber alone, and the Berserker was fought by Wu Yin, Chuju, and Mikoto. Moreover, Ilya and Mayu had almost died in the hands of Berserker back then. If the 8th rank card was an enemy stronger than Saber and Berserker, Ilya no longer dared to imagine how frightening that existence would be. This time, I gathered everyone here to listen to your thoughts. Rin Inbin spoke with a deep voice. Facing the strongest enemy in history, what do you all plan to do? Hearing this, everyone fell silent. What do we do? What else can we do? There wasn't a single person here who didn't have a direct connection with the class card. This 8th class card that appeared out of nowhere, no matter what it is, there's only one way to deal with it. My ultimate goal is to get the 7 class cards. When everyone went silent, Wu Yin suddenly spoke. That's why I plan to take it back. Wu Yin subconsciously looked at Chuju and Mikoto. You don't have to ask. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and answered in unison. Yan's decision is our decision. I'll go too. Little Black slammed the table and stood up without hesitation. The class card, the strongest enemy in history. These have nothing to do with me, but if Big Brother, Chujune-san, and Mikoto Nason are going, then I'll go too. It's probably the same for us. Rin Inbin and Luvia looked at each other and shook their heads with a smile. Although the mission of taking back the class card is equivalent to a failure, it's still our mission to restore the ley lines to normal. Even if the enemy isn't something we can deal with, we'll still go. Ilya, Miyu. At this moment, Luvia looked at Ilya and Miyu. What's your decision? Ilya's mouth opened slightly, and she started hesitating. I'll go, Miyu suddenly said. She didn't explain the reason and only used her unyielding eyes to express her inner thoughts. Silence speaks louder than words. Seeing that Miyu agreed, Ilya gritted her teeth. If that's the case, wait. Just when Ilya was about to go all out, Wu Yin interrupted her. The enemy might be the strongest in history, but it's also a fact that there's only one left. The space in the mirror realm is definitely not that big. If too many people go in, it's very likely that something will happen. The girls looked at each other. Then what should we do? Let's think about the people who will go out later. Wu Yin pondered for a moment. First, we have to clear the path. The location of 8th class card was in the underground ley lines trunk. In other words, everyone had to first reach the mirror realm where the 8th rank card was before they could jump from the real number domain to the imaginary number domain. In other words, they must first go underground if they want to enter the mirror realm. Leave this matter to me. Luvia nodded to everyone. I'll get someone to make an underground passage. Hearing this, everyone present nodded with their own thoughts, allowing the scene to return to silence. Chapter 15:19. In the night, a cool breeze blew past the rustling trees, the leaves dripping with dew, the sparkling river, and the streets that had returned to tranquility. The stars twinkled in the endless night sky. The streets were filled with a dense and intoxicating air. The frost of the full moon poured down and shone into a room through the window. Some strange sounds were echoing in the room. Panting, inhaling, rubbing, whimpering, such sounds seemed to dispel the cold air of the night, making the temperature of the room rise infinitely. It became hotter and more erotic. His breath had been taken away. The hot breath came to his face. Wu Yin held a petite body in his arms. He opened his eyes and looked at little Hei, who kept her eyes closed and pressed her warm lips tightly on his. She was very engrossed in kissing him. He felt a little conflicted in his heart. That was normal. Wu Yin doesn't know what other people are thinking, but he is well aware of the fact that he is constantly being asked for things by a girl who is always taking the initiative. Although he can't say that he's unhappy about it, if possible, he would still like to be the one taking the initiative. It was a pity that little Black's boldness was too extraordinary, and it also had a competitive spirit that refused to be outdone. If it really fought with her for the initiative, she would not be happy if it won. If he lost, she would be proud. No matter which side he chose, it was not a good choice. Therefore, even if he was conflicted, Wu Yin could only let little Hei do what she wanted. Moreover, little Hei was very enthusiastic tonight, like a kitten seeking warmth. He didn't want to push her away. In all kinds of strange sounds, the two different sized tongues kept moving back and forth. Little Hei gradually increased the strength around Wu Yan's neck. Her lips and tongue gradually became hot. She vented the passion in her heart. Along with the sound of breathing, it became heavier and heavier. Black's movements seemed to have run out of stamina. The intensity of its movements gradually decreased. This rough kiss had lasted for at least 10 minutes, hadn't it? Maybe it would take even longer than that, he only knew. Little Hei kept asking. She kept pushing. She kept venting her inner emotions. By the way, during this time, the magical power supply had finished. Little Hei's magical power had reached the maximum level. Most of the time, it was just pure kissing. Nobody knew how long had passed. Little Hei's breathing had become very heavy. Her strength was also slowly dissipating. The little hand around Wu Yan's neck slowly dropped. At a certain moment, she finally could not hold on any longer and loosened her lips. Along with her loosening, the tightly intertwined lips and tongues also loosened. Amidst the most coarse panting, the battle had ended. Huh. As soon as their lips parted, Xiao He began to pant violently, as if he was drowning. His chest heaved up and down at an extremely fast frequency. His misty eyes sparkled in the darkness, revealing an unusual charm. Wu Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he saw Blackie gasping for air like a dying dog. You're just a little girl, yet you're playing so big. Now you've tasted the pain, haven't you? No, it's not bitter at all. Blackie took a deep breath and calmed himself down. A playful smile appeared on his face. Big Brother's kiss is very comfortable. I am very satisfied. But today you are many times more unsatisfied than before. Wu Yan poked Little Hei's forehead with his finger and looked straight into her eyes. Something's on your mind? Hearing this, Little Hei wanted to shake her head. But when she saw Wu Yan's unquestionable gaze, she stopped shaking her head and smiled helplessly. Sure enough, I can't hide it from Big Brother. You are too bad at hiding your emotions. Wu Yan touched Little Hei's head. You're thinking about the 8th rank card, right? There should only be 7 ranks. Little Hei was silent for a while, and then answered in a muffled voice. There shouldn't be an 8th rank. Maybe there are only 7 ranks in the Holy Grail War, but the rank card is not necessarily. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes while touching Little Hei's head. The ritual of the Holy Grail War was not activated at all. I can be sure that the Holy Grail War is not happening in Fuyuki City now. So, the rank card should have nothing to do with the Holy Grail War. The rank shown on the rank card is exactly the same as the heroic spirit of the Holy Grail War. Is it a coincidence? Blackie, on the other hand, had the opposite opinion. Heroic spirit, rank, these are the same as the Holy Grail War. Isn't it too far-fetched to say that it is a coincidence? But the ritual of the Holy Grail War was not activated. Wu Yan explained. At least, the rank card has nothing to do with the Holy Grail War now. You can't deny this, right? That's true, Little Hei said. But on the surface, she still couldn't let it go. That's natural. Little Hei had been undergoing adjustments before she was born. After she was born, she was instilled with knowledge and language. All of this was to prepare Little Hei to become the Holy Grail. Naturally, it was impossible for Blackie to not know about the Holy Grail War, and it was impossible for him to not care about it. It was perfectly normal for him to be more sensitive than the average person about the class cards. Maybe things are not as complicated as you think. Wu Yan pondered for a moment and said, think about it. Is it possible that the creator of the rank card made another card of the same rank? Same rank card? Little Hei was stunned. Although there are only 7 ranks, maybe there is more than one heroic spirit of the same rank? Wu Yan reminded her. Every job rank card corresponds to a heroic spirit that matches that job rank, but there is more than one heroic spirit that can take on the same job rank. Therefore, it's not impossible for the creator of the job rank card to create another job rank card of the same job rank, right? Big Brother, are you saying? Little Hei said with uncertainty. The 8th rank card might be the same as one of the other 7 rank cards. Yes. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes glowed brightly. Saber, swordsman. Lancer, archer, rider, caster, magician, assassin, and berserker. The 8th class card is one of these 7 classes, so it's not strange, right? Indeed. Originally, Wu Yan was trying his best to figure out how to create a class card so that he could create a second archer card to complete his demigod quest. Back then, in order to complete the demigod path mission, Wu Yan thought about the existence of a second archer card. He also thought about asking the creator of the rank card to make another archer card. Under such circumstances, it wouldn't be impossible to have a second card of the same rank as the other cards. Anyway, compared to the 8th rank card, Wu Yan was more willing to believe in this possibility. But if Wu Yan's eyes lit up, if the 8th rank card is the second archer card, then my mission is complete. The second card, Archer, Blackie rubbed its chest. Soon after, it revealed its usual calm smile and gave a slight smile. It seems like we need to take back the 8th card. Also, if the 8th card is the Archer card, we can collude with Rin, Inbin, and Luvia to not expose the existence of the 8th rank card. We grinned. If that's the case, after retrieving the 2nd Archer card, those who don't know about the 8th Archer card won't know that Blackie has an Archer card in his body. This matter can be successfully concealed, and you don't have to worry about people eyeing the card in your body anymore. Little Hay's eyes lit up. It's decided. Not long after, Little Black cried out like a declaration. The 8th rank card. We must take it back. Looking at Little Hay's happy face, Yin couldn't help but laugh in his heart. I still don't know if the 8th card is the Archer from the 2nd one. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.